around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Right, there ain't he gets from them rooms. My jing, that bed up there don't get no softer. What's that, Chester? I was just telling you, Mr. Dobie, the bed up in number 4 don't have no more give to it than an old McClellan saddle.
Well, now, I don't know. What were you doing up there anyway?
I seen that drummer pack his duds out of here, so I knowed he wasn't in there no more, so I went on up.
You got no right to go in my rooms. No right at all.
Well, now, Mr. Dobie, I've been figuring I might take that room someday, and I was just kind of looking it over.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Chester, you're talking a lot of foolishness. You can't afford to stay in the Dodge House.
Well, now, it don't hurt none for a man to think about bettering himself. So what in the world is that?
Oh, it's a fight right outside my hotel.
Now, don't upset yourself, Mr. Dobie. You just sit there. I'll go on out and
They'll
stop.
pay any damages. You tell them that.
Yeah.
All right, old man.
Here now.
Yeah, old man, I think you better sit down.
Here, you young greenhorn.
You just quit your jabbering.
Here now, here. You leave Charlie be.
Yeah, you better mind your own business, Chester.
I said move along now. Leave him be.
Hey, now, who's shoving here?
Go on.
Wait a minute.
Okay, Chester, okay. Now just simmer down. Don't need to get so hard-nosed.
Well, you ought to be ashamed, big fellers like you pushing an old man around.
We didn't mean no harm. We was just trying to get him to stop ragging at us, to quit his talking.
It don't make no difference to me what you was trying to do. Go on, get.
Getting so you can't walk down the street without he stops you and talks your ear off.
I said get.
Oh, come on, kid. Let's get out of here.
You hurt Charlie? No, I ain't hurt. It'd take more than them young buzzards to hurt me.
Well,
what was they pushing you around for? Oh, I was just trying to tell them something, that's all. Young folks ain't got the gumption to listen when to do 'em the most good.
Well, now...
Well, they'd have got shot down easy. Shot? Who's going to shoot 'em? Well, anybody they draw on, the way they is handling them guns. I didn't hear no shooting. Of course you didn't. There wasn't none. They was talking about a fast draw. They'd have been shot down, sure. Charlie, was you trying to tell them how to do it? Young ones, they just don't listen. You try to tell them, but they just don't listen. Well, now, you just sit there quiet like. They won't bother you no more. Rio Joe would have got both of them before they even slapped the leather the way they was doing it. Yeah, well, sure, Rio Joe would have outdrew anybody, but that goes back a ways, don't it? Young smart Alex, they won't listen at all. Hey, they kind of winged you in the eye, didn't they? Yeah, I guess maybe they did. There was a few elbows flying around. Well, you better put some beefsteak on it. Man needs his eyesight these days. Seeing's a good part of shooting. Yeah, sure. Well, all right, then. You just sit there, Charlie, now, and you let me know if you get bothered some more. Ain't nobody willing to listen no more, no matter how much you got to tell them. Yeah, well, I'll see you sometime. Now, you take care of yourself, Charlie. Ain't nobody willing to listen at all.
There you are.
Thank you, Kitty.
Oh, thank you, Kitty. Can't you sit down with us?
Oh, maybe, for a few minutes.
Ah, good.
I got to check over the whiskey supply with Sam pretty soon.
Well, now, I wouldn't want to interfere with that. It'd be a terrible tragedy for Dodge if the saloon ran dry.
Yeah, most of these men would rather see the river go dry.
Well, you're both sounding pretty high and mighty for a couple of fellas who aren't exactly teetotalers.
Oh, just philosophizing, Kitty. Nothing personal.
How come Matt's buying you 2 beers, Doc?
Because I won 2 games of checkers. That's why. He's slowing up, Kitty. Oh, he's slowing up.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Oh?
Doc, yeah? You mind if I see you for a minute?
Well, sure not, Chester. Sit down.
Well, no, thank you. I was thinking we might go on over to your office.
Chester, look at me.
Chester?
Hello, Miss Kitty.
But you've got a black eye.
Here, let me see that, Chester. Well, you sure have, and it's a beaut.
Well, yes, sir, I guess it is. Doc, you got something put on it? Man ought to protect his eyesight.
Well, it's a little late for that, Chester. You should have ducked.
Yeah, where'd you pick that up, Chester?
Well, I was just trying to help, that's all. It just don't pay a body to try and do a good deed anymore.
Who were you trying to help?
That old Charlie, what's his name, sits out in front of the Dodge house talking to anybody who listens.
Charlie, don't tell me he gave you that eye.
No, Doc, no, of course not. A couple of young smart alecks was picking on him, and I mixed in it and come out with this.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you accomplished much.
Now stop teasing him, you two. That was a nice thing you did, Chester.
Thank you. I run him off all right, but the old coot's bound to get into more trouble.
Oh, how's that?
Why, he keeps telling folks what they ought to do, and you know, Miss Dillon, there ain't too many people who wants to listen to an old man like him tell them how to draw a gun.
Draw a gun?
He's always talking about the gunfighters of olden days, and folks get tired of listening to that.
Yeah, well, you better not listen either, Chester. You only got one more eye.
Now, don't pay any attention to him, Chester. I'll fix that eye up for you.
Yes, a little raw meat, Kitty. That's about the best thing.
Yeah, and a few less jokes. I never did know what was so funny about a black eye. Come on, Chester.
Now, you see, boy, you got to be careful about how you work the barrel. You got to have a good, true barrel on your gun.
You sure can whittle nice, mister.
Oh, well, boy, it don't take much to do some whittling. All you got to do is have a sharp knife and a remembrance in your hand for what you're making.
Well, you got a remembrance for that gun, mister?
Oh, my. Like I have for the blaze of the Texas sun on my back. Man, don't forget them things.
It don't look like my pa's gun. That part there is different.
This here?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, well, they got newfangled ideas. You don't need no notch in the cylinder to make a good gun.
Well, pa shoots better, I reckon.
And ain't nobody needs nothing better than his gun. Why, Rio Joe could hit anything he could see.
You know Rio Joe?
Yes, I know him.
You seen him doing his shooting?
Oh, stood right with him.
By jingo, mister. Well, you recollect things you could tell me?
Well, sure, boy. I recollect real good. I recollect the time down in border country when he faced down 3 men using a gun like this.
3 men? Was they drawing on him?
Well, yes, they drawed. But that was the last thing they ever did.
It don't seem likely no man could do that.
Rio could do it. He was good with a gun. Yeah, real good.
Go on, mister. Tell me how he done it.
Well, the way it was, Rio was coming along a trail by some cottonwoods.
You still spinning them yarns, old man.
He's telling me about Rio Joe.
Rio Joe. He's telling you about Rio Joe.
He's seen him. He stood with him. Ain't that so, mister?
Of course that's so.
Well, don't listen to him, boy. This here old fool is like to hear himself talk. He never seen a gunfighter like Rio Joe his whole life.
Well, I did
or
see
if he
him, too.
did,
I
he'd
did.
have run so hard it wouldn't have been stopped yet. He just talks so much the whole town's tired of it, boy. You don't want to get took in by no blowhard.
Now, you look here.
Oh, Rio Joe.
Mister?
I was telling you straight, boy. You believe me, don't you?
Well, can you prove it?
Yeah, I don't know, boy. I don't know.
Hey, slide that bottle down this way, will you?
Sure, Rasp.
Well, thanks. Hey, you the two fellers give that marshal's helper a black eye.
Chester? Well, he was asking for it.
It weren't none of his business.
You know, first I thought the old man gave it to him.
Old Charlie? All he does is talk.
Oh, he sure does that, though, don't he?
You think nobody else knowed how to draw a gun?
Him and Rio Joe.
Why, he don't even wear a gun.
No, he don't. I ain't never seen him draw. He just talks about it.
Yeah. It don't seem like feller talks that much ought to back his play.
Old Charlie ain't got no play to back.
Might be mighty interesting put it up to him.
What you mean?
Yeah, mighty interesting.
What are you aiming at?
I just got me a smart idea how to get rid of that old man.
Wait a minute, Rasp. He ain't done nothing bad enough to get shot for.
No.
Who's talking about shooting? I ain't.
You said get rid of him.
Sure I did, and it'll work. And all you got to do is just call his bluff.
How's that?
Well, get him out in the street and tell him he's got to face up to one of us, or else keep his mouth shut and leave town. Huh?
Yeah, that'd be calling him all right.
He sure ain't gonna draw.
No, not a talker like him.
There'll be nothing for him to do but get. Come on, let's go fetch him.
Tonight?
Sure, tonight. Right now, ain't no reason to sleep on it. Come on. That's it. Come on now. Right down these stairs.
Now, wait a minute.
Keep your voice down.
We got something to show you outside. But it's the middle of the night.
Well, it ain't gonna make much difference, old man. Yeah. I drag him right out in the middle of the street.
You're not man enough to three up together to get away with this.
What you're talking?
You ain't got enough guts to wad a shotgun with you.
I thought we was going to shut him up, Rasp.
He sure is making a lot of noise for an old man standing around in his drawers, ain't he?
Bunch of yellow bellies dragging a man from his bed. You just give me a chance to get
We're
at you.
giving you a chance, old man.
Down in Texas, we'd have strung you up.
Oh, you've been talking mighty big for a man that don't wear no gun.
And you're lucky I don't.
Well, now, we'll just see about that. We're going to give you one.
Huh?
We're going to see just how much you learn from Rio Joe.
Now, wait a minute. You can't do that. Now, here, let go of it. Let go of it.
Let me throw here. Let me throw. Let him go.
Oh, Marshal, we was just having some fun with it.
Let him go.
He sure needed the lesson.
He doesn't need any lessons from you. Go on now. Get away from here.
Well, there ain't no call to get rough about it, Marshal. Somebody had to shut the old man up.
You listen to me. I find you pestering him again, I'll be rough in a way you're going to really understand. Now, you go on and get out of here. Come on, Charlie. We'll go back to your room.
You don't need to give me no help, Marshal. I can take care of myself.
Sure. I know that, Charlie.
I wasn't scared of him. I just stood up to him.
Yeah. Come on upstairs.
Ain't nobody never got by with nothing like that before.
Don't worry about it. It's not going to happen again.
I know it ain't, Marshal. I know it ain't.
Charlie, you mind if I come in for a few minutes?
Huh? Oh, wait. Yes, suit yourself.
You figuring on staying in Dodge, Charlie?
Well, I did kind of have it in my mind. Man likes a place to settle.
Yeah. You don't need to change your mind because of those roughs, Charlie. I'll handle them.
No need of that, Marshal. Oh, would you step over this way? I'd like to get in that trunk.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, looks like you've had those guns a long time, Charlie.
Yes, I have.
Good shape.
They're old friends, Marshal. I take good care of them. They kind of comfort me to have them with me.
Yeah. I wouldn't get any idea about starting to wear them again, Charlie. They're old guns.
Oh. And I'm an old man. Is that what you're saying?
You're old enough to leave your gunfights behind you.
Won't you remember that?
I hope they didn't hurt the old man.
No, they didn't hurt him. Not physically, anyway.
Well, I guess his pride took a beating.
Yeah.
It's a terrible thing they did to him. Do you think he's going to leave town now?
I don't know, Kitty. I wouldn't blame him if he did.
No. But it'd really be a shame. He wasn't doing any harm, telling his stories. And the kids seemed to like him.
Yeah. But Rasp didn't.
That brass Hiller. He's always been a bully.
Sound like I hear my name mentioned around here.
You did, Rasp, and I'm glad to repeat what I said. I called you a bully.
Well, now, that ain't real ladylike, Miss Kitty. Is it, Marshal?
Why don't you move along, Rasp?
I keep forgetting you're the big marshal taking care of the ladies and the old men around town.
I have an idea that one particular old man can take care of himself.
Oh, you've been listening to too many of his stories.
I'm not so sure they're just stories.
What do you mean?
I saw a pair of horse pistols in his room last night. They looked like they'd had a lot of
Well,
work.
that old coot don't wear no gun.
He's wearing one now.
Old Charlie?
I wouldn't get in his way if I were you.
You mean that old geezer might draw on me? No. You've been took in by his talk.
I'm just telling you to be careful. He's not going to forget what you did to him last night.
All right, Marshal. I'll play along. I'll tell you one thing. That old man better not start nothing. I wear my guns all the time.
So do I, Rasp.
Well, you ain't scaring me none, Marshal. I'll be around.
So will I, Rasp.
So long, Miss Kitty.
Really think there's going to be trouble, Matt?
I don't know, Kitty. Old Charlie was pretty upset.
Well, you got to stop it. Don't let him put on those guns and march around till he gets himself killed.
I can't take him away from him, Kitty,
Why can't you?
because he hasn't done anything.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You have to sit and wait until something happens. Till somebody gets killed before you can do anything.
Ah, Kitty.
Why don't you just go stop this thing now, before someone gets hurt?
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, Matt.
Huh? Oh, hello, Doc.
Yeah, where you bound for?
Yeah, I'm going over to the telegraph office.
Oh, well, I'll walk along.
All right. I've been waiting for a wire from Washington. About time it came in.
Not taking your badge away, are they?
On days like this, they're welcome to it. Hello, Ed. You got something for me?
Well, now, that's a funny thing, Marshal. Something just did come in. I was going to bring it up as soon as I had my dinner.
Yeah?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, see you later, Ed.
Sure, Marshal.
You don't look too happy about what's in that wire, man.
This wire isn't really good news, Doc. It's something I've been expecting.
Cut your salary, did they?
No, I wish it was that simple.
What's our hurry? Where are we going?
I want to find old Charlie and take his guns off of him.
You mean that wire was about old Charlie?
Yeah, I'd ask a couple of questions. You better stick with me, Doc. You may be needed.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Chester, I'm on my way.
John, it's Raft and old Charlie.
Yeah, the wire was too late.
What's that?
Never mind. You look at Charlie over there, Doc.
Sure. I'm pretty sure Raft's dead, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's dead.
That old man just stood there as cool as could be. Let Raft draw first,
Uh-huh.
and he shot him down with one of them old pistols.
I'm not surprised. Let's go see him. How is he, Doc?
He's not good, man. He's not good at all.
Marshal,
Yeah, Charlie.
I ain't gonna make it.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I don't care about that. It's past time for me to settle. But, Marshal,
Yeah, I'm right here, Charlie.
I want you to know I wasn't making up them stories.
I know you weren't.
I wasn't making no brags or no bluffs. I did stand with Rio Joe.
Yeah, I know.
I could shoot too. I could shoot as good as he could. I could draw as fast as Rio Joe.
Yeah, Charlie, you could.
You believe me, Marshal?
Yeah, I believe you.
I figure maybe you kind of know the whole thing.
Yeah, I do. I guessed it, Rio.
Sure. Tell the others for me. Tell them I weren't no fake.
He's gone, man.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, just a minute ago, what was that you called him?
Rio, Chester.
Old Charlie was Rio?
Hmm.
Oh, that's just terrible. Dying like that. Nobody knowing who you are.
I don't know, Chester. I have a hunch Rio'd like it just this way. I'd have had to arrest him otherwise. Rio's been a wanted man for 20 years.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Lawrence Dobkin, Dick Beale, Sam Edwards, Vic Perrin, and Jack Moyle. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Marshal. Chester.
How are you, Schuyler?
Schuyler.
Is young Danny Leeds around?
Yeah, room 14, straight down the hall.
No, thanks.
He checked in last night.
Mr. Dillon, you suppose Danny and his pa's had another scrap of some kind?
I might have. Old Cater's pretty hard to get along with. I'm surprised the boy's stood it as long as he has.
Well, it sure was a funny-sounding note he sent over to the office. What do you make of it?
Chester, if I could make anything of it, we wouldn't have to come here asking, would we?
I didn't think you'd Marshal Dillon.
Morning, Danny. Mind if we come in?
Well, I was just about to go out.
Well, it won't take a minute. I just wanted to find out what you meant by this note, Danny.
You better go on out to the farm and ask my pa.
Oh, I'm going to, but I just thought maybe you could give me some idea first.
You better talk to him, Marshal.
How is he, anyway? Last time I saw him, he was having some trouble.
He never changes, you know that. Except to get meaner.
Oh. You two have trouble, did you?
We had trouble, yeah.
That's why you stayed here in town last night, huh?
I walked out, Marshal, and I ain't going back. I've took all off him, I'm going to. Now, look, I got some things to do now, so
Did the trouble have anything to do with this note?
Not exactly. He wanted you to come out to the farm. I told him I'd pass the word to you. Look, Marshal, he can tell you all this. I haven't got time
You
now.
got time to answer a couple of questions, Danny. Now, what does he want to see me about?
It's trespassers again. They're camping down by the pond to be close to water.
Oh?
They ain't heard nothing. We don't even use that lower section. But that don't make no difference to him.
Now, your pa's always been like that.
Trouble is, he thinks the whole world's his, and everybody in it, including me. But I ain't a kid no more. That he can cuss at and take a whip.
Are you expecting somebody?
Well, not exactly. I
We'd better find out who it is, hadn't we?
But, no, wait, Marshal.
Good morning, young lady.
Naomi.
I am come to see you, Danny, like I say I am.
This is Marshal Dillon and Chester Proudfoot. This is Naomi.
How do you do?
I do.
Hey, friends of Danny, it's friends of me.
Look, Naomi, they're just going. You wait here. I'll walk out with them. You coming, Marshal?
Yeah, okay, Danny. Pleasure meeting you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Look, Marshal, it ain't like you're thinking.
I wasn't thinking anything, Danny. Naomi there, she's a gypsy, isn't she?
Well, what of it?
And those trespassers camping out at your pa's farm?
All right, they're gypsies, and she's one of them. What about it?
Now, you're asking for trouble, Danny.
You sound just like my pa.
Gypsies take care of their own. They make their own laws. And they're pretty strict laws.
Why don't you let me worry about it, huh?
Well, that's what you'll do, Danny, if you're smart. You'll worry about it a lot.
I reckon there's one flag the whole world knows and mostly respects. It's on a stamp here in my album, that the United States Post Office put out in October 1963 to honor the 100th birthday of the International Red Cross. I'll find it here now. Now, maybe you didn't know there are two Red Cross organizations. Both of them started in Geneva, Switzerland, and had headquarters there. But they each do different jobs. Yeah, this stamp shows how one of them helped free anti-Castro Cuban fighters who got captured at the Bay of Pigs. That's what the International Committee of the Red Cross does as a neutral body, making arrangements for exchange of prisoners, trying to protect sick and wounded soldiers, and helping civilians and refugees in war areas. The other is the League of Red Cross Societies. It operates in almost 90 countries, giving aid in every kind of emergency or disaster and carrying on health, safety, and relief projects. I kind of figure this is one of the best stamps in my book.
Here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, he ought to. He's put 20 hours a day on it for the last 10 years. Hey, Cater.
Oh! Morning, Marshal. Chester. Just a minute till I jump out the rest of this feed. There. Eat your heads off now, you mangy varmints. Put some weight on. Any fool that tries to raise hogs on the prairie just ain't got good sense, Marshal.
Now, they look all right to me.
Yeah, they won't make a cent. Costs more to feed them than they're worth. Kind of took your time coming out, didn't you?
Well, if you call 3 hours taking our time, that's when I got your note.
Yeah, that worthless young pup. I told him to tell you last night as soon as he got in town. Come over here and sit in the shade.
All right. Cater, you and Danny have an argument?
I talked, and he listened. He ain't got the gumption to argue.
He tells me he's not coming back home.
And he'll come back. He'd starve to death if he had to feed himself. Somebody'll yell boo at him in the dark, and he'll come hightailing back fast.
I'm afraid I don't agree with you, Cater. Danny always looked to me like a pretty decent kid.
He ain't worth the powder to blow him up. And the last straw was when he was too lily-livered to run them trespassers off.
Oh, why don't you leave those people alone, Cater? They're figuring to move on by the end of the week anyway.
Sure, and take half the farm with them, like as not. I'm missing 5 pullets now. Stole just since they've been there.
Now, that might have been a coyote or a weasel, maybe.
Yeah, and it might have been that pack of thieving gypsies, too. Marshal, I didn't build this farm by putting up the squatters, and I ain't about to start now. I fought for this land, every square foot of it. And I'll keep right on fighting.
Times are different from when they were when you first came to the prairie, Cater.
Yeah, people ain't. They're all out to take what you got away from you. You always got to keep outguessing them and out-fighting them. That's what I tried to learn that boy of mine, but He ain't got the backbone of an angleworm. Why, he didn't even take a gun when I sent him over to run them thieving gypsies out.
You know, Cater, there are other answers in this world besides guns.
Yeah, but it was guns that won this country, and they'll keep on winning it, too. You pack one yourself, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I use it to enforce the law, but not to settle every personal argument that comes along.
Well, then start enforcing the law. Now, you go over there and talk to them gypsies and tell them to get out.
I have talked to them. Chester and I just came from there.
Did you run them out?
They're repairing their wagons, building wheels, and setting hubs. They'll try to pull out sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, so they outbluffed you, too, did they? What'd they do? Dangle one of their women in front of you? That's what they done with Danny.
No?
Yeah, I seen what was going on. He was sweet-eyeing one of them all week. And she was letting him, too.
Now, listen a minute,
Now, you
Peter.
look to your duty, Marshal. Stop taking up for them foreigners.
Will you listen to me, I said? Now, those people are touchy enough at best. If you go insulting them, you're going to have some real trouble on your hands.
Gypsies are bad luck, and I want them out of there.
They'll be out by tomorrow evening. And in the meantime, you leave that rifle of yours in the house and stay away from that pond. You understand?
Matt, if words were dollars, you'd be the biggest miser in the Long Branch.
Huh? Well, what do you mean, Kitty?
Well, you sure haven't been talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And what's worse, you haven't been listening to me.
Oh, I thought there was more to it. Okay, what were you saying?
Oh, I don't remember. But it's a principle. Girl can't stand being ignored.
Ignored? Well, in that dress you're wearing, you'd be pretty hard to ignore.
Oh, well, it's not that skimpy. Well, it's the latest thing.
Oh, it's fine, Kitty. It's fine. Oh, I don't know, Kitty. I guess I'm just kind of down this evening.
Oh, trouble?
Not yet, but I just got a feeling there's going to be.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's just a hunch.
Well, why don't you go get your fortune told? There's a band of gypsies in town.
Oh? How did you know?
Some of them were in here. Not drinking or anything, just looking around.
Oh, is that so?
Did you know young Danny Leeds has got himself a gypsy girl? As pretty as a picture. I saw him in the restaurant.
Tell me, Kitty, is she still in town?
Well, she was a couple of hours ago. Why, Matt? Something wrong?
Oh, no, I guess not. I suppose he ought to have a chance to find at least one thing for himself in this world. Old Cater's never let him call a breath his own.
I like Danny. He's a good boy. But that Cater...
Well, sod busting's a rough life, Kitty. Makes a man either mean or wise, or else it kills him. So far, it's just made Cater mean.
Oh, he was born that way, Matt. All he's got in the world is his son. You'd think he'd treat him decent.
Mr. Dillon, you better come on over to the depot.
Oh, what is it, Chester?
Danny Leach's been hurting real bad. He's unconscious.
Huh? All right, I'll meet you there. You go get Doc. How is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll be all right, Matt. Just been beat up a little. He had a bad whack on the head there. Oh, well, he's coming around. Wake up, lad. Come on now, boy. You can't sleep forever. Anybody know how it happened?
No, the station agent come out and seen him laying there.
That's it. Come on, Danny, man. Back to the world of the living.
What is it? Huh? What happened?
Well, that's what I was about to ask you, Danny. What did happen?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just waiting here till train time. Where is she? Huh? Where's Naomi?
Easy now, boy.
They took her.
Who took her, Nanny?
The gypsies. She said they would. She said they would if we didn't get away in time.
What's she mean, gypsy?
Well, later, Doc, later. Go on, Danny.
We was aiming to leave, going to Kansas City. I got tickets on the train.
Oh, you're not in any shape to travel, son.
Yeah. We got here early. Stayed right down here at the end of the platform, out of sight. Naomi was scared. She said it was going to end bad. She was right. We was aiming to get married in Kansas City, Marshal.
I'm sorry, Danny.
They come out of the shadows there. 8 or 10 of them. Next thing I knowed, they grabbed Naomi. They come at me with knives. Then one of them hit me from behind. Yeah, that's all I know. Let me go, Doc.
Oh, you're in no condition to be standing up, Danny.
I never have stood up, Doc.
Here, boy.
Let go. I didn't stand up when they come and took her. I didn't lift a hand.
You couldn't have done anything, Danny.
Maybe Paul's right. If you want anything, if you want to keep it, you got to hit out at anybody that gets close. Hit him first. That's the way Pa thinks.
And he's hated for it, Danny. He hasn't got a friend in the world.
Well, what have I got? The only thing I ever wanted. The only person that ever thought I amounted to something. And I let them come and take her back without even fighting for her.
Why don't you go over to your room and rest a while, Danny?
Go to bed without my supper? Is that what you mean?
Oh, now, Danny,
And what are you all gaping at? Ain't you ever never seen a coward before?
Take it easy now, Danny.
I gotta get out of here, Marshal. I gotta get out of here before I bust wide open.
Cussing train's pulling out right on time for once.
Yeah. It's too bad this happened. Danny and that girl might have got on fine.
What girl are you talking about, Matt? I'd like to know what's going on here once in a while, too.
Hey, what's the idea? Come back here. Marshal, you see that?
See what, mister?
That young fella, the one that was hurt, he grabbed my gun out of my holster and lit out on that horse like the old Nick was after him.
Let's get our horses, Chester.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, and yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And when you're taking Stillwater, you get with it Oklahoma State University, because the town is the university, and the university is the town. And any student from these parts who's really serious about animal husbandry, veterinary medicine, or engineering will be there. He'll likely belong to Sigma Nu, or maybe be a Beta. And she'll become one of the KKGs, or possibly pledge to Theta. His bright new blazer is from Bates Brothers down at the end of University Avenue in the campus corner. And her latest mod is from Bonnie's in the Student Union. Downtown's a 10-minute walk. And you can't miss the new First National Bank, because it's right across Maine from the old. About 10 miles out, you can water ski on Lake Carl Blackwell, or go somewhat farther to O'Keene for the annual rattlesnake hunt. But if your hometown is Stillwater, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you it's still there.
But them gypsies has pulled out, Mr. Dillon. They broke camp and pulled out.
Yeah. But I guess that business at the depot got them spooked. But I'd have bet anything that this is where Danny was heading.
Maybe we passed him somewhere between here and Dodge. Somebody's over there, Mr. Dillon. In the shadows under them trees there.
Yeah. Hey, Danny, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Marshal.
Come on, Chester.
Clear, it's blacker than the inside of a cow around here. A fella could fall right smack into that pond.
Yeah.
You come out to wet nurse me back to town, Marshal?
Well, you're saying that, Danny. I'm not.
I guess you can see for yourself. They pulled out. Gone.
Yeah, they sure have.
I'm going after him, Marshal. I'll find them if it takes me 10 years.
Now, don't be a fool, Danny.
Oh, that's what I've been all right, but I ain't now. She didn't want to go, Marshal. They took her against her will, and I'm going after her.
Danny, they'd kill her before they'd let her marry an outsider. That's the way gypsies are.
Maybe I can change their minds. Pa's way. Talking over the sights of a gun.
Yeah, but his way's not yours, Danny, and you're better off it's not.
It's got him everything he wanted.
Has it?
There ain't no use arguing about it, Marshal. And you got no right to stop me.
I wasn't figuring to stop you, Danny. Not that way.
Well, then I'll be riding out, Marshal. I'll try to cover the trail. The longer they go, the harder it's going to be to find.
Get out. I seen the flash, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. He's over there in that brush. Chester, when I fire, you'll roll away fast, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Some of them gypsies must have stayed behind.
Yeah, maybe.
Is Danny over there with you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Yeah, he's here, Chester.
Get on out of there, you thieving varmints, or you'll get more of the same.
It's old Cater.
Yeah.
There's a posse of 100 of us out here in the brush.
Cater, it's Matt Dillon.
Marshal?
Put that rifle down and come on out.
Sure, Marshal. I got no fight with you. What happened to them gypsies?
They pulled out. Maybe you ought to check on it before you started shooting.
Well, I heard horses and talk, and I naturally figured it was them. Don't plague me about it, Marshal. I paid for it good and proper.
What do you mean?
You're a pretty good shot in the dark. You put a bullet right through my arm.
Now, you're a better shot, Cater. You put one right through your son's head. Yeah, you paid for it, all right.
When it comes to political terminology, I guess that old character Elijah Cuddlestone has used it all. For instance, and I say that all of them, every man Jack and nominated to run against me is cast in the same mold, poured out of the same bottle, chips off of the same political stump. There's no choice among them, that is. Fact is, I say that it's a fact that you'll see them ring in a dark horse candidate. A dark horse, that is, because they can't make up their minds otherwise, is what I mean. Well, dark horse, in the political sense in which Elijah used it, means pretty much as he explained it. An unexpected nominee brought in to break a deadlocked balloting for a candidate from among the leading nominees. Presidents Polk, Pierce, Garfield, and Harding were dark horses. Originally, dark horse was a racing term for a horse whose abilities were kept in the dark until displayed in the race.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
double-barreled action for you this week. Tonight, Gunsmoke. Saturday night, Gunsmoke again. At the end of tonight's show, I'll give you the details.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, it seems like we've been riding with that cottonwood grove the last 2 hours.
Well, that's because you started thinking about it before you even saw it, Chester.
It's water I've been thinking about. I won't never make it to Dodge without water.
You'll make it.
Not saying I won't.
Wait a minute, Chester. Look over there.
Who are they? What are they doing in there?
Well, the man on the paint horse is Bill Pence, Emmett Bauer's foreman. The other two must be riders of his.
Yeah, but that kid they've got... Look, his hands is tied behind his back.
They haven't seen us yet, Chester. Let's ride closer.
What's Pence taking down his rope for? Well, Mr. Dillon, you know what they're doing?
Yeah, only they're not going to do it.
They've seen us now.
Hello, Pence.
What are you doing out here, Marshal?
I'm on my way into Dodge. Does Bowers know what's going on out here?
Marshal, I'm foreman of this outfit. Emmett Bowers don't question how I handle things.
Whose horse is that kid sitting on?
What?
The boy there. Is that his horse?
Well, yeah, it's his horse. Why?
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go untie his hands.
Here, wait a minute.
Go
Marshal.
on, Chester. And if anybody interferes with you, I'll shoot him.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
You're making trouble, Marshal.
Pence, you know me. You know I won't stand for lynching. And you know I'll kill you if I have to.
Yeah, I think you would. But this still ain't none of your business, Marshal. I caught that boy
I don't care
to
what
run
you
off.
caught him trying to do. I'm taking him into Dodge, and if you want to ride in and make your charges against him legally, you'll be there. And you can thank your luck I came by here before you got your own neck in a noose. Because I'd have caught you for this, Pence, and I'd have followed you to California for it. Now, you get out of here. All three of you. Oh, morning, Chester.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
How's the boy this morning?
Fine. Except he's wondering when you're going to turn him loose.
Well, I saw Emmett Bowers and Bill Pence riding up the street when I came in. Maybe we'll learn the truth about all this now.
The boy swears he ain't lying.
Yeah, maybe he isn't. Now, here they come.
Marshal Dillon. Chester.
Morning, Mr. Bowers.
Hello, Bowers. Pence.
I told Mr. Bowers the whole story, Marshal.
Did you?
You did, Marshal.
what you called a lynching wasn't going to be no lynching at all.
No?
No. It was just a hanging. Pence and them 2 riders of mine caught that fella trying to run off a bunch of my cattle. That's cattle thieving, Marshal, and where I come from, that's a hanging offense.
The law, Bowers. The law decides who hangs and who doesn't.
The law is too slow. Now, cow thieves has got to be hung when you catch
I
them.
told you yesterday, Pence, you lynch anybody out there and I'll come after you. I don't care what you call it. No, I'm not going to argue about this, gentlemen.
We'll worry about that later. Right now, I want to know what you're going to do with that thief.
Well, I haven't decided yet, Bowers. But I'll tell you what he told me.
I ain't interested in what he told you.
Listen anyway. He said he didn't steal any cows, and what's more, he wasn't going to.
Well, that's a lie, Marshal. Me and the men watched him cut 15 head out.
And then did he leave him and start to ride away, or didn't he?
Oh, well, sure, he started to ride away. He either seen this or he was coming back and drive him off at night, one or the other.
He says he changed his mind. He realized he couldn't do it even though he started to.
You believe a thieving kid rather than a man like Bill Pence, Marshal?
I don't know who I believe yet, Bowers.
Let's get out of here, Pence.
Yes, sir.
Marshal Dillon, I'll be mighty interested in what you decide to do about this. So will every other cattleman I know of.
I want to talk to that boy, Chester.
He's right back there waiting. Oh, Marshal.
Unlock the cell, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You said your name's Steve Elser. Is that true?
I got no reason to lie about my name, Marshal.
Well, where are you from?
San Juan Mountains, Marshal, over in Colorado.
What are you doing in Kansas?
I'm 18. I figured it was time to leave home.
Why?
I'd have killed my pa, or he'd have killed me if I'd stayed.
Yeah.
He ain't let me sleep in the house since I was 10, Marshal. Sometimes he don't even let my ma sleep in the house.
Why not?
Oh, nothing my pa does makes much sense. I think he got his brains knocked loose about 10 years back. Time a grizzly bear slapped him in the head. It most likely killed him, and I wished it had.
I see. Tell me about those cattle of Emmett Bowers, Elser. You admit you started to steal them.
Oh, shucks, I'd have never done it, Marshal. Not really. I was just kind of seeing how easy it'd be.
Well, you found out. Pence and his riders were watching you the whole time.
I know. They told me.
Well, there's one thing about you. At least you don't carry a gun.
Maybe I'd better.
No. Look, Elser, I believe you. And I'm going to turn you loose. But on one condition.
What's that?
That you get a job. Work at it. Prove you're honest. I'm going to give you a week to find one.
Oh, Marshal, I've been working all my life. I'm tired.
I'll give you a week, Elser. And if you don't have a job by then, you're going to have to leave the country.
Who do you like in the World Series? New York Giants? Cleveland Indians? Well, I guess that question is on everybody's mind right about now. Of course, the series starts Wednesday at New York's famous Polo Grounds. Then the action moves to Cleveland's great municipal stadium. You fans who have been to these great ballparks know they have one thing in common. The giant Chesterfield scoreboard signs, which instantly flash the official scorer's decision. It's a hit. Yes, sir, as the big signs say, Chesterfield's a hit with baseball fans everywhere, with millions of smokers around the country. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette. Whether you enjoy the World Series at the ballpark, on TV or radio, there's one thing for sure. You'll enjoy it much more with Chesterfield. In the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. Buy Chesterfield King Size or Chesterfield Regular, both at the same price in most places. Get a carton today.
Evening, Matt.
Oh, sit down, Doc.
Oh, thank you, Matt. My. The street looks pretty quiet tonight.
Oh, it's early yet, Doc.
Oh, see, Chester was telling me about that boy, Elser.
Yeah. I hope I was right turning him loose this morning.
Well, Matt, it sounds to me like he's one of those fellows that's just about to go bad. A push one way or the other can make the whole difference.
Well, I guess it's worth a chance, Doc.
Yeah, most all of us have had a little help somewhere along the way. Otherwise, there'd be nothing but thieves and crooks walking around. I bet you did, Matt. Or you wouldn't be trying to help this boy.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, anyway, he didn't steal those cows.
No, but he came a lot closer to it than a man should, Doc.
Mr. Dillon? Yeah. Oh, hello, Doc.
Good evening, Chester.
You better step into the Oliver Gardens, Mr. Dillon. Pence is in there about to have a fight with young Elser.
What?
Not a gunfight. Elser ain't armed. But he's making Pence awful mad.
I will see you later, Doc.
So long, Matt.
What's Elser up to, Chester?
Well, sir, he's been bragging to Pence about his not getting to hang him, about not being in jail and all. It ain't improving Pence's temper none.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John. Is Elser drunk?
He's been drinking, but he ain't drunk.
Well, he won't find a job hanging around saloons.
No, sir. Over there at the bar, Mr. Dillon.
Now, you just shut up and get yourself out of here, little thief. I ain't a thief. I ain't a murderer either, Pence. Oh, I told you for the last time, Elser.
All right, that's enough, Pence. Don't kick him.
Well, then throw him in jail where he belongs, Marshal. I just ain't going to listen to his talk.
You don't have to. I'll handle him.
You'll handle him. He sure done fine so far. Hit me. I'll kill you for this, Pence.
Shut up, Elser. Now get up on your feet.
I didn't hurt you, but I sure will next time. And there won't be no marshal around to nurse you, Elser.
I didn't come to Dodge to get kicked around. Not no more. Not never.
You ain't even got half of what's coming to you, kid.
Leave him alone, Pence. Now, you, Elser, I told you to go find a job, you remember?
A job? It's a gun I'm going to find me. He wouldn't have hit me if I'd been carrying a gun.
You start wearing a gun and I'll throw it in the Arkansas and you went after it. Come over here a minute. I'm giving you a chance to make good, Elser, but it's not going to last forever. Now you get out of here and start doing something about it. The next day, I had to go up to Fort Larned on government business. But before I left, I talked to a couple of ranchers who were in town about hiring on Steve Elser. However, they'd heard about him and said I was making a big mistake trying to help a boy that was headed for the end of a rope. Well, I argued with them, but it was no use. And I decided I'd try to find him a job in town to start with. I was gone 2 days, and the night I got back, I went over to the Texas Trail looking for Chester. He wasn't there, but Kitty was.
I saw Chester about an hour ago, Matt. He didn't expect you back till tomorrow.
It didn't take as much time as I thought, Kitty. Tell me about things here, huh?
Well, nobody's been shot or hung I know of. There's one thing I don't like, though.
Oh, what's that, Kitty?
You know Ben Hander?
For one reason or another, I've thrown Ben Hander in jail at least 10 times.
Well, he and Steve Elser have been running together the last couple of days.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's mighty poor company for Elser.
I think you're wasting your time trying to help that kid, Matt. As much as I admire your reason.
He isn't wearing a gun, is he?
Not so far.
I don't like this, Kitty. Could be that all Ben Hander needs to get into real trouble's a partner. Somebody just like Elser who'll kind of look up to him, egg him on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping the boy had done something about finding a job.
Maybe you've been too easy on him, Matt.
I've done what I thought was right, Kitty.
I know.
Bill Pence been around, or Bowers?
No, but I heard Bowers has spread it all over the country how the law turned a cow thief loose.
Oh, sure, I expected that.
Well, you can't blame people for wondering about it.
No, but I can sure blame Bowers for backing up Pence on a lynching. If he's going to talk about the law, why doesn't he start with that?
Matt.
What?
Look around. Headed for the bar.
Yeah. I'm going to have a talk with him, Kitty. I'll see you later.
Sure.
Hello, Elser.
Oh, Marshal. I heard you was out of town.
I got back tonight.
You gonna buy us a drink, Marshal?
Not likely, Hander.
That ain't very friendly.
You found a job yet, Elser?
No. No, I ain't.
You been looking?
Oh, some.
Where?
Here and there.
Where?
Oh, it's no use, Marshal. First man I asked said nobody'd hire me. Anyway, there's no lawman's got to have a job.
You got to have one.
Lay off him, Marshal. He ain't done nothing.
Of course ain't. Why is everybody always kicking me around?
Oh, you think that's what I'm doing?
Everybody is. Makes me ashamed. Nobody'll trust me.
Elser, I'll help you find a job tomorrow. Around Dodge somewhere.
But I told you nobody...
People will trust you as soon as you prove to them that they can.
No, they won't. Besides, I don't want no job. I just don't want one.
There's no other way, Elser. You find a job by tomorrow night or get out.
No, you can't do that. You give him a week before...
I changed my mind, Hunter, since he's met you.
What's that got to do with it?
You're no good. And sooner or later, he'll be in trouble. So he's got to move faster now.
You got no right to talk that way about me, Marshal.
Why not? Well, why not?
Oh, leave him be, Marshal. Leave me be, too. I'll make out all right. I always do.
Oh, you made out fine in that cottonwood grove, Elser. So far, you're not doing much better here. Now, you come see me tomorrow night and you have a job. And if you think I don't mean what I say, you ask Hander here. He knows me.
Today, one-way cigarettes, one size, that is, are almost obsolete because they just don't give smokers what they want. Either way, you'll like Chesterfield best. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette because only Chesterfield gives you the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine, best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. You smoke with the greatest possible pleasure when your cigarette is Chesterfield. Yes, these 6 words, highest in quality, low in nicotine, mean Chesterfield is best for you. Get a carton of Chesterfield. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size, both at the same price in most places. This is the best, Chesterfield. And the time to change, today.
Maybe Kitty was right about my being too easy on young Elser. But as I found out next day, being hard on him didn't work any better. I just had breakfast at a little Mexican place at the edge of town, and I was walking back into the plaza when I noticed a small crowd in front of the Overland Express Company. I started across to find out what was going on when Chester spotted me and came running over.
He shot him, Mr. Dillon. He shot the clerk in there.
Who shot him?
Ben Hander. He tried to hold the place up about 10 minutes ago.
Well, where is he? Did he get away?
Well, they say some men chased him down to the OK stable, and they've got him trapped in there.
All right, come on.
I talked to the clerk. Doc's with him now. There was Ben Hander alone, Mr. Dillon. Elser wasn't with him.
Huh. He got any money?
No, sir. Some men heard shooting, come running across the plaza right away, and Hander got scared and left.
I wonder where the boy is.
Nobody ain't seen him I talked to.
Yeah. How bad's the clerk, Chester?
Oh, he took one bullet in the shoulder. It's going to hurt some, but it won't kill him. Look, there they are, Mr. Dillon. 4 or 5 of them, looks like, spread out around the stable area. I guess they must be waiting for you.
Good.
Hey, that one right there, ain't that Bill Pence?
Yeah, it is. Pence? Hey, Bill Pence.
Yeah. Well, we got him, Marshal. He's in that stable there. No way for him to leave without getting shot.
Okay. I want you and the other men to stay where you are, Pence. I'll go in after him.
Well, he's armed, Marshal.
Sure.
We could set fire to the place.
What, with horses in there?
Oh, I forgot about them.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Wait here till I yell for you, huh?
Well, Mr. Dillon, if it's okay, I'd like to come up to the door with you.
All right, sure. If he gets past us, Pence, shoot him.
We sure will, Marshal.
That door swings out, Chester. Now that you're here, you can pull it open, but stay behind it. I'll go in alone.
Okay, sir.
Hander? Hander! It's Marshal Dillon.
You stay where you are, Marshal.
You can't get away, Hander. There are 5 men waiting out here for you. Now, don't be a fool. That clerk you shot isn't hurt bad. If you try to run now, you'll die for it.
I didn't kill him?
No. I'm coming in, Hander. It won't do you any good to shoot me, Hunter, so you might as well give up. Now, you take your choice. You go to prison for a few years or die this morning.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I'm quitting.
All right, then walk up here with your hands in the air.
I'm coming. Here you go, kid.
What's that? Who you talking to?
It's me, Marshal. Elser.
What? Then you come out with your hands up, too, Elser.
We're coming.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Come on in here. All right, that's far enough, you two. Stand right there.
Elser, so you was in on this?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't anywhere near that express office.
He's wearing a gun.
I got a right to wear a gun just like any other man.
He had nothing to do with that robbery, Marshal. Clerk and those men that followed me here can tell you that.
He was waiting here with your horses.
You can't prove that, Marshal.
Why are you standing up for him, Hunter?
He's a good boy. People let him alone.
I ain't done a thing.
Chester, take Hunter's gun.
Yes, sir. I got it, Mr. Dillon. What about Elser?
No, leave him alone. Step over here, Hunter. Elser?
What, Marshal?
I still think you were waiting here to get away with Hunter. But he's right about it being hard to prove.
I ain't done a thing, Marshal.
No, but you would have. Anyway, I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm taking Hunter to jail now, and while I'm doing it, I want you to get out of Dodge. For good. And don't come back.
Kicking me around again, ain't you?
I've done all I can for you, Elsa. There's nothing more I can do. You're on your own now. All right, Hunter, you know where the jail is. Start walking.
Sure, Marshal. So long, kid.
Let's go, Hunter.
Mr. on you, Mr. Dillon. He was going to shoot you in the back.
He dead?
He died before he hit the ground, Hander. I could see it from where I was standing.
Thanks for warning me, Chester.
I was just starting to follow you, and I seen him move out of the corner of my eye.
I had a feeling he might try it.
You did?
That's why I was half ready for it. Anyway, it's the first time I've been right about him. I sure guessed wrong up till now.
But it was worth it, Mr. Dillon. Trying to help him, I mean.
No, not him, Chester. It was already too late to help him. I should have known that.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two important pieces of news for you. First, as of this Saturday night, October 2nd, Gunsmoke goes back to its original time, where you discovered it and liked it. That's 8 p.m. in most cities, this Saturday and every Saturday. Second, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Perry Como will bring you an exciting new program with all of radio and TV's top tunes. That starts next Monday night, October the 4th at 9 p.m. So remember, Gunsmoke every Saturday night, Como every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. They're both on CBS Radio. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Lawrence Dobkin, Joe Cranston, and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again this coming Saturday as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
L&M filters are sweeping the country, and the reason's simple. No filter compares with L&M's exclusive Miracle Tip for quality or for effectiveness. And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes, only L&M gives you effective filtration, and no other cigarette has it. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Buy L&M's, now king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Remember, a week from tonight, hear the great new Perry Como Show, on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And this coming Saturday, hear Gunsmoke, both over CBS Radio.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Chester?
Well, what's got there?
A mail. I stopped by the depot after breakfast.
Looks like it's mostly circulars.
Yeah, it is.
Them Pinkerton people sure keep themselves busy sending circulars around, don't they?
Well, if there weren't so many thieves and murderers, the Pinkertons wouldn't keep busy.
No, that's a fact. Can I look through this batch?
Let's get rid of those two prisoners first, huh?
They're mighty surly this morning, Mr. Dillon.
No? I'll bring them in.
Yes, sir. All right, you boys have repented and saw the evil of your ways. The law's ready to forgive you.
Don't be smart.
Still got some fight left, huh?
You'll find out.
Well, go on in the office and fight the marshal. I didn't throw you in jail.
You're an awful rough lawman.
Oh? You got a headache?
There's no call to try to bust our skulls open with that gun of yours.
What's your name, mister? You were too drunk to tell me last night.
Jim Cando.
Uh-huh. Yours?
Lee Binders.
How long you been in Dodge?
We come on the Santa Fe yesterday.
You planning to stay?
I'm not so sure after the welcome you give us.
Look, Cando, you were drunk and trying to pick a fight with everybody you saw. I probably saved you from getting killed. Or getting hanged.
You didn't have to buffalo me. I wasn't doing nothing. What'd you throw me in jail for?
Good luck.
Huh?
And because you're Cando's friend.
That don't make sense.
No? Maybe this does. Any more trouble out of either one of you, and I'm going to run you both out of Dodge.
You sure keep a tight town, Marshal.
Good. You've learned that much. Here. Here are your guns. Now take them and get out.
You're pretty sure of yourself, Marshal. There are two of us, and your jailer ain't armed.
I expect you're a killer, Cando, but you talk too much for a real gunman. Now go on, get out of here.
Come on, Cando, I'm hungry.
You're going to get killed someday, Marshal. I'll be real glad about it.
Mean, ain't he?
He isn't an ordinary drunk, Chester. There's something worse than that about him.
Oh, he's kind of shifty, all right. He don't look a man in the eye. He was staring at them circulars on your desk more than he was looking at you.
Well, there'll be a circular on him before he's through.
One thing, Cando's the boss of that pair. That doggone Binders don't seem very bright to me.
You know, if it took brains to start trouble, Dodge would be as peaceful a town as Boston.
I never been to Boston.
No? Now, where did you go?
That's too long a ride for me.
A lazy man like you will never see the world, Chester.
Well, you're forgetting I'm also poor.
Well, I keep telling you to save your money.
You know, I just don't seem to hang on to it long enough to save any, Mr. Dillon.
Don't worry about it, Chester. I'll see that you get a decent burying when the time comes. Here, you can look through these wanted circulars now. I got a letter to write.
Thank you. Oh, my. This is the one ugliest man I ever laid eyes on. He's new out on William Bonney. He wanted it. Whoa!
What?
Mr. Dillon!
What's the matter, Chester?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, what is it?
Here, take a look.
Jim Cando.
It's him for sure, ain't it?
Yeah, and he didn't even bother to change his name.
I didn't read what he's wanted for.
Name, James Cando. Alias, none. Nativity, United States. Occupation, highwayman and murderer. Charged with stage robbery and murder near Denver. Took driver, prisoner, and cut his throat. Act committed with help of unknown accomplice. Sent information to William A. Pinkerton, Chicago.
No wonder he was staring at them circlers. I must have known there'd be one on him.
Yeah. And I had him right here in jail.
Well, if he's smart, he's probably on his way out of town already.
Well, let's go find out, Chester.
Will we try the depot next, Mr. Dillon?
There's no train for a couple of hours, Chester.
Well, they were still in jail when the stage left, so they must have walked.
We haven't looked everywhere.
No, sir. But they sure skipped breakfast, unless they're eating in their room somewhere.
Wait a minute.
What?
They're coming out of the stable over there.
Well, what's he got 2 horses for?
Now, one of them's for Binders. He's probably picking up supplies. You stay here.
Yes, sir.
Now, what do you want, Marshal?
You won't get very far on that horse, Cando. He's spabbing.
Don't matter none. I'm renting him cheap.
Oh, you didn't buy him?
Why should I buy him?
You ride off on a rented horse, and I'll be after you for horse thieving, too.
I don't steal horses, Marshal. But what do you mean, too?
Murder.
You gone crazy?
Was Binders your partner?
Somebody's been putting ideas in your head, Marshal.
Yeah, William Pinkerton.
Maybe I better get off this horse. Now, what's this you're talking about, Marshal?
I'm arresting you for murder, Cando.
Marshal, why do you think I got off that horse? Down here on my feet.
To try to bluff me?
You think I'm bluffing?
It's like I said in the office. You talk too much for a gunman. You're nothing but a cutthroat, Cando. Now, I'll take that gun.
Take it. What do I care? You can't keep me in jail.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Cando's changed his mind about leaving town. Take these horses back to the stable.
Did you get him locked up, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, he's not very happy about it.
I just run into Lee Binders. He's coming to see Cando in a minute.
I wish I could lock him up, too.
Sure is a good thing I looked through them wanted circulars, ain't it?
Huh? Yeah, you get the credit, Chester.
Yes, sir. Well, I try to keep my eyes open. I don't let very much slip past me. At least I try not.
Marshal.
Yeah.
I gotta talk to him, Marshal.
Okay, Binders. I'll go with you.
Yes, sir. I sure don't miss much in them circles. I watch the close.
You got a visitor, Cando.
How'd you know I was here, Binders?
Chester told me.
Did he tell you why?
They got a circler on you.
That circular's lying. I ain't been near Denver.
How'd you know it said Denver, Cando? You didn't see it.
Well, wherever it was supposed to be.
What happened? Did Binders hold the driver while you cut his throat, or was it the other way around?
It didn't say nothing about me.
It said Cando had a partner.
They can't prove it was me.
No, I guess they can't.
Binders?
Yeah?
I want out of here.
Well, sure, Cando. Well, what can I do?
I ain't gonna stay here. You understand what I mean?
Sure, I understand.
Then do something about it.
Well, give me time, Candle.
You've had enough time, Binders.
Oh, sure, Marshal, sure. I'll be back, Candle.
You better be.
So long. Well, thanks, Marshal. So long.
My Kendo sure sounded mad at him, Mr. Dillon. What I heard.
He was threatening him, Chester.
What about?
He was telling Binders to get him out of jail or he'll start talking.
You mean about Binders being his accomplice?
Yeah.
Well, you think he'll try to bust him out of jail?
Well, he's got to. Or he'll end up in jail himself.
Yeah. And all because of me. Huh.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
I've been waiting long, Matt.
No, that's okay, Doc.
Well, a man came in with a bad tooth. I didn't have the heart to make him wait until after we'd had dinner.
Oh, did you pull it?
I pulled 3 of them.
Oh, poor fellow.
Oh, poor fellow. No, he sat there and he drank a pint of Tanglefoot whiskey before he'd even let me look at him. Where we go to eat? At Delmonico's?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, it's nice day, isn't it? Oh, did Cando get out of jail yet?
No, not yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, give him time. Binders has only had a couple of days to work on it.
We're ready for him.
How?
I hired 2 shotgun guards to sit outside in front, 1 in back.
Say, you're taking this real serious, aren't you, man?
Just as serious as they are. They're playing for their lives, Doc. Both of them.
Yeah. Well, here we are.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Ah, there's Kitty. Shall we join her?
Sure. Hello, Kitty. You waiting for somebody?
No, sit down.
Thank you. Oh, my. You'll get a free meal for putting up with us, Kitty.
You think I didn't have that in mind, Doc?
You finished or you just starting?
Oh, I'm having this coffee, Matt.
Oh, that's not good for you. You should eat something, Kitty.
I don't worry about getting sick. I'm a friend of the local doctor.
No. I'm serious, Kitty. Honest. No.
I had a big breakfast about 10 o'clock, Doc.
Oh, well, that's all right then. Okay.
Where's Chester?
He's at the jail, Kitty. One or the other of us stays there 24 hours a day now.
Seems to me if you took the key to Candle's cell and threw it away, that's all you'd have to do. Take forever for somebody to saw him out.
Well, I've hid the key. Even Chester doesn't know where it is.
You don't trust Chester?
No, I want to protect him, Kitty, if he's the one who's there when it happens.
Oh, I see.
I don't know why you go to so much trouble, Matt. Binders doesn't impress me as much of a man.
No, both of them are more weasel than lion, Doc. Did I tell you how they killed that man in Colorado?
Cut his throat.
They ought to hang.
Well, if he does raid the jail, Binders is going to need help.
Say, that reminds me, Matt.
What?
You know Jack Haney?
Jack Haney?
He's in town. Binders was having a drink with him over at the Long Branch a while ago.
He was?
Uh-huh.
Who's Jack Haney?
He's a gunman, Doc. From Abilene.
Oh, so that's the help Binders has been waiting for.
Well, I'm going to go find out right now.
He's probably got a room at the Dodge House, Matt.
Well, I'll try it, Kitty. Order me a steak, Doc. If I don't get back, you can eat it. Who is it? Marshal Dillon, Haney. Open up.
Hello, Marshal. I didn't say to come in.
What are you doing in Dodge, Haney?
Something wrong, Marshal?
There might be.
I've never caused any trouble here.
No, not yet. What are you here for now?
Nothing, Marshal. Man needs a change of scenery now and then. I'll be going back to Abilene in a few days.
Uh-huh. Lee Binders hire you?
Who's Lee Binders?
Don't lie to me, Haney. You know him.
Okay, I know him. I had a drink with him. I know a lot of people.
I said, did he hire you?
What would he hire me for?
I ought to run you out of town right now.
But you won't.
What?
I know you, Marshal. You don't like being high-handed. Man's got to do something before you'll jump him. And I ain't done a thing.
You're smart, Haney. But you just remember something.
What's that?
Jim Cando's going to stay in jail. And if you try to get him out, you're going to get torn apart with buckshot. And that's a pretty bad way to die.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobacco?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Talking to Jack Haney was a waste of time. But at least I learned for sure that he was working for Lee Binders. After that, there was nothing to do but wait. I heard from Pinkerton, and he said that it'd be a couple of weeks before he could send a man down after Cando. It turned out that there was a reward posted for him, $1,000. Well, that was fine. Unless you were a peace officer. The reward didn't include lawmen. A couple of days passed, and then one night I went down to the jail to spell Chester. I said hello to the two guards in front, and then I went inside. But the office was empty. Chester.
Mr. Dillon?
Don't move, Marshal.
What?
Yeah? Haven't a chance. I'll take your gun. Okay, Binders. I got him.
They made me answer you, Mr. Dillon. They'd have shot me if I hadn't.
That's okay, Chester. I had to come back here anyway.
Oh, get up, Binders. I want to get out of this place.
Don't get jumpy, Kando. Everything's going fine.
I've been in this cell long enough.
Calm down, I tell you.
I'll calm down once I'm out of here.
I'm doing everything I can. Now shut up.
You said that once too often, Binders.
For a man locked up in a cage, you talk mighty big.
Get me out of here!
You two quit arguing and we'll get this done.
Did you kill the guard out back, Haney?
Hit him on the head. Might have killed him.
They had Kando yell for me, Mr. Dillon. I walked right into him.
Kando's still locked up, Chester. Don't worry about it.
Where's the key to that cell, Marshal?
Chester claims he don't know where it's hid.
He doesn't know, Binders.
Well, it's a good thing you come along.
Oh? Is it?
Quit fooling around. Find that key, Marshal.
You men are no closer to getting Kando out of this jail than if you were over at the Long Branch having a drink.
Where's that key?
You'll never find it.
Tell me, Marshal. Go on. Tell me.
No.
Shoot him, Haney.
What do you think the guards out front will do when they hear us shot?
Cut his throat, Binders. They can't hear that.
Go ahead, Binders. Get it over with.
You're gonna find that key, Marshal?
No.
Then I'm gonna kill you.
Don't be a fool. I'm the only man in the world knows where that key is.
Wait, Binders. He's right. But I got an idea.
What?
There's a piece of rope back there. Go get it.
Okay. What are you gonna do with it, Haney?
Chester, get over by them bars on Kando's cell. Go on. Now turn around. Face this way. Give me the rope, Binders.
Here.
Here you are, Kando. What'll I do with this? Hang him.
Well, I...
Hang him? Put the rope around his neck and over that crossbar. Go ahead. Well, Marshal, how do you like this? Staring at him ain't gonna save his life. Want to find that key?
Mr. Dillon,
Yeah. What, Chester?
I'm okay. I ain't scared.
Good.
I'm ready. Don't tell them nothing.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay.
Hang him, Kando.
You heard him, Haney. It won't do you any good to hang him.
Go on, Kando.
Wait till I get a good hold on here. Okay. Here goes.
Wait, Haney!
In the other room. Stop!
Guard!
What's going on, Marshal?
Watch that door.
I'll kill you, Marshal. Up and do it.
My scattergun tore him half in two.
Give me your 6-gun.
Yeah. Here.
Yeah. I'm going in there after Binders. You men run around back and hurry.
Come on, Jim.
All right, throw your gun out, Binders. You're trapped. Throw it out now.
I give up, Marshal. There's my gun. I give up.
You okay, Chester?
Yes, sir. He let me go as soon as you went through the door, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, good.
Oh, you took an awful chance jumping Haney that way.
Well, he's dead now. And these two soon will be.
What are you saying, Marshal? You still got nothing on me, except for this.
Kando,
What?
cell binders here.
Tell him what?
You gonna hang alone?
No. I sure ain't.
Yeah, you see what I mean, Binders? All right, lock him up, Chester.
Yes, sir, but where's the key?
It's hanging on the wall right there by Kando's cell.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. When you try L&M's, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. With L&M's pure white miracle tip, you enjoy all the taste. Try L&M's today. You'll like them.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Paul Dubov, Clayton Post, James Nusser, and Joe Cranston. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield, smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio show. Harry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listing. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, the United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
In a world of doubting Thomases decades ago, it never would have been possible for stars to shine in the daytime. But in this day and atomic age, anything's possible. Thus, it's not only possible, but a fact that only on stations of the CBS radio network, stars do indeed shine in the daytime. And they're stars of the first magnitude, one and all. You'll find them illuminating an entire segment of your daytime listening every Monday through Friday. These stars have all been named by celestial authority vested in their forebears. Those names are Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Bing Crosby, Rosemary Clooney, Gary Moore, and Durwood Kirby. You won't find them in your book of the planets and stars, but no compendium of show business luminaries would be complete without them. Monday through Friday, your radio set is your personal telescope on this star-studded display. On your CBS radio station. To list them once again, Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney in tandem, and Gary Moore and Durwood Kirby. Enjoy them often.
Stay still so somebody could get at you. Doggone bee buzzing around his head all day, get out of the body's brain. Oh, God, no luck.
No, a sting doesn't do him any good either, Chuck.
Oh, Mr. Dillon. Well, I tell you, I'd as soon get stung as listen to all that buzzing.
Well, let him sting you then and get it over with.
No, Mr. Dillon, I can't rightly do that.
Why don't you try opening the window?
No, I just closed it. That's how he got in the first place.
All right.
Oh, my goodness. Flew right out that window.
He was trying to get out all the time, Chester.
Well, now, you can't be too sure of that, Mr. Dillon. Why, I've known bees to just absolutely ignore, well, Miss Church.
Hello, Chester. Matt.
Hello, Samantha. Come on and sit down.
Here's chair, man.
Thank you. Matt, I need your help.
Sure, Samantha. What can I do?
Well, it's George.
George? Is he in some kind of trouble?
That's what I don't know. He ain't come home since day before yesterday.
Home from where?
Home from right here in Dodge. He rode in from the ranch Monday morning, and I ain't seen him since.
That doesn't sound like George. Staying away 2 nights?
No, Matt, it don't. I didn't worry too much about the first night. Man has a right to do some celebrating every now and then, but...
Samantha, was he celebrating something special?
Was mighty special to us, Matt. He just worked the place free and clear. We sold our first big stand of cattle, Matt, and the money took care of all that we was owing.
Was George bringing the money to town?
He saddled up the minute he got it. He rightly couldn't wait to pay off that note, Matt.
Yeah. All right, Samantha, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go over to the bank. They ought to know something about this.
I've been there. I've been every place else I could think of in town. Nobody's seen him. Seems like he never got here at all.
Yeah. Tell me this. Who else knew that George was bringing in the money?
Nobody, except maybe Ben. He probably knowed about it all right.
Ben? Oh, he's the one who helps you run the place, right?
Yes, Matt. We took him in when he was just a little boy. Ray'd got his ma and pa. He's just like our own.
Yeah. Nobody else knew?
Well, Hobie Price come riding up just as George come out of the barn. They rode off together.
Well, have you seen Hobie since then?
I asked around for him, Matt, but I ain't found him. Matt?
Yeah?
I ain't never been one to give way.
I know you haven't.
I've got a bad feeling about this, Matt. I got a bad feeling about George. I ain't slept.
Samantha, there's no use for a bad feeling yet. You just let me start looking, huh?
Yeah. I guess I got to. I ain't getting nowhere.
You go on home now. You try to get some rest. It isn't going to do George any good for you to get worn down.
I guess you're right.
Sure, I'm right. Maybe you better go see Doc, huh?
I got no need for doctoring, Matt. Just you find George.
Yeah, I'll start looking, Samantha. Right now.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Sit down.
I haven't got time, Kitty. I'm looking for Hobie Price.
Hobie Price?
Yeah.
Has he done something?
I'm not sure. You seen him lately?
Oh, no, let me see. He hasn't been in today.
It's the last couple of days I'm interested.
What, last night? No, night before. Hobie was in then, all right, man.
Did you talk to him?
Nobody could have talked to him that night.
Well, what do you mean?
He was drinking whiskey like he wasn't ever going to get any more. Buying drinks for everybody in the place.
Ah, I see. You haven't seen him since?
No, man, I haven't. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if he was still sleeping it off.
All right, Kitty. Thanks.
Are you off to look for Hobie Price?
He's one of the people I'm looking for. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure, Matt. See you later.
It's no surprise to anybody that the attractive and inexpensive new radios have proved popular. It's no surprise, that is, to anyone who listens to CBS radio. With so much in the way of music, comedy, drama, variety, and news coming your way every day on CBS radio, more than one radio around the house is more than a convenience. It's almost a necessity for anyone who has a daily routine. The man of the house wants to come home to an attractive home and an attractive wife. But household chores in themselves are rarely inspirational. The smart homemaker is one who refuses to let her regular responsibilities get her down. She gets her work done every day, but she gets her entertainment in, too. She has a radio in the kitchen as well as the living room. Chances are she has a portable radio as well to follow her from one task to another around the house. She knows why the inexpensive new radios are so popular, and she knows the value of CBS radio, too.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
I declare I don't see why we're doing all this riding when all we got to do is find Hobie Price.
Maybe.
Well, now, Miss Dillon, Miss Church seen him ride off with her husband, didn't she?
Yeah.
And Miss Kitty said she seen him throwing his money around that night, didn't she?
Yeah?
And he ain't nowhere to be found around Dodge, is he?
No.
Well, then, Miss Dillon, it just makes sense. We ought to be riding off after Hobie Price instead of wasting time out here at the church place.
Chester, you know which direction Hobie Price rode off in, do you?
Well, no, Miss Dillon, I don't.
You think we should just sit and dodge and wait until he comes back, do you?
Well, no, sir.
All right, then. Something else might have happened to church. He might have had an accident riding in. I want to look the countryside over real good.
Yes, sir.
Now, there's a lot of land to cover on the church spread. When we get to the fork, you ride off north and I'll ride south. We'll meet at the ranch house.
All right, Miss Dillon.
Don't just stick to the trail, Chester. Take a good look around any trees and through the bushes.
Yes, sir, Miss Dillon. I'll look real good. Even though there ain't hardly no likelihood of finding it.
You make up your mind about that later.
All right, Miss Dillon, but all the same.
Here's the fork. All right, you go that way.
You sure you won't need me with you?
I think I'll be able to handle it, Chester. Why don't you go along now?
All right, Miss Dillon. I guess you know what you're doing.
Well, I know what I want you to do, anyway. Go on. Get.
Dillon?
Any luck, Chester?
Oh, sir. I didn't find nothing. And I look real good, too.
Yeah. All right, come on in. Chester didn't find anything either, Samantha.
Oh. Well, thanks for looking anyway, Chester.
Oh, yes, ma'am. And I'm sorry I didn't find nothing. Oh, I mean...
This is Ben Stanley, Chester Proudfoot.
I do. Oh, Chester.
We've given the ranch and the road to town a good looking over, and we haven't found a thing. You got any ideas, Ben?
No, Marshal, I don't. Mr. Church rode off just like he'd always done.
Oh, he set off a bit earlier than usual.
Well, yeah, he done that all right. He was mighty anxious to get that money to the banker.
Yeah. Did you see him before he left?
Well, yes, Marshal, sure he did. I helped him saddle up.
He didn't say anything to you special about anybody he was going to see or anything?
Only the banker. Seemed like that was the only thing on his mind. Getting the money there and that note paid off.
Never sat well with George owing any money. He wanted things free and clear.
Yeah. Samantha, did you and George have any kind of trouble lately? You know, like a argument or something?
Oh, Matt, if you're thinking he might just have rode off from me, that ain't so.
No arguments, huh?
Well, I ain't saying George and I never had our differences, because we did, sure enough. We got along, Matt. We was comfortable together. He wouldn't have rode off, would he, Ben?
No, ma'am. No, there wasn't ever nothing like that, Marshal. There's no cause for thinking it.
All right.
Matt, you think you'll find him?
Lots of people turn up, Samantha. We'll keep trying.
Well, I can't say I'm sorry to be back in the office, Miss John.
You're getting to be a homebody, Chester.
No, that ain't so. But I ain't one to want to waste a whole day just riding around in the hot sun, I'll say that.
You'll live.
Oh, yes, sir, Miss John, I'll live all right. But we might just as well have stayed here. That's the thing that bothers me.
Never mind, Chester. Maybe something came in the mail that's worth your while.
I sure do hope so.
Chester, would you light someplace? You're starting me to fidgeting.
Oh, well, sure, Miss John. You go right on ahead and read your letters.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you.
I'm going to itchy places.
What?
Oh, nothing, Miss John. Nothing at all.
Chester, what's the matter with you? You got a beetle under your shirt or something?
Why, no, sir, Miss Jones, but it does seem that there is always some place that needs scratching.
Something bite you?
Oh, no, sir, I ain't been bit. They just these little red patches here.
Let me look.
See?
Well, pull up your shirt.
Yes, sir.
Sure breaking out in a rash. You better let Doc have a look at that.
Oh, no, that ain't easy, Miss Jones. It'll be all right. Just itch.
May be all right for you, but it's not all right for me. Seeing you scratch makes me itch, too.
Well, Miss Jones...
Go on, Chester. Take your itch to Doc.
This stuff ought to make you feel better, Chester. Now, hold still. Now, don't tell me that hurts.
Oh, yeah, well, it's cold, Doc.
Oh, cold. I bet you're the only person in Dodge today complaining about anything being cold. There.
Thanks, Doc.
Oh, I'm glad to do it. I'd hate to see Matt bothered by your scratching the way you said he was.
Oh, he sure was. I could have stood it all right, but Mr. Jones, he was getting pretty edgy about it.
You're telling for me that he's lucky he only had you to contend with?
How's that, Doc?
I had another case just like yours yesterday. Ben Stanley. Funny thing, too. The first time I've seen ivy poisoning this year. And then there's 2 of them in 2 days. All right, Chester. You can put your shirt on now.
Okay, Doc. Was Ben scratching real bad, too, Doc?
Oh, was he? Like 3 hound dogs with fleas. He had a pretty good case of it.
Well, that's good.
Well, what's good about it?
It's just good to know that somebody else scratched himself when he itched, that's all. And I bet Mr. Dillon would scratch himself, too.
Well, he would if he had what you've got. Now, here at Chester, you better take a bottle of this along and dab some of the lotion on your itchy spots every once in a while. It'll keep the itch down.
Oh, well, thank you, Doc.
That's all right, Chester. As the old saying goes, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours.
Oh, you want me to scratch your back, Doc?
Oh, no, Chester, never mind. Just go scratch Matt's.
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. Yes, the longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand. Since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
No, Kitty, I didn't find Hobie Price, and I didn't find anything at the church place.
Well, you might as well have stayed right here.
You're thinking of all the beer I'd have bought.
We don't need your business today, Matt. An awful lot of people are drinking an awful lot of beer.
Yeah, it's a good day for it.
Oh, here comes Chester.
Yeah.
Miss Dillon, excuse me, Miss Kibble, I got some news for him.
That's all right, Chester.
What is it, Chester?
Well, sir, I passed Moss Grimmick on the street, and he said a fellow rode in this morning and said he'd seen Hobie Price.
Where?
Larned. Says he's staying at a hotel there, big as you please.
Well, that fixes us a nice hot ride for tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I hope you have more luck than you had today.
Yeah, me too. You must have seen Doc, Chester. You're standing still.
Oh, yes, sir, I did. He gave me some white stuff in a bottle.
You're supposed to do your drinking in here, Chester.
Oh, no, Miss Kitty, it wasn't a drink. It was to splash on myself to cure me of the itch.
Oh.
Thank goodness it's working. He was driving me crazy, scratching.
Well, you better start worrying about yourself, Miss Dillon.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, this itch may be something that's going to spread around. You might get it for yourself. Doc took care of Ben Stanley for it just yesterday.
Oh, don't be silly, Chester. I never heard of an epidemic of poison ivy.
Neither did I. Ben Stanley?
Yes, sir. Doc gave him a bottle of the self-same lotion just yesterday.
Chester, did you get off your horse when you were riding on the church place this morning?
Well, yes, I did. I watered him at the creek that wandered all over the place there, down in them brambles. Real pretty little place there.
I'm going to give you a chance to see it again.
Well, no, I ain't that anxious. To tell the truth, I'd rather...
We'll be riding out there in the morning early.
I thought you were going to learn it.
Maybe I won't have to, Kitty. Come on, Chester. Let's go get some sleep. All right, now, Chester, there's the creek.
Yes, sir, I see it.
You'll find the exact place where you got off your horse, huh?
Well, yes, sir, but I don't see how it makes all that difference, so...
Well, let me worry about that.
Yes, sir. Let me see. We're all along in here someplace. Yes, sir, I remember that dead log.
All right. We'll leave the horses here. Did you smear Doc's lotion on this morning?
Well, I didn't hardly think it was necessary.
You may be sorry after you go through these bushes again.
Miss Dillon?
Yeah?
If George Church was here, I'd have seen him yesterday, wouldn't I?
I don't know, Chester. We'll just keep looking for a while. All through these bushes.
All right.
Chester,
Yes, sir?
go get a shovel off one of the horses.
Yes, sir.
Very neat job. Almost too neat. Come on, hurry up, Chester.
I'm coming as fast as I can, Mr. Dillon.
Look down there.
Gracious alive. Looks like a grave.
Yeah, fresh dug. We better see who's in it.
Yes, sir. It ain't very deep.
It was dug in a hurry.
Miss Dillon?
Yeah, I was afraid of it.
You reckon Hobie Price drug him here?
Not unless he has a case of poison ivy.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, you don't think...
Yeah, Chester, I think Ben Stanley buried Church's body here and got the itch like you did.
That nice young fellow, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I could be wrong. I'd need a lot more than this to tell a judge, anyway.
You can't hang a man just for scratching himself.
No, you can't, Chester. Come on, let's find out if I'm wrong.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, Ben.
If I was you, I'd head south from here. I don't think you're going to find much up ahead.
Well, there's a creek up there, isn't there, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. There's a creek there.
Our horses will be needing a drink. We might as well ride that way.
They can get a drink down this way, too, Marshal. Oh, not that it matters to me. I just want to help you look around.
Yeah, thanks. I think we'll just go ahead for a little while.
Marshal, down in that gully there. That'd be a good place to look.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it after we give the horses a drink. Chester was down in those bushes yesterday. Got himself a bad case of poison ivy. Isn't that right, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. That's right.
You ever get it, Ben?
No. No, it doesn't bother me none.
Nah. Doesn't bother me either. I guess we're lucky.
Yeah, lucky.
You know, that rash on your neck looks an awful lot like Chester's.
No, that ain't it.
Oh, that's good. Now, here we are. You can lead the horses from here. Now, come on, Ben. Get down and give your horse a chance to drink.
Sure, Marshal. Sure.
You can lead the horses down. Right about here ought to be a good place.
No. I ain't going. Miss Dillon's making a run for it.
Hold it, Stanley.
See that? Dillon, I'll shoot.
Come on.
You knew about it, didn't you, Marshal?
Yeah, Ben, I knew.
When did you find him?
This morning.
I didn't mean to kill him, Marshal. I didn't want to hurt him.
Uh-huh.
No, I only wanted the money. But he fought me for it. He fought me so hard, Marshal, I had to kill him.
Yeah.
I thought I was all right. Ms. Church said you was after Hobie Price. I knowed he rode off to the Willits' place, but nobody else did.
And you weren't about to tell, were you?
I didn't mean no harm to Mr. Church, Marshal. If he'd just give up the money easy, if he just wouldn't have fought.
You know, Ben, some men do funny things like that.
Like what, Marshal?
Fights for the things that belong to them. And other men get poison ivy and end up getting hung. All right, come on, Chester. Let's help him on his horse.
Thousands of copies of the composite forum recommendations of the 1960 White House Conference on Children and Youth have gone out not only to millions of Americans interested in the future of our nation, but to people all over the world. In his address at the opening session of the Golden Anniversary White House Conference on Children and Youth, President Eisenhower said, "You are working with the most precious resources of our nation, a whole generation of Americans who will someday make their country's policies and dispose its great power," end quote. This is why the 670 recommendations published by the White House Conference have such wide interest. Check these recommendations. Write, Superintendent of Documents, Government Printing Office, Washington 25, D.C. Ask for Recommendations, 1960 White House Conference on Children and Youth. The price is 35 cents. Check with your state committee or your national or local organizations to see what you can do to help put these recommendations into practice. Gunsmoke.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Latest news follows, after which we join the Mitch Miller Show on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Is he heavy, Matt?
Oh, somehow it was easier carrying him up to your office and back down, Doc.
Where are you going to put me, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, well, on the couch here, I guess. You be all right there, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. This'll be fine.
Good.
I'm sure sorry I'm so much trouble.
Chester, next time, try to land on just one foot. Even if you break a leg.
I know.
A man's in a terrible fix when he sprains both ankles.
He sure is, Doc. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I know what you're going to do. You're going to stay right there on that couch, and you're going to sleep there, too. Maybe Doc and I'll bring you in something to eat every day or two.
Oh, no.
It's better than you deserve.
I know. I've been saying over and over to myself, Chester, you fool, you.
Well, the wages of sin, Chester. You were lucky to get off as easy as you did. The way I heard it.
Come on, Chester. Tell us what really happened, eh?
But I did tell you. I was looking out this second-story window, admiring the view, so to speak. And the next thing I knew, I fell. That's all right onto the street.
He didn't say whose window, Chester.
In Texas, Doctor, a gentleman don't mention such things.
You ain't in Texas.
Well, sometimes I wish I'd never left.
Like now?
Yes, like now. Many a reputation's been ruined by just such loose talk that you're making, Doc.
Never mind Doc, Chester. He's jealous, that's all.
Oh, jealous? Putting tracks in a man's yard? Not me. Not by a long shot. Why, no, sirree. Oh.
Good morning, Marshal.
Well, good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Oh, there's Chester. Heard about you, Chester. I heard...
Never mind what you heard, Torp. Chester just got thrown from a horse, that's all.
Yeah.
All right. What is it you want here, gentlemen? Yeah. All right, you tell him, Summers.
Well, Marshal, it's about tomorrow night.
Oh? So what about tomorrow night?
Well, you know, it's the roundup. The sale season's over. There'll be 1,000 cowboys celebrating in Dodge.
Well, they always do at the end of the season. What about it?
Well, there's going to be more of them this year, and there'll be a lot of homesteaders in town, too. It's going to be worse than ever.
Well, I expect that.
There could be a lot of trouble, Marshal.
Yeah, there could be, Summers. Just what is it you want?
Well, we've talked it over, and we want you to get a lot of good, tough men together, maybe about 20 of them, and deputize them. That way there won't be any trouble.
That's what you want, is it?
Yes, we do.
Look, Summers, my job's to keep the peace around here, and I'm going to do it, but I'll do it in my own way.
Oh, I know, Marshal.
Now, you
but...
turn 20 deputies loose in that crowd looking for trouble, and they're going to find it. As soon as the wild ones heard about it, they'd bunch up and shoot it out with every one of them. Why, it'd turn into the worst slaughter Dodge's ever seen. I think that's about the most fool idea I ever heard of. Yeah, no reason for you to talk like that, Marshal. I think it's a good idea. I sure don't want my place wrecked just 'cause you're mule-headed. You're a gambler, Torp. So you can take your chances along with everybody else. Now, if you don't want that, then close your place up tomorrow night.
Lose all that Texas money? That's not likely.
Now, we're not all gamblers, Marshal. They can wreck my dry goods store just as fast as a gambling house once they get started. And it's up to you.
That's right. It is up to me. And we're going to leave it that way.
Then you won't do anything.
I'll do everything I can.
I don't know, Marshal.
Look, Summers, I know you've got your doubts about me. That's natural. Some people think I'm too lax with Front Street. Some think I'm too severe. But that's the way of it in any town. If a peace officer does his job well, he pleases nobody.
Marshal, we didn't come here for a lecture.
What did you come for, Torp? Maybe you had in mind to help me pick out those deputies. Is that it?
Well, matter of fact, I could, Marshal.
Yeah, sure. In a couple of hours, yours would be the only tables open for play.
No, that's not what
It's been done before, Torp.
Is that too, Torp?
We're not going to take his word for anything, are you?
I don't know. But anyway, he won't listen to us, so it's his responsibility. Come on, men, let's get out of here. I hope you can handle it, Marshal.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
That Torp is no good. He is just plain no good, Mr. Dillon.
Well, now, I know one man that got skinned at his place, and Torp gave him back $20 so he wouldn't be broke.
Oh? Just how much did this man lose, Doc?
Oh, well, $500-600, they said. Then he... Oh, yeah, I see what you mean, man.
I'm sure not going to be much good to you tomorrow night, Mr. Dillon.
No, you can watch the jail right here, Chester.
I know, but you just got to get somebody to help you out on the street. At least one man, anyway. You can't be everywhere at once.
Yeah, by tomorrow night, Dodge will be overrun with trail boys and homesteaders, all looking for satisfaction. No, I wouldn't ask any man to face that.
I know a few fellows who'd do it, and so do you, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe. But I wouldn't ask anybody.
How many were killed last year, man?
I don't remember.
Well, I do. 6, that's what. We buried them all in the saddle blankets. All except one. I remember he didn't even own a blanket.
Well, then he was sure out of luck all the way around, wasn't he? Come on, Doc. Let's go get some dinner. Huh?
All right. We'll bring you a piece of bread, Chester. Maybe.
I want a steak. Rare.
How come you're so hungry, Chester? Were you in such a hurry to get over there last night you didn't take time for supper?
Mr. Dillon, I will answer no more questions about last night, and that is final.
Well, we'll bring you something.
Yeah, I don't know if we should, though, Matt. A man can think about his sins better on an empty stomach.
Close the door, will you?
The next morning, I had Mr. Hightower print up some signs for me with a few rules that I made up for the roundup. They were fair and reasonable, and I hoped they'd be accepted without question. The principal restrictions were that there was to be no shooting and no reckless riding in the streets. That afternoon, I went from saloon to saloon and left a sign at each one. The Texas Trail was my last stop, and there I sat down with Kitty for a short beer.
Town's beginning to fill up, Matt.
Yeah, it'll be swamped to the dashboard by dark.
You, expect trouble tonight?
I always expect trouble, Kitty.
Yeah, I know. Matt, I heard something.
Yeah?
I heard Torp and a few of his men cut cards last night.
So?
I don't know who it came out for, but Low Man is supposed to kill you.
Oh. When?
Tonight, I suppose. Why's Torp after you, Matt?
Torp says he wants an open town, Kitty. What he's really after is somebody who'll close down every game but his.
Who's this, Matt?
What?
Rough-looking traveler headed this way.
But... What? Well, I'll be. Why, it's Zell Matlock. Zell!
You old badger. How are you?
Zell, it's been a long time.
Hey,
a long time. Here,
man.
come on over here. Sit down.
Sure.
I'd like for you to meet Kitty. Kitty, this is Zell Matlock. This is Kitty.
Glad to know you, ma'am. Just rode into Dodge an hour ago.
Yeah, it's your first time in it, Zell. Hey, would you like a beer? Huh?
Don't mind.
Good.
I aimed to get drunk tonight, but before I got started, I thought I'd look up the peace officer and shoot him. I'd be sure to tangle with him before the night's out. I always figure it's safer to do it sober, so...
he half means that, kid.
So I asked around and found out the man's name is Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. I've seen it all now.
Well, I hope you're not disappointed.
I'll tell you, Miss Kitty, I knew Matt Dillon before he got civilized. Why, we had to tie his leg up to give him a haircut when he came to town.
Don't you believe a word that he says, kid.
Yeah, the wilder the colt, the better the horse, Matt. Mm-hmm. But you was all right. The only trouble with you was that fool honest streak you always had.
Are you rich now, Zell?
Nobody's rich on the Mexican border. Land of sunshine and pinto beans. I hired out to a general over in Chihuahua 3 years ago. I lost 20 pounds and was lucky to get back at all.
Well, haven't you learned to stay out of Mexico yet?
No, I met the man he wanted me to shoot and turned out to be a better fellow than the general. So I told him I'd been hired to kill him and then rode for the border. The general lost 3 soldiers who tried to stop me from swimming the Rio Bravo.
You must be pretty handy with a gun, Zell.
Yeah, just fair, ma'am. But when I take my gun out, I go right ahead and use it. Some people stop and think for half a second.
There's a roundup in Dodge tonight. Matt's handling it alone.
Kitty, what?
Yeah, no, hold it, man. I heard about it. I heard all about it, and that's why I'm here. To say hello and sign on for a night's pleasure. Give me a star, Matt. I've killed on the side of the law before.
I don't believe that, and anyway, I don't want any killings here.
No, I was joshing you, Matt. I know what you want. It's true. I was sheriff in Tascosa for 6 months.
You what?
Yeah, it's in the record. Well, they caught up with me there, but already done such a good job taming the place that the governor pardoned me. I won't kill anybody tonight that don't need killing.
All right, I believe you so. But I won't ask any man to come in when it's as rough as this roundup may be.
Well, you didn't ask me. Any other objection?
Well, the men don't know you around here, Zell. No telling how they'd take to a stranger.
First night I ran Tascosa, nobody knew me either. I'm not green at this business.
Yeah, but it's
man.
my job. Why should you get mixed up in it?
Well, I also heard somebody's planning a party for you tonight.
Oh, you did, huh?
I've owed you something for a long time, Matt.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with it.
It has. You got no right not to let me pay it back a little. Now, there's a chance to.
Yeah, you're just as crazy as you ever were.
That's better. Well, come on, let's go find me a badge before it gets dark. Sure nice to have met you, Miss Kitty.
Well, good luck, Zell. I'll see you later, Matt.
Yeah, sure. So long, Kitty.
You sure been a long time coming to Dodge, Mr. Matlock.
What do you mean, Chester?
Well, I've heard Mr. Dillon mention you a lot, but the way he talked, I wasn't never sure you were still alive.
Oh. Well, I was never sure either, Chester. You know, Zell isn't the most cautious man I ever knew.
You think being a U.S. Marshal isn't asking for an early grave, man?
Oh, maybe. But at least it's a way to do some good before you die. Whether folks think so or not.
No, men like Torp, that's all.
Oh, no, Chester. Even good men have got a strange twist that makes them suspect any man paid to handle the bad element. Hey, you just can't help thinking that some of its dirt is rubbed off on him.
And I never thought about that before, Matt. Sure how it was in Tascosa. They wanted me there all right, but they wanted me to keep my distance, too. It makes a man kind of lonely.
Yeah. They just don't know what's good for him, that's all. Instead of a real lawman, they'd rather hire some killer with a lot of notches carved on his gun.
Well, there are plenty of them around.
You sure are. Bragging kind. I never did like a man who has to notch his gun to keep his courage up.
Yeah. My goodness. Look yonder. The street's about full already and it isn't even dark yet.
Yeah. Zell, give me a hand here, will you? We'll move Chester's couch away from the window there.
All right.
There, that should do it. You'll be safer here, Chester, in case somebody gets it in mind to shoot up the jail.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. I can watch both doors from here. Just hand me my gun belt, if you will.
Oh, yeah. There you are. Well, come on, Zell. Chester, I'll get somebody at the Dodge House to fetch you up some supper, huh?
Thank you, sir. And good luck, both of you.
So long,
I see you, Chester. Well, how will we work it, Matt?
I tell you, Zell, you take this side of the street. I'm going up to the Dodge House, and then I'll be on the other side somewhere.
All right. Oh, say, you mind if I go back later and get that Spencer carbine of yours? Make a mighty handy club if I don't have to use it any other way.
Sure, Zell.
Who they got there? That fella on their shoulders.
Oh, that's Mr. Hightower. He runs the printing press here.
Shall we stop it?
Oh, no. They're just carrying him into the Longhorn to make him stand some drinks.
Oh.
They like Hightower. They won't hurt him.
Well, I guess that sort of officially opens this here roundup, huh?
Yeah, I guess it does. Well, I'll leave you here, Zell.
Yeah, sure. Sure, man.
And, Zell, I want to thank you for what you're doing tonight.
I ain't done nothing yet, but I'll do plenty if someone shoots you in the back. I can promise that.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you later.
Sure, Matt.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, Sunday nights, you are cordially invited to Escape via CBS Radio. Yes, every weekend for drama that will take you right out of this world. Listen for Escape at the Star's address. Also, tomorrow evening, CBS Radio brings you Lionel Barrymore on your Sunday night playhouse. Now, for the second act of Gunsmoke.
When I came out of the Dodge House, Front Street was so full that if anybody had been shot, the crowd would have carried him along like one of the living. I had a feeling that the word was out about Torp and his bunch cutting cards to see who'd make a try for me, and that the crowd knew it and was waiting for it. I stood for a while with my back against Summers' dry goods store. Then I left the street and cut down an alley, thinking to change my position with as much irregularity as possible. I was passing the back door of the Texas Trail when I heard the first shot of the night. I entered the saloon from the rear and made my way into the crowd.
It's all right, Marshal. There's no fight.
It's not all right, Sam. I made a rule that there'd be no shooting for any reason. All right. Who fired that shot?
Oh, it's outside. It was Torp, Marshal. He just took a shot at the moon, that's all.
Yeah. All right, Torp. Put the gun away and come over here.
I'm bothering nobody, Marshal, excepting maybe you. Stand back, everybody.
I said that's enough, Torp.
No, it ain't, Dillon. This time I got the jump on you. You ain't pushing me no more.
Torp's bullet just grazed my arm. Then I put one in his head and another in his chest. And at the same time, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure with a gun in each hand move out of the shadow of the alley and turn toward me on the boardwalk. And without really looking, I dropped him with one shot. And then I faced the crowd and waited for the next move. But for some reason, none came.
Marshal?
Yes, Summers.
That man you just shot, Marshal.
Torp got what he deserved.
Yes, I know. It's the other one that
So did he.
Marshal, you'd better go take a look at that man. He's dying.
Who is he?
I don't know him, Marshal, but you do.
What?
He's wearing a star.
No. No. Oh, Zell. Zell.
Matt, I think that did it.
No, Zell. No.
It's my fault. I crossed the street a while back. Left the carbine with Chester. It's no fault of yours.
Matt? Matt. How is he? Oh, goodness.
No use, Doc. Thanks.
Zell, I
Now, listen. Listen to me, Matt. You did right. The only thing you could do. It was my fault. I shouldn't have crossed over and come up behind you. Anyway, Matt, I ain't been living on my own time ever since that day you pulled me out of the mob in Alamogordo. I never thanked you for that. Guess I never will. Now, Matt, so long.
Well, I'll find someone to carry him over to your office, Matt.
No. I'll carry him.
Never mind them, Matt. They're just windbags. Mr. Dillon, what happened? I heard the shooting.
Put a blanket on the floor there, Doc.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, spread it out right here. He's dead, Chester. Well, who shot him, sir?
I shot him, Chester. I didn't know it was him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. It sounds like they're going to hoorah the town after all, Matt. Sure does.
No, they're not.
It's going to be kind of hard to stop now, isn't it, Matt?
Maybe.
You taking a shotgun, Mr. Dillon? Matt, why don't you just let them fight each other? What are you going to do?
I'm going to close Front Street.
You're going to close... Oh, no,
The
what?
party's over in Dodge.
Mr. Dillon, you can't do that.
There'll be trouble if I don't. The mob's tasted blood now.
They'll shoot you sure as I'm a-laying here.
Will they?
All right, I can't stop you, but I sure do wish I could go with you. Yeah, Matt, I'll go. Maybe if they see me, they won't be so quick.
Thanks, but this isn't your job, either one of you, but thanks. Sam.
Yeah, Marshal?
Close up and turn out your lights.
What?
You heard me! Now listen to me! Front Street's closed. Now get out of here and go home, all of you.
My home is in Texas, mister.
If you ever had one.
I ain't going home tonight. Not tonight, I ain't.
Don't interfere, fella. You got no chips in this deal.
I could buy in, mister.
Now I'll use this shotgun for what it was meant on the next man. Well? All right, Sam, close it up.
Yes, sir.
Jack,
What do you want, Marshal?
the street's closed. Put out your lights.
Huh?
You heard me. Lock the place up.
No, I ain't going to do it.
Now, don't tell me what you're going to do.
All right, boys. We're closing up.
That took care of the Texas Trail and the Longhorn. And I moved on through the Oasis and the Olafraganza, then to the smaller bars that infested the outskirts of town. When I came back up Front Street, the crowd had thinned, its fever broken. I'd left Torp's place for the last, thinking to give his men a chance to get out of town before they faced me. There was a gambling hall on the same side of the street as the jail. And when I reached it and entered, there weren't more than a dozen men there. And most of them stepped quietly past me out into the street. What was left didn't seem to count for much.
Looking for somebody, Marshal?
You a friend of Torp's?
Well, yes, I was. Why?
Who else here worked for Torp?
Everyone's gone, Marshal. They heard you were all riled up and they left.
And you're alone. And still in bad company.
I wouldn't ordinarily take that.
Well, go ahead, mister. You're calling it.
No. Not now.
What's stopping you? Oh, if it's the shotgun. Now, does that make it easier for you?
I haven't been looking for you, Marshal.
You were in on the cut, weren't you?
Torp's dead, Marshal. Isn't that enough?
Torp? Mister, one of the best men I ever knew died tonight. And I killed him.
I'm not a gunman, Marshal. You wouldn't be proud killing me.
What does a man like you know about pride? Now, you get out of Dodge, and you get out fast.
But I don't...
You want to die in this place right now?
No. No, I'm leaving.
All right, hurry. The rest of the night, I walked the dark, empty street alone. And just before dawn, I got a spring wagon and loaded Zell onto it. A couple of hours later, I buried him out by the Arkansas in a little grove of cottonwoods. Maybe I should have put a marker on his grave, but I didn't. What I did instead, I did partly out of scorn for the kind of men Zell said have to notch their guns to keep their courage up. And partly as a kind of a cross that I'd bear from now on. So instead of a marker on his grave, I took out my gun and I cut a single notch on it.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Boehner and Harry Bartell, with Lawrence Dobkin, Lou Krugman, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen to CBS Radio for Spring Byington as December Bride. And say, after you hear December Bride tomorrow night, listen for the important announcement about its new night and time on CBS Radio. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Here's actress Joan Bennett.
It's terrible to try to act with a dreadful cold. To feel better quickly, I take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When you catch cold, try my way. Take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve cold distress.
4-way, 29 and 59 cents.
And now a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. To get rid of embarrassing dandruff in 3 minutes, change to Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair. Rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch and embarrassing dandruff's gone. At the same time, Fitch can brighten hair up to 35%. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today.
Guthrie. Oh. What, Nate? I had a hard time finding you, Wib. Nothing but a dugout in the snow. Finally seen your smoke. Well, can I come in? I ain't stopping you. Yeah. Ooh. Well, at least it's some warmer. That's about all I can say for it. What you doing way out here anyway, Guthrie? Come pay a call on my hired hand, that's all. Well, ain't you even going to ask me to set or offer me some coffee? Here's a pot. Help yourself. You lived alone like this too long, Wib. Got no manners. But then I never seen a wolfer that did. Just pigs, all of you. Want some? I've finished feeding. Feeding? It's like a pig. Whew, I needed that. Must be below freezing even in the sun.
Yeah. You didn't leave no warm ranch house just to come be sociable with a wolfer, Guthrie.
No, not dang likely.
You got some bone to pick with me? Start picking.
All right. Wib, what am I hiring you for?
Clean the wolves off in your land?
Right. And I see you got pelts enough. You got muskrat and bobcat, and you got badger. You got everything but wolf.
I'd turn in plenty of wolf skin already. You seen it.
That's just what I mean. Shot a raft of wolves before you was here 2 months. Seemed like maybe you got most all of them around.
Told you I would.
Yeah, that's right. You lived up to your reputation, best wolfer on the plains. Only if you got them all, how come there's 5 of my best colts laying out there with their bellies ripped? You tell me that?
I seen them.
Yeah, I bet you did. All right, if it wasn't wolves done that, maybe you can tell me what it was.
It was a wolf, right enough.
A wolf? More than likely a whole pack.
No, just one. A big one. Splayed foot.
You trying to tell me one wolf done all that?
He's big, Guthrie. Maybe the biggest I've seen in all my years.
Well, if you seen him, why don't you get him?
Well, he ain't easy. He's big. He's smart. And that splayed foot, he's been trapped before.
There's other ways to take a wolf.
Mean one to track, too. You don't get but a glimpse. Not enough for a sure shot.
Where you trying to tell me there's a wolf that you can't catch?
Maybe. This one's white, Guthrie.
White? What's that mean?
Cheyenne say.
Oh.
Cheyenne say the white one's his big medicine spirit.
Oh, dang Injun talk. Unless you're being raised by the Injuns 20 years, well, you're more Injun than white.
Maybe.
Maybe you're dreaming this wolf up. Maybe that's it.
What do you mean?
It's almighty suspicious. You clean out every wolf but this one. And he kills mighty near as much as all others did.
Say it out, Guthrie.
All right, just one wolf. But you got to stay and hunt him till he's caught. Him pocket my money and eat my grub. And for one lone wolf, it ain't a bad way to spend a cold winter, is it?
You saying I let him live on purpose?
I'm saying maybe there ain't no wolf. Maybe it ain't a wolf at all ripping up my colts. Man could do that, a man like you. Cold-eyed half-breed ain't got no feelings.
You get out of my camp, Guthrie.
Oh, no, it ain't me. It's you that's getting out, William. Off in my land, and right now.
You can't run me off, Guthrie. This here's free land.
Not for no killers, it ain't. I seen your kind before. It's easy for you to kill, and it don't matter, wolf or colt or man.
I ain't killed me one for time, Guthrie, but it won't go very hard. So you better get along now.
I'm warning you, Wib. You get off of my land.
Not till I finish what I come for.
I'll have you run off.
How?
I'll send to Dodge for the marshal, you'll see. And if you stay, you'll end up dead, Wib.
Somebody will. That's for sure.
When acid indigestion slows you down, get relief quickly, safely, effectively. Suddenly upset fast with the modern acid that goes everywhere with you.
Do you know about the little white tablet in the little green pocket roll? Just a-waiting for the moment when you need 'em to bring your acid indigestion under control. Tums are the little white tablets in the little green pocket roll. Tums for the tummy, Tums. Bring relief quicker than you'd ever guess. Best for any kind of acid distress. Keep 'em handy in the pocket roll. Keep your tummy under Tums control.
No acid rebound with modern Tums. Get Tums, 10 cents. 3-roll pack, a quarter. Or the new Tums 6-roll pack with 3 metal carrier, 49 cents.
Matt, you know that this is the first time we've had a chance to eat dinner quietly in quite a spell.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Do you ever think you'd like to be somewhere else? You know, just travel.
Travel?
Yeah. Places like Philadelphia, Washington, Baltimore.
Why would I want to be there?
Well, I should think you'd like to see something besides Fort Dodge and Fort Wallace, James Crossing and Fort Larned. Prairie and Army camps get pretty dull, don't they?
What would I do in Washington? Call on President Grant?
Well, why not? You're a famous man.
Oh, sure. I couldn't wear the clothes, that's why.
I bet you'd look handsome.
All duded up like that?
Well, Bill Cody does real fine.
Look, Kitty, I know what you're after, but I'm not going anywhere.
I would. If I had anyone to go with.
You'd be safe enough traveling by yourself.
Well, now, that isn't what I meant.
I know what you meant. You want an excuse to go, and you'd like for me to chaperone you. That's it, isn't it?
Matt, you haven't had a vacation in years. And besides, there are worse things than being my escort.
Yeah, I guess there are.
Oh. Well, I knew it wouldn't last.
What?
What you doing, Miss Kitty?
Oh.
Sit down, Chester.
Oh, thank you. You all finished eating?
It looks that way, doesn't it, Chester?
Had stew, huh?
And it was good.
Antelope or rabbit?
Antelope?
With potatoes and dried
Oh,
apples?
Chester, either order it or stop talking about it. I just finished a big meal, and I don't even want to think about food.
I just had two, Mr. Dillon, with Mr. Hightower down at the depot.
That's fine.
Buffalo steak.
That's fine.
You know, Mr. Dillon, I sure do wish I was going to Wichita on the train.
Everybody wants to go somewhere.
What?
Matt's been ouchie all during dinner. Never mind him. Now, why do you want to go to Wichita?
Well, Mr. Hightower was telling me about them new cars they're going to start running. Do you know you can eat right there on the train, right while you're moving along?
Now, what's that got to do with Wichita?
Well, that's where the cars is going to run to.
Oh, I see.
And then there's this fellow right there in Wichita that's got a place you can eat right spang in the railroad depot.
Sounds pretty fancy.
Mr. Hightower says this fellow's going to have them all over the country before he's through.
You see, Matt? Travel wouldn't be so rough after all.
Not for Chester, anyway. Food before he starts, while he travels, and more when he gets there.
Oh. Where are you going to go, Mr. Dillon?
I'm not going anywhere, Chester.
Oh. Oh, say, I near forgot. There's somebody waiting in the office to see you. I seen him when I come by.
Oh, who?
That Mr. Guthrie that's got that big spray ad out north of Ford County.
Did he say what he wanted?
Oh, sure didn't, except he wants to see you.
Oh, you tell him I'll be along in a few minutes, huh?
Yes, sir. I'll go tell him right now.
Well, we almost made it, Matt.
What, Kitty?
I thought for once we'd get clean through a meal without your being hauled away.
Oh, we did pretty good. I might have weakened, you know. I might have agreed to take a train somewhere.
Oh.
Come on, I'll walk you back.
No, thanks, Matt. I'll just sit here and finish my coffee.
Okay, I'll see you later.
I tell you, he's a bad one, Marshal.
Maybe so, Mr. Guthrie.
Now, just think of that. Webb Edmonds killing them cold.
Now, we're not sure about that, Chester. You have any proof it's Webb and not a wolf killing your stock?
Well, I don't need no proof. Marshal, you go take one look at that half-breed there in his stinking dugout. You'll see what he is.
Now, look, Guthrie, just because a man doesn't keep clean or live in a house, that doesn't make him a killer.
But this man is, Marshal. You can see it right in his eyes. They're cold. They're wide open. It's like a snake's. You think you're just looking to measure you for your grave.
I need proof, Mr. Guthrie. Unless you can prove that Webb has broken some law, there's nothing I can do.
Well, you can run him off of my land.
You're using that land, Guthrie, but it's not yours. It's open range. And Webb has every right to camp there if he wants to.
I'm warning you, Marshal. You better run him off before there's trouble.
And if you're thinking of getting up a party to run him off...
It ain't that, Marshal. You can bet my neighbors would be glad to cooperate. They've been losing stock, too.
Well, everybody has, Mr. Guthrie. It's been an awful bad year for wolves.
You ought to thank Webb for cutting your losses.
All right. All right. But it'll be on your head, Marshal. Don't say I didn't warn you.
About what, Guthrie?
That man hates me, Marshal. He's threatened me. He even said it was just as easy to kill a man as a wolf. Now, you think I'm going to wait for that half-breed to come shoot me in the back?
That's murder you're talking about, Mr. Guthrie.
I'm talking about self-protection, Marshal. Now, if you don't want trouble, you get him off my land. Reason or no reason, just get him off.
My. Now, there's a riled-up man, Mr. Dillon. He might just do it.
Yeah, he might.
Say, is it really true about Webb being part Cheyenne?
Well, I know he doesn't look at Chester, but it's true. He lived with him till he was about 20.
Maybe he should have stayed with him.
Well, any man wants to get back to his own people.
You ask me, Webb Edmonds don't quite fit in with any people, white or Indian.
Well, I'll admit being a wolfer isn't a very fancy way to make a living, no matter what, man. Anyway, we better ride out and have a talk with him.
In this weather?
Would you rather wait till somebody's murdered, Chester? All right, come on.
Do we have to ride up along here, Mr. Dillon? Down in the draw, we'd at least be out of the wind.
It's harder on the horses down there, Chester. The snow's a lot deeper.
Well, that's so. And I guess we can see further up here, too. Not that there's anything to see. I'll bet we've missed his dugout already.
I don't think so.
We've come off a long ways. That old Guthrie sure claims a parcel of land, don't he?
Yeah. Now, look there.
Well, it's a horse.
It's a colt.
Sure standing funny, ain't it?
It's staked out, Chester.
Staked out? Out here in this weather, whatever for?
Bait. Wolf bait.
Oh, my goodness, that poor critter.
Get out, Chester. Marshal Dillon. Now, you put down that rifle and show yourself. We're coming to talk to you. You hear me?
I hear you. You stay away from that horse of mine, Marshal.
Why?
You spoiled my trap. You ain't already. I don't see no trap. There's one there all the same.
All right. Come on, Chester.
You was heading right for it, Marshal.
So you tried to shoot us, huh?
I'd only warning. I wanted to down you, I could have, easy enough. Get man smell around a trap, it's spoiled. Well, you don't have much trouble with that, do you, Webb? That may be, Chester. I don't care much for man smell myself nowadays. I didn't ask you to come here.
We came to talk to you, Webb.
You can talk. That's all. Dugout's over the crest. Follow me. You gonna leave that poor colt tied up to get at? He won't get hurt if the trap works. You can sit on a log there and outfitted for socializing.
Now, this will do fine.
There's coffee. Meat in the pot if you want it. Well, say now. Muskrat meat. Muskrat meat. Coffee, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks, Chester.
Well, speak your piece, Marshal. I can tell you right now, I ain't leaving.
You're off Guthrie's payroll, Webb. You won't get anything more from him.
I want nothing from him.
Well, then why stay here? There are plenty of other ranchers that pay you to hunt wolves. Well?
You're doing the talking, Marshal.
I'm only trying to find out why you want to stay in this place. That wouldn't be that you're planning to get Guthrie with it.
You think I killed his colts, Marshal?
You got one of them out there right now for bait.
It's different. It's the only thing that'll tempt this Bigfoot wolf.
Is that the wolf you told Guthrie about?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm going to take him this time, Marshal. If you didn't spoil the trap,
Webb, are you sure that's the only reason you want to stay?
I got to finish what I started. I got to get that big wolf, Marshal. And Guthrie better hadn't tried to stop me neither.
You mean you'd kill a man just because of a wolf?
This one is different. He's white and big.
I don't care how big or what color he is. He's not worth a human life.
You don't understand. This one is special, Marshal. This is the most important wolf of my whole life.
But why?
He's white. That's why.
Oh. Webb, isn't a white wolf big medicine to the Indians? I mean, aren't they superstitious, afraid to kill him? Huh? Look, Webb, maybe you've lived alone too long. Maybe you need a change.
I'm all right, Marshal. I never thought things clearer.
Any man needs to be around other men some.
Maybe I got no use for men, Marshal. It's sure they got none for me.
You don't give them much chance, Webb. Even before you became a wolf or when you were killing buffalo, you wanted alone, always.
Sure I did. Maybe someday I'll tell you why, Marshal. But right now, all I got to say is I ain't leaving here.
And if you stay, there'll be a killing. Now, we'll spend the night here, Webb. And in the morning, you're coming back to Dodge with us.
Mr. Dillon, wake up.
What is it,
He's gone.
What?
Webb's gone. I don't know how it happened. I just closed my eyes for a minute, and when I looked up, he was gone.
Well, when was this?
Just a couple of minutes ago. I didn't fall asleep. I swear I didn't. He just slipped out.
All right, Chester.
I don't know. Maybe you should have took both watches, Mr. Dillon.
It's all right. He can't have gotten too far.
Well, there's our horses. At least you didn't take them.
Wait a minute. Oh, there. You just take it easy, boy.
There,
Take it easy.
half to death.
Now, that's it. A wolf. Come on, Chester.
Where are we going?
You just follow me.
Shouldn't be too hard to spot, Webb. This moonlight on the snow makes it most as bright as day.
You just be quiet, though. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Over there.
Why, it's Webb. Going down to that trap of his.
Yeah.
You reckon maybe he's caught that wolf?
I don't know. Come on.
There's a colt. He's still all right.
Yeah, listen to that.
That's a wolf. Where is he?
In that pit in front of the colt.
The wolf's in it?
Yeah, has to be the way the colt's acting. Yeah, listen to him.
He's trying to jump out. So he might have near made it, too.
Come on, let's move up closer.
Look, there's Webb right at the edge of the pit there.
He's got a rifle. Why doesn't he use it?
Look at that animal jump. He's gonna make it.
Shoot him, Webb. Shoot him.
Oh, he's just standing there.
What's the matter with you? Shoot him. You got a rifle? Use it.
We should have brought ours. He's out. The wolf's got him.
Stay back, Chester. I'm going over there with a 6-gun.
You got him, Mr. Dillon. He's down for good.
Yeah. And so's Webb.
My goodness, he's bleeding like a stuck hog.
Webb. Webb. It's all over. I killed him.
Well, then, Mr. Dillon, that wolf tore him up something fierce.
Yeah. I'm done for Marshal. Why didn't you shoot him, Webb? You were standing right there with your rifle.
White wolf is big medicine.
Well, what did that have to do with it?
20 years with Cheyenne. Tried to go back being the white man. Never could. Stayed on here to kill the white wolf.
You mean you wanted to kill that wolf to prove to yourself that you'd stopped thinking like an Indian?
Miss Cheyenne never killed a white wolf. The white wolf is strong medicine. I couldn't shoot. I couldn't act like a white man.
Poor devil.
Well, Chester, you remember how you said Webb didn't fit in with any people, white or Indian?
Well, then, I didn't know what he was up against, Mr. Dillon.
No. Well, he didn't fit in then. Not until tonight he didn't.
What do you mean?
Tonight he found his people. Webb was born with Cheyenne. And tonight he died like a Cheyenne.
Far more families, use X-Lax than any other laxative. In fact, today, many doctors recommend trusted X-Lax for youngsters as well as adults. X-Lax is the preferred laxative for one important reason. X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight.
You see, X-Lax gives you the relief you want the gentle way that nature wants, without upset, without discomfort. When you take chocolated X-Lax at night, it does not disturb your sleep. And X-Lax is so effective that the next morning you'll be well on your way toward your normal regularity. Seldom, if ever, will you need X-Lax the next day.
Little wonder that of all the laxatives made today, tablet, powder, or liquid, X-Lax is the most popular. So the next time, any time that you or any member of your family needs a laxative, make that laxative pleasant-tasting, chocolated X-Lax. Introductory size, only 15 cents. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
This is Ed Merle.
This is Eric Severide in Washington. This is Robert Trout in New York.
This is Blair Clark of CBS News in New York with The World Tonight.
That's the news. This is Dallas Townsend in New York.
Those are just a few of the voices that bring you the news each day on WBT Radio. You've learned to depend on those men for not only the important facts in a news story, but also a penetrating analysis of those facts. CBS correspondents are stationed throughout the globe to present first-hand reports of national and international developments as they happen. WBT reporters with tape recorders, mobile news studios, and other news facilities maintain a constant watch on the Carolina scene. It's an unbeatable combination, and it makes you, a WBT listener, the best informed radio listener in the world. Keep tab on the times at 1110 on your dial, WBT Charlotte.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Marshal Dillon.
Over here, son. What's the trouble?
Marshal.
Why, that's Will Thompson's young'un, Mr. Dillon.
What is it, kid? What's wrong?
Dad. Mom. They burned our house. Got the fences. 4 of them. My sister. They rode in and shot.
You've been shot. Hold that lamp down here, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Blood all over the back of his shirt. Will Thompson, he's a homesteader, isn't he?
That's right. Came to Dodge City about 3 months ago. Took up a section over on Mulberry Creek. Mr. Dillon, you want me to go get the doctor?
No. Boy doesn't need a doctor now.
Burned the houses right, Mr. Dillon. It's still burning.
Yeah, what's left of it is. Watch yourself now, Chester.
Yes, sir.
No sign of life, though. Whoever did it's probably long gone by now.
No reason to hang around.
Now, let's tie up here and look around on foot. Bring up your carbine, Chester.
I got it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, they even fired the corn crib. Now, why would anybody want it?
What's there? What is it?
It's a dog. Shot.
A dog? When they even shoot the dogs, it's a...
You see something?
Yes, sir. It's Will Thompson. I think it's Will.
What do you mean you think it's what? Scalped.
You was Indians, Mr. Dillon.
They couldn't have been Indians. Only tribe reported in 20 miles is the Kiowas, and they wouldn't do anything like this. They've been peaceful for years.
Yeah, I don't know, but...
Come on. Let's find out what happened to the rest of the family.
Yeah. Besides Will and the boy who rode into town, there's Miss Thompson and a daughter. Girl about 17, pretty as a picture.
There's something lying over there by that cottonwood.
Yeah, I see.
Well, I guess we found Will's wife.
She's alive.
Yeah, if you can call it that. Scout around and take a look for the daughter, Chester.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
It's all right, Miss Thompson. It's all right. It's all right.
Mary. My daughter. They took her and dragged her away. Dragged her.
Easy, man. Easy now.
I tried to stop them. I held on to one of them. He kicked me loose. And his spur came off. It's here somewhere. It's on the ground somewhere. On the ground.
Yeah, I see it.
But my daughter. I took her away. My baby.
There now.
My baby.
There now. It's all right. We'll find her, ma'am. We'll find her and then... Miss Thompson? Well, you're better off, ma'am.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Over here in the Willis. I found her.
All right, Chester.
She's pretty as a picture. Seen her in Dodge. Walking down Front Street. Pretty as a picture.
Yeah. All right, let's ride. We'll look in the Long Branch first, then if Jalisco Pete's not there, we'll try the other saloons.
I bet his boss is here. He's here every night.
Yeah, I know. Follow me in, Chester. Just keep him off my back. I'll take care of the rest of it.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, look who's here. Matt Dillon.
Hiya, Kitty.
What brings you in, sweetie? Business or pleasure?
It's not pleasure.
Ah.
Plenty of other men in Dodge, Kitty.
Are there?
They come in here, don't they?
Sure. They come in. I talk to them, and I drink with them. That's my job. You follow me, Matt?
I follow you.
I'm off at 2 every night.
Kitty, have you seen Jalisco tonight?
No. He hasn't been in, Matt. Ben Rourke's sitting over there at a draw table, though.
Good, I'll talk to him. I'll see you, Kitty.
Sure, Matt. Sure you will.
I think I got a
himself.
All right, boys, here's where money talks. I'm raising another 100 and I'll stand pat.
Ben?
Huh? Well, it's the marshal himself.
I'd like to talk to you, Ben.
All right, Matt, talk.
Not here. We'll go over there by the bar.
I'm sorry, I'm busy. I got a pat hand and a cinch bet.
Maybe. This is official, Ben.
Meaning?
Meaning I want to talk to you. Now, come on.
Take over my hand, Donnelly. I'll be right back. All right, Matt, let's have it. What do you want to talk about?
One of your cowboys, Ben, Jalisco Pete.
What about him?
Know where he is?
Around somewhere, I guess. Why?
I'd like to know if he lost his spur recently. Tonight, in fact. It's pretty, ain't it? Mexican silver, needlepoint rowel, gold inlay. Pete's the only man I know in Dodge who's got a pair like this.
All right, I'll see that Pete gets it. He'll appreciate your finding it.
I doubt that. I found it lying beside a woman he'd just kicked to death. Will Thompson and his whole family were wiped out a few hours ago by 4 night riders. You know anything about it?
How would I know about it?
Your boys call you King, Rourke, don't they? Never heard of one of them pulling anything without being sure you'd back him up.
Matt, are you claiming I was in on this?
You're a cattle rancher, Ben, an open range man. You boys all hate the homesteaders coming in with their plows and fences. Been a lot of fences cut by night riders. Now it's murder.
You haven't named me yet, Matt.
A couple of months ago, here in the Long Branch, I heard you say you'd get the homesteaders out of Ford County if you had to burn them out. Well, did you?
Sometimes a man gets known as a fast gunslinger and it goes to his head.
I asked you a question, Ben.
Then he gets himself a tin star and goes around bothering people.
Ben, if you're figuring to draw on me, don't.
Why not, Matt?
I've seen you in action. You're not fast enough. Now, I asked you a question.
And maybe I don't feel like...
What's going on in here?
Nothing.
Oh, there you are, Marshal.
How are you, Colonel?
Marshal, what's this I hear about an Indian uprising?
There's been none that I've heard about.
Whole family massacre, the way I hear it, sir. Murdered and scalped.
Scalped?
2 of them were.
So it was Indians. What game are you playing, Matt?
Indians don't cut fences, Ben. That's a cattleman's trick.
Scalping, too?
Could have been an afterthought. It wasn't an Indian who lost that spur.
Well, we'll soon find out about it. I'm riding into the Kiowa country with Troop C tonight.
I hope you won't do that, Colonel Blake. You know the Kiowas are peaceable enough when you let them alone, but if you push them, they'll fight.
True enough, Marshal. We can't let them get away with it.
The Indians weren't responsible, Colonel. I got evidence to the contrary. Give me 24 hours and I'll prove it.
Well, I certainly don't relish stirring up a tribal war, but...
Just 24 hours.
Well, all right.
Ben, if you know where Jalisco is, you better turn him in. It'll save trouble.
When any of my boys need discipline, I take care of it.
Not this time. Other people are involved.
Homesteaders. Squatting on a measly 320 acres apiece. Ruining the whole country.
They got rights, Ben.
Who says so?
I do.
Morning, Marshal.
Good morning. Any luck, Chester?
No, sir. I just stopped by the jail here to see if you'd found it.
I wish I had.
I'll head out again in a few minutes. Oh, this fellow's been waiting for you all morning, Mr. Dillon.
Is that so?
My name's Ezra Hawkins, Marshal. We ain't met before. I got a homestead up the river. Don't leave me much time to get to town.
I see. Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Hawkins?
Well, it's about what happened to the Thompson family last night. The other homesteaders sort of appointed me to speak for the whole bunch.
All right, speak.
Well, we want to know what you aim to do about it, Mr. Dillon.
I aim to get the killers.
When?
Mr. Hawkins, I've been up all night trying to get an answer to that question. If you got any information to offer, fine. If you haven't, What's up, Chester?
A trail herd hit town, I guess.
Hey, pull up, boys. Look at that pretty
inside. Dodge City Jail. Come on, let's decorate it.
Let's go, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hold it there. Hold it.
My, the jail is occupied, boys.
You men just blow into town?
We ain't talking to men, Sheriff. These are curly wolves from the Circle Bar B, the roughest, toughest outfit in the Panhandle.
And you're not talking to the sheriff. I'm the U.S. Marshal. You the range boss?
That's right. Ed Dudley. And what about it?
Dudley, we got a new law here against shooting off firearms inside the city limits.
Yeah? You mean like this?
No, Dudley, I mean more like this. Now come on down off that horse.
Sure, I'll come down off it.
Watch it, Mr. Dillon. He's got a knife.
Yeah, so I see.
Well, nice work, Mr. Dillon.
Drag him in and lock him up, Chester. Throw some water on him.
Yes, sir.
All right, curly wolves. Your boss is jailed and fined $50. You can get him out tomorrow morning.
We got the money, man. We'll take him now.
I said tomorrow! Now on the move. All of you. Get!
You handle things right fine, Marshal, once you get started.
Thanks, Hawkins.
Only trouble is some of us homesteaders are getting kind of impatient. The cattle ranch has been treating us pretty bad for too long. The boys are all meeting at my place today. I reckon I can hold them back till tonight. You know what I mean, Marshal.
Yeah. I saw it happen in Abilene. Dirty and bloody. I'd hate to see it happen here. Sure, I know what you mean. Range war.
Yeah, Marshal, we can hold an inquest any time now. I'm all finished with the autopsy.
All right, Doc.
It goes pretty fast when you can line them that way, 4 in a row. Makes the job a lot easier.
Yeah, I imagine. Doc, have you ever seen a range war?
No, but I hear there's one brewing.
There is, plus Indian trouble. If I don't bring in Jalisco Pete before tonight and find out who his 3 partners were, you're going to have bodies lined up 20 in a row.
Well, it sure bring in a lot of fees. I could retire and buy myself a ranch.
Sure, Doc.
Oh, that sounds like Chester, Marshal.
Yeah, he's been scouting those thickets along the river bottom.
Mr. Dillon, I brought in Jalisco.
Where is he, Chester?
Outside, tied on a pack mule.
Good.
No, sir. I'm afraid it ain't so good. He's dead. Been shot in the back and scalped.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment, but first, CBS Radio, in cooperation with Time magazine, makes available to you, free of charge, a valuable convention handbook packed with facts and sidelights about American national political conventions. This convention handbook, containing a convention map and box score of interesting pictures and a complete history of this old American custom, will be yours if you send a postcard with your name and address to Time, CBS, Chicago 90, Illinois. That's Time, CBS, Chicago 90, Illinois. And now, with William Conrad starred as Matt Dillon, here's the second act of Gunsmoke.
Just a second now, Marshal. Let's see. Here it comes now. There's the bullet, if it'll do you any good.
It won't, Doc.
The slugs I dig out of the bodies all look alike.
Someday, though, they may figure a way to tell them apart. Maybe even tell which gun fired which bullet.
Oh, no, not a chance of it, Marshal. Well, I guess that's all I can do for the late lamented. Oh, I see he's only wearing one spur.
Yeah, I know. I got the mate to it here. That's what I wanted to talk to him about.
It's too bad, Marshal. His talking days are over.
Yeah, somebody made sure of that, all right. Then tried to cover the trail by scalping him.
Well, I can tell you one thing. It wasn't done by Indians.
That's my guess, too.
I've seen how Indians do it. Down in the territory, up in the Dakotas. Slick and clean. Nothing like this. Why, I could do a better job with my eyes closed.
Yeah, I bet you could.
Well, I guess I'd better get ready for the rush. Looks like a showdown, Marshal. And I don't see any way that you can stop it.
Neither do I.
Matt, over here, Matt.
Oh, hiya, Kitty.
Business again, Matt?
Well, I was looking for Ben Rourke.
He isn't here. He left about an hour ago. Some of his boys came after him. Matt, I waited for you last night.
I worked, Kitty.
All night?
Yeah.
There's a bad feeling in the air, Matt. What is it? What's going to happen?
I wish I knew.
They called all the soldiers from C Troop back to Fort Dodge this afternoon. I hear they're planning to move out tonight.
I hope not.
Been a lot of homesteaders in here drinking today. That's unusual for them. What's going to happen, Matt?
The bloodiest mess you've ever seen. And I don't know any way of stopping it. If I'd only found Jalisco Pete before they killed him, now I got nothing to go on.
Jalisco came in here last night, late after you'd gone.
What? Well, why didn't you let me know?
There wasn't time, Matt. He heard he was wanted and he left right away. His friends with him.
Friends? What friends?
Oh, I'd never seen him before. I think Pete had known him in the Pecos country. They're all pretty drunk.
How many were with him, Kitty?
3, I guess. One of them was named Red Dudley.
Red Dudley?
And one called himself Tulsa Jim. They kept talking about the Circle Bar B brand.
It might be. They could have ridden in last night ahead of the herd to look up Pete, and then they...
Oh, Marshal. Say, you better come on outside here if you want to stop a lynching.
Coming, Doc.
Be careful, Matt. Be careful.
What is it, Doc?
Ben Rourke and some of the cattle ranchers. They caught themselves an Indian, and they're going to string him up.
I doubt it.
Let us take clear of this, Matt. We know what we're doing.
I hope so, Ben. Who have you got here?
One of the murdering skunks that wiped out the Thompsons. Any objections?
I might work up some, Ben. What's your name, fella?
He won't talk to you. Hasn't opened his mouth.
Look, fella, as an Indian, you're a ward of the government. I'm a U.S. Marshal. I represent the government. I'm here to protect you. Now, what's your name?
Keith Doxwa. Work hard. Good man. No kill.
What makes them think you did?
Say kill people. No kill.
He pleads not guilty, Ben.
Sure he does. And maybe he can explain why we caught him 2 miles from my ranch house. Is that reservation? What was he doing there?
Go on, ask him. Mr. Rourke? Maybe I can tell you what he was doing.
What?
Ezra Hawkins.
One side, if you don't mind. Let me through here, please. Let him stand. Thank you. We got tired of waiting, Marshal. We come on into town.
Maybe that was a mistake, Hawkins.
Maybe. You have to play it the way you see it.
Look, mister, let's have it. What's this all about?
I'm a homesteader, Mr. Rourke.
Well, I accept your apology.
Weren't no apology. I just wanted you to know who those 100 men across the street were.
They all got guns.
100, huh? Well, there's 30 of us, so the odds aren't bad. What's on your mind?
This Indian's been working for us, Mr. Rourke. Tracking down fence cutters. Maybe that's why you caught him within 2 miles of your house.
Got the nerve to come out and say what you mean, homesteader?
You bet I have, fence cutter.
All right, hold it. Now, you're covered, Ben, and you too, Hawkins. This play's gone far enough.
Not giving a man a chance to draw, Matt?
Not this time, Ben. All right, Katoxa, climb off that horse and get over here behind me. Move slow and stay out of the line of fire. You men, if either side makes a move, Ben and Hawkins will be the first to get it. You understand? Doc, take us into your office.
Oh, sure, right away, man.
Well, Matt, what's the next step? You can't keep us here with our hands in the air forever.
I don't intend to. I got one of the murderers locked up in jail. I want you two to come along and listen to his statement, but leave the questions to me, all right?
That's just fine with me, Marshal.
It's your show, Matt.
Good. Come on. Chester? Chester?
Looks kind of deserted, Matt.
He may have gone back to the cells to see. Chester?
Move on, Joe.
Ben, Hawkins.
What's the matter, Matt?
Here, I'll get that gag off of him. You cut the ropes, Ben.
Right.
All right, Chester, here we go. Easy now. There. What happened, Chester?
Oh, they slipped in and got the drop on me, Mr. Dillon. Took Red Dudley with him. There was two of them, not more than 20 minutes ago.
Who were they? Did you know them?
Nope. Circle Bar B-boys, I think. They slugged me and thought I was out, but I heard them talking. They were all in with Pete on the Thompson killing.
Yeah, I know.
And they killed Pete, too. They was afraid you'd make him talk.
The question now is, where are they?
I know where. The Arkansas rooms.
The Arkansas, huh?
They planned to hole up there till it got dark. Maybe they've gone by now, though.
Maybe not.
Want some help, Matt?
No, thanks, Ben. It's my job, mine and Chester's. Come on, Chester, let's go.
The rooming house is all dark, Mr. Dillon.
That doesn't mean a thing. Watch the windows.
That you, Dillon?
Drop behind that water trough here. Use your carbine. It's more accurate.
Yes, sir.
All right, Dudley. Come on out. You're under arrest.
Come and get it!
Fire at the flashes, Chester.
That came from the side window, Mr. Dillon.
And 10 to 1, there's somebody behind the other corner. So... Yeah, there was. Rake the front of the building, Chester.
Yes, sir. I got one. He's hanging out the window.
Yeah, it's 2 down and...
Dillon! Hold your fire! I give up!
All right, come on out.
Be careful, Mr. Dillon. It may be a trick.
It's up to him. Come on out, Dudley. Well, hurry it up!
I'm coming. I got a bullet in my leg. I can't hurry very fast. You got me all wrong.
Watch it, he's drawing.
Wrong, Chester. He started to. See if you can find the doc and get him to help you pack these things over to the jail.
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Dillon.
Matt? Are you all right, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all right, Ben.
Had a clean sweep, huh?
Looks that way.
Well, bullets are cheaper than rope.
I guess so. Ben, you and your boys aren't murderers like Red Dudley, but this business of fence cutting can lead to a range war, too. Like it or not, homesteading's here to stay. There's more of them coming in on every train.
I know all that. Those cattlemen built this country, Matt. A few more years now, they'll have us fenced out of it.
Times change, Ben. There's range still left out west, New Mexico, Arizona.
Yes, I know. Some of us have been thinking about it. Matt, they'll fence you out, too, you know.
Yeah, I guess they will. Well, when that time comes, I'll move on. If I'm still around.
Farms and families. Next thing they'll do is set up courts and bring the law in here.
Law's here now, Ben. In Dodge City, I'm the law.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Harry Bartell, Lou Krugman, and Georgia Ellis, with Jack Crucian, Barney Phillips, Vivi Janis, and Johnny McGovern. Parley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Jungle Legacy is the name of tonight's adventure with Tarzan. Listen as Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, faces a band of unscrupulous men who seek a uranium deposit in Tarzan's realm, through which they hope to rule the world. Don't miss Jungle Legacy tonight, when most of these same CBS radio stations bring you Tarzan. It's packed with thrills, packed with action, packed with tense atmosphere. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Remember...
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
The horses is all saddled up and out front, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. I should be back late Wednesday or early Thursday.
Well, don't you worry about nothing.
Things should be pretty quiet with the prisoner gone. Might even have time to do a little housekeeping around here for a change.
Well, now, I swept this place out from front to back just yesterday.
I know. Now, maybe you ought to use that mop and bucket standing out back before Washington declares them surplus equipment.
Now, Mr. Dillon.
Never mind. All right, come on, Skaglow. We got to get started.
I ain't no hurry.
Maybe you're not, but I am. I promised the sheriff in Haves City I'd have you there by noon tomorrow. All right, let's go. Mount up.
Ain't you going to take the cuffs off?
Uh-huh. At noon tomorrow. Now get up in that saddle. And Chester...
Yes, sir?
Don't take things too easy, huh?
Oh, yes, sir. No, sir, I won't.
All right.
Bye, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, was that the marshal just rode off?
Yes, it was.
Oh, what time will he be back?
What time? Well, if you'd asked me what day, it'd be a better question.
This is serious, young man. How long will the marshal be out of town?
Well, I expect him back of a Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh, I'll probably be dead by then.
Dead? Look, mister, I'm Mr. Dillon's assistant, and if you're in trouble...
Are you good with a gun?
Well, sure. Oh, I may not be as good as Mr. Dillon, but I do all right.
I'd sure feel better telling all this to the marshal.
Oh, what? You ain't told me nothing yet.
I have to trust you. Can we talk inside?
Oh, well, of course. You can come on in. Now, what's this about?
Here's my card.
Professor Albert Cramston, doctor of META...
Metallurgical research.
Oh. Well, Sounds pretty important, but it don't sound very dangerous.
Well, believe me, son, it is dangerous. If the syndicate has put a price on your head.
Syndicate?
The Silver Syndicate in San Francisco. You know, all those millionaire fellows who own the mines.
You owe them fellas. Well, why should they want you dead?
I don't want to tell you too much because it'd be dangerous information for you to have, but I will tell you this. They've hired 8 killers to track me down, and the one who catches up with me gets $10,000 for the job.
Well, is any of them 8 men in Dodge now?
I don't know. I don't know who they are or what they look like. I just know they mean to get me.
Well, there ain't anything I can do, Professor.
Thank you, son. And I just want to say, keep your gun close by, because the welfare of your country and mine may be resting in your hands.
Well, Delmar, Wilbert. Somehow I never thought I'd see you two drinking at the same table.
Sit down, Miss Kitty. Sure. Join us for a farewell drink.
I'd love to, but only if you'll let the Long Branch stand this round.
Oh.
Sam,
Yeah.
2 whiskeys, 1 beer.
Right away, Miss Kitty.
I understand Mr. Durgan bought out your shop, Wilbur.
That's right, for $1,500.
And you're leaving Dodge in the morning?
You're right again, for San Francisco. And to be perfectly honest, about the only thing I'll miss is dropping in here to the Long Branch.
Here's drinks, Miss Kitty.
Thanks, Sam.
Miss Kitty.
Hmm?
See that little old fella by the bar there? In the stovepipe hat?
The kind of fussy-looking little man?
Yeah.
What about him?
He keeps borrowing dimes from the customers.
Sam, you know we don't allow panhandling in here.
Oh, but he pays them back.
What?
Yeah, 3 times now I've seen him. He borrows a dime, he leaves, comes back, buys a drink with a silver dollar, takes his change, and pays back the dime.
Well, you worry about it, Sam. I'm going upstairs for a while. I got some bills to go over. Excuse me, boy.
Sure, Miss Kitty, sure.
And if I don't see you before you leave, Wilbert, good luck.
Well, thank you, Miss Kitty. Did you hear what Sam said about that little fella? Yeah. Sure sounds crazy. Why would anybody do that? I think we're going to find out.
Oh, excuse me, gentlemen. I wonder if either of you would be so kind as to lend me a 10-cent piece.
Why, I think that could be arranged, don't you, Wilbert? Yeah, I think so. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. I'll return it shortly.
I wonder where that little geezer's going. I don't know. Well, Sam said he keeps coming back with a silver dollar. Maybe we ought to follow him. Maybe we ought to.
Janet, I'm worried.
About the church supper, Mother?
I promised I'd make the chicken pies, but the way I felt lately with headache and muscular aches and pains, I don't feel up to it.
I don't wonder with that discomfort. Better do something about it.
But what?
Try Doan's pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
Is that him?
Yeah.
Now, let's don't follow too close. Wait. Where's he going? Well, he's going in my shop. Your shop? Ain't it locked? Well, what for? There's nothing in there. I hauled every last speck over to your place. My own stuff's already in my wagon. What do you suppose he's doing in there? Well, I'll go in and ask him. No, wait. Let's sneak up on him. We might find out something. I didn't board up the side window between the buildings. Maybe we can see him through there. That lantern. You suppose suppose he's planning to sleep in there? I don't know. What's that thing on the back counter? I didn't leave nothing like that.
Taking the cover off. Looks like some kind of machine. There's something crooked here, and we're going to get us a reward. Let's get the front door grabbing when he comes out.
Now, you get on that side, and I'll stay here and we'll wait for him to come out.
That's Chester. We got to get rid of him.
Why?
Because if he's in on it, there won't be no reward.
Oh, you know what? Durgam and Gatsby.
Chester?
Yep, Chester, just taking a last look at the old shop. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're leaving town tomorrow. Well, I sure do wish you luck, Wilbert. Thanks, Chester.
Well, Chester, I suppose you have to get on with your rounds, being a peace officer and all.
Things is kindly quiet tonight, so mostly what I'm doing is getting me a little exercise before I go to bed.
Well, good night, Chester.
Good night. Good night, Chester.
When we grab this fella, try to cover his mouth so he can't yell.
He's coming. Get ready.
Hold him, Gatsby. Hold him.
I got him. Get him back into the shop.
All right. Grab this over.
Delmer! Wilbur! You fellas in there? Are you all right?
We got him, Chester. Come on in.
You got to. And we get the reward. Here, that's Professor Crampton. Let him go, Wilbur.
Don't you do it, Wilbur, till he agrees about the reward.
If there's a reward, you can have it. Let him go. His face is turning blue. You said you protect me. Now, you shoot him. You shoot him. Whose side are you on, Chester? Now, look, Professor, these two fellers ain't killers. And they ain't from that syndicate thing. They're just Mr. Durgam and Mr. Gatsby.
Oh, well, that's certainly a relief.
Well, what about him? Who's he?
Professor Albert Cranston, gentleman, late of San Francisco.
Oh.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Howdy.
Howdy. We were watching through the window there. Well, you sure looked suspicious to us.
Oh, well, I can certainly understand that. And since you've stumbled onto part of my secret, I guess you're entitled to know the rest if you want to.
Well, I sure do.
Me too.
I'm kind of curious about this myself.
But first, I have to ask you, are all of you natural-born citizens of the USA?
Well, of course.
And
surely.
None of you are in the employ of a foreign government?
You mean like Europe or France or one of them towns?
That's what I mean.
What, now, that's silly.
Well, I won't even have nothing to do with foreigners.
Me neither.
Well, I've got to ask those questions. And one more. If the good of our duly constituted government depended on your keeping a secret, would you die instead of revealing it?
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Now, I want you to watch this carefully, gentlemen, so you'll be convinced in your own minds of the importance of this little device. I'll explain it to you step by step as I go along, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate. You just speak right up.
Well, man, this is all so mysterious. Like, what does that thing do?
You won't believe your eyes, Mr. Proudfoot. Would one of you contribute a dime to this demonstration?
I got one. I got one.
I got it down here somewhere.
I'll take all three of them, and then you each have a permanent memento, a reminder that you were among the first to witness the results of my discovery. I'll use your dime first, Mr. Proudfoot.
Chester.
Oh, all right, Chester. Now, put the dime in this funnel here at the top. Now, you count to three, slowly.
1, 2, 3.
Fine. Now, I give the crank 4 complete turns. I turn this little spigot to admit 3 drops of mercury, that's quicksilver, and turn the crank one more time. And there we are. Now, you see that lever there, Chester, on the bottom toward the front?
Yes, sir. What about it?
Oh, reach over and pull it.
Well, now, I ain't sure.
No, it won't hurt you. Just pull it.
Do it. Well, I know, but...
No.
Well, I declare. That's a silver dollar.
I told you you wouldn't believe it. You can take that cartwheel to the bank tomorrow, and they'll tell you it's real.
Oh, it's real enough, but
But how is it done? Oh, it's really very simple once you understand the physical principle. It has to do with what I call induced porosity. Once you make that dime porous, like a sponge, all you have to do is introduce a little quicksilver to fill in the holes, and the chemical process of expansion is automatic.
Well, that's clear enough.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, but why do you have to use dimes?
I'm glad you asked that question. You see, the ratio of the weight of 1 dime to 3 drops of mercury produces an expansion of exactly 10.
Well.
You follow me? That means this particular formula in this machine extends silver in size and weight in multiples of 10.
Oh.
So, the logical raw material is the little thin dime. Why, if you used half dollars or even quarters, the end product would be clumsy, large, and bulky. Of course. Besides, who ever heard of a $5 silver piece? Why, a couple of those would weigh you down like a pack mule.
Oh, you're sure right there.
No, you couldn't have them any bigger than $1.
Why, anybody can see that.
Now, anything else you don't understand?
Oh, no.
How about you fellows?
No, it's real clear to me. Me too, but...
But what?
I would like to see that thing work again. So would I.
All right. But this time, you turn the crank, Mr. Gatsby.
4 times?
Yes, but not till I tell you to. You ready?
Yep.
All right, now put in the dime. 1, 2, 3. Now.
What?
Now, turn it.
Oh.
That's right. Now 3 drops of quicksilver. There.
And I turn the crank once more.
Right. Well, you boys catch on fast.
Is it ready now?
It should be. Pull the lever.
I'll be doggone, I did it.
Well, that sure is surprising. It sure is. Can I try it? Now, I haven't had a turn. Can I try the whole thing?
Well, I'd like to accommodate you, but I think I'd better cover it up and put it away before some untrustworthy person finds out what we're doing in here.
Well, why don't you come have a drink with us, Professor? Yeah, we'd be proud to have you at our table.
Well, that's very kind of you, gentlemen, but I do have a few little things I must do. If I finish in time, I may join you at the Long Branch.
Well, whatever you say.
Anyway, a pleasure meeting you. Yes, it was.
Good night, sir.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night. And the pleasure was all mine.
Hi, this is Dennis James. Say, remember way back when this melody was popular? There's something very special about a long-time favorite, isn't there? Well, folks feel the same way about one of Kellogg's favorites, Kellogg's All Brand. Going on 41 years now, it's been America's most popular good food way to fight irregularity from lack of bulk. Because it's whole brand, Kellogg's All Brand gentles away irregularity safely and reliably. And because it's deep toasted for extra crispness, it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. That's ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All Brand.
I just can't get over it. Neither can I. You know, if a fella could just own one of them machines.
Or maybe even rent it for just a month.
Well, think all the good you could do. Yeah, well, you could build churches.
And help the poor people.
It sure would be wonderful. And after you did all those things, you could even take a little for yourself. Well, there's no reason not to. If a fella didn't get greedy, that is. That's right. You suppose he would sell it?
Oh, I doubt that. I couldn't do nothing about it even if he would.
You don't suppose he'd consider $1,500? 15,000 be more like it. Yeah. Anyway, I don't think so.
Oh, gentlemen, I can't tell you how glad I am that you're still here.
What's the matter?
Something's come up. May I sit down, please?
Of course. Go right ahead.
Yeah. What's come up?
I just got word that they know where I am.
The Silver Syndicate?
The Silver Syndicate. And their killers are closing in.
How many are they?
I don't know. Could be just one. Could be all of them.
Oh, I sure do wish Mr. Dillon was here.
But he isn't. So I've had to come to a decision. I'm taking the train east early tomorrow, 8 o'clock. But I need your help, all of you.
What do you want us to do?
I want you gentlemen to destroy the Silver Extender. Destroy it?
You mean bust?
I mean blow it to bits. So there isn't the slightest chance of anyone piecing it together and figuring out how it was made.
That'd be a terrible thing.
It sure would. Just a minute, gentlemen. I understand your concern, but it's not quite as bad as it sounds.
How's that?
Well, if I get to Washington alive, I can build another. If I don't, not only will I be dead, but my discovery will be lost to the government.
I begin to see what you mean. Yeah. If you can make up another, and when you get there, you'd be an awful lot safer traveling without this one.
Then I can count on your help.
Oh, sure. In what way?
Well, I've told you I want to destroy the machine. But when you're dealing with Washington, you can't do things just like that. No, sir. Now, see if you can understand my problem. Now, let's say you're the government. You know I have this machine. I've told you I'm bringing it to you. Then I show up without it. You ask me where it is, and I say I blew it up. And you say to me, prove it. Prove you didn't sell it to somebody. But I can't prove it. So you convict me of treason, put me up against a wall facing a firing squad. That's the end of Professor Cranston.
Oh, man, that'd be awful. Why, it sure would, but what can we do?
You can be witnesses.
Witnesses?
If 3 honest citizens signed an affidavit that they saw the machine blown up, they'd have to believe me. Would you be willing to do that?
That's certainly not asking very much. No, especially since you were so nice about sharing your secret. Well, I was planning to pull out early tomorrow, but there ain't no reason I can't wait till we're finished witnessing. Oh, you can wait that.
Now, there's one other thing.
What's that?
Well, I've got it all crated, and only the 4 of us know where it is, so I'm sure it'll be safe there till morning. Now, can I count on you?
Of course you can. We'll do it just like you said.
I don't know how to thank you, gentlemen, but when I tell the government what you've done for your country, you can be sure the U.S. Treasury will find some way of rewarding you for your services. Well, I'll be at the Dodge House if any of you need me.
This ought to be far enough from town. Just pull off the trail there and we'll unload it. All right, Chester. Yep. That's good. You get that tailgate open, Wilbert, and I'll slide the crate back to you. Now, just a minute. Let me help you, fellas. That's far enough. You and me can lift it down, Chester. Oh, I got the dynamite all bundled in under the seat here. Yeah. Now, look, we can just prop up one end of this rock and slide the bundles right underneath. Here. Oh, that should work just fine. Yeah. Fits real nice and snug, don't it? If you want to uncoil a roll of fuse, Wilbert, I'll turn wagon around and drive back down the trail. All right. I figured 20 feet of this would give us plenty of time to get out of the way. Oh, sure. String it out. We'll light it and keep right on moving. Think this is far enough for a wagon? Yeah, that's good. Well, it's all of it, Chester. You ready to move? Anytime. Here goes, then. Come on. I'm coming. You got plenty of time. Well, you keep a good hold on them horses. There's good 5 feet left before she blows. Smithereens. Yep, that did it. By jing, ain't nobody going to get the professor's machine now. Oh, he sure won't. Well, all I have to do is get back on to Dodge and sign that paper. Get on up on the wagon, Wilbert. We'll get going. Coming. Let's go. I'll ride alongside you fellas. We can stop by the office. Professor sure will be happy it all went so good. Yeah. I sure hated to do it, though. That machine... Here's somebody shooting at us. You see where that come from? Up there on that rise. I'm hit. You fool! Sure, you get Wilbert into Doc's. I'll right after him. You'll never catch him. Well, I can try. You get going. I'll meet you in town.
I'm not blaming you, Chester. The professor has taken in people a lot brighter than you are.
Well, if he'd have tried to sell that machine, I would have got suspicious, but he didn't.
Out on a thing like this, people sell themselves. And you can be sure he got through to somebody. Or Gatsby and Durgan wouldn't be laying up in Doc's office with each other's bullets in them.
Well, it all sure went over my head.
Machines like that have been fooling people since the first day men stopped trading buckskins for flour and started using money. And as long as there's a man alive looking for something for nothing, it'll go right on working.
Suppose.
Matt,
Yeah, Doc.
if you want to talk to Durgan, you better do it now.
All right, come on, Chester. What about Gatsby?
He never came out of it. Died a half an hour ago.
No, my.
Yeah, sure doesn't make much sense, does it?
Few killings do. Oh, that you, Marshal?
Yeah, that's right.
You're not laughing at me, are you?
No, I'm not laughing. Something you want to tell me?
Not much to tell. The stakes were big, but I lost.
Just what were the stakes?
Didn't Chester tell you?
And he told me about the silver extender. He said you blew that up.
That's what Chester was supposed to think. It's what I was supposed to think. But I knew better.
Then it wasn't in that crate.
Nah, just scrap iron. Gatsby had the machine.
What?
Sure. After we left the Long Branch last night, Gatsby snuck back and made a deal with the professor. Bought that machine with my money. Wouldn't go partners. Used the money I gave him and wouldn't go partners. Why, Marshal, 100 men could have got rich with that thing just using it an hour a day. He had to have it all. Couldn't share.
Where is it now?
If I tell you, will you promise to blow it up?
Is that what you want?
That's what I want. It's under the work counter in the back of my store. You know, a thing like that may be all right for the government, but it ain't for the people. The professor should have known that.
Well, I think maybe he did.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Anything else you want me to know?
That's about all, except about the gunman on the hill that hit Gatsby.
What about him?
I didn't hire him. Gatsby did. To shoot me. He just picked a man with a bad aim. So Gatsby got it in the shoulder. I think that's kind of funny.
Gatsby tell you this?
He did.
When?
Soon as Chester rode off after the gunman. Pulled his own gun to do the job himself.
Then you shot him self-defense.
You might say that, yeah, but I'll be honest with you, though, Marshal.
Yeah?
I was planning to kill Gatsby anyway. You won't forget your promise.
No, I'll blow up the machine. You want me to send Doc back in?
No reason to.
Yeah.
So long, Marshal.
So long, Durgan.
Did you tell him, Mr. Dillon?
About the silver extender? You know, Chester, I didn't have the heart.
I don't think I would either.
No. Even when he's wrong, if a man has to die, he likes to feel he's died for something. And if he dies for nothing, I don't want to be the one to let him know.
Get the really light refreshment. This is where I talk, Kay. Get the really light refreshment. That's Pepsi-Cola, of course.
I just wanted to say be sociable, Charlie.
Of course, Kay. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi on the road or at home. It always refreshes without filling.
Charlie.
Pick up extra cartons now. Pepsi is so delicious it goes fast. That's why you should keep plenty of Pepsi on hand.
Oops. Maybe I'd better sing.
Be sure to say keep Pepsi handy.
Yes, Charlie. But the song says it sociably.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair, get an air
K means is get plenty of Pepsi next time you shop.
Well, yes.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Vic Perrin, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and Jack Moyles. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
This is WBT Radio in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Hey, Gorse. Yeah? There's no moon tonight. What of it? It's spooky when there's no moon.
You afraid of something, Arlo?
Of me?
You. What are you afraid of?
Of course, I ain't been much afraid of anything since the second battle of Bull Run.
That so?
Oh. I took my first bullet at Manassas Gap. I thought sure I'd die, but I didn't.
That's nothing. When I got shot on the Chattahoochee River over in Georgia, I knew I wouldn't die.
How'd you know?
I just knew, that's all.
Weren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
Dying.
I've never been afraid to die.
Well, I'm not afraid. Not anymore. Not since Bull Run.
And what's all this about there being no moon, Arlo?
I said I'm not afraid to die. I didn't say I'm not afraid of anything.
Oh, shut up.
Okay. Hey, Gorse.
Yeah?
Wished we could stop and light a fire.
What?
I got some pork to cook.
Now listen here, Arlo. You trying to tie the rope around your own neck?
No.
And eat your meat raw, you hear?
Raw meat gives me the bellyache.
You needn't worry about that, Arlo. Those people back in Dodge, they got a cure for bellyache.
They have?
They have. A lariat rope over the limb of a cottonwood tree.
Oh, they ain't going to catch us.
They will if you go building bonfires all over the prairie to cook your dang pork with.
Well, I'll just build a little bitty Indian fire, Gorse.
Oh, shut up. Arlo? Look over there.
Where?
Over there. At the foot of that little rise.
I don't see nothing.
That cabin, you do too see.
Oh, that. What about it?
There's no light in it, you fool, and there's no smoke. It's deserted.
Well, that's good, ain't it, Gorse? Nobody to tell the posse which way we went.
How do you know they got a posse?
Well, they should have.
Anyways, we'll sleep in that cabin. If somebody does come along, we can fight 'em off from there.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on. Come on. It's big, ain't it, Gorse?
Big enough for us, anyway. Come on, maybe there's some food inside. Hey, wait. There's a horse in here.
He must have got in and the door blew shut, poor thing.
Well, get him out.
Yeah. Easy, boy. Easy now, son. Easy, boy. I got him. Now, outside, fella, outside. Come on. Yeah. Hey, that's funny.
What's funny?
That horse, he's all wet with lather.
Lather?
Hold it right there.
Hey, there's somebody in
Now
there.
get your hands up.
What?
You're framed in the door and you'll die if you make a wrong move. Now turn around and stand there. Now take your guns.
Who are you, mister?
All right, get outside. Slow. All right, that's far enough. Now you can turn around. All right, you, what's your name?
Orlo.
Orlo what?
Just Orlo.
And you?
William Goss, but I don't use the William.
I'll remember that.
Look, mister, we don't mean no harm. We just thought your cabin was deserted and we could sleep in there tonight.
It's deserted, but you won't be sleeping anywhere tonight.
Now, mister, you got no right
You'll
to...
sleep in Dodge when we get there.
Oh, no. No, we can't go back to Dodge.
No? Why can't you?
Well, you see, we shot a man that day.
Orlo.
This morning it was.
Orlo,
and
you shut up.
But, Gorse, you know we can't go back.
I'll shut you up.
Hold it, Gorse.
Well, he always did talk too much. The war made him like that, mister. He was all right before the war. So they say, anyway.
Now, listen to me, both of you. This isn't my cabin.
It isn't. Then why'd you put us out of it?
I'm trying to tell you why. I'm a United States Marshal.
What?
Oh, Gorse, we got caught.
You're both under arrest for murder.
Well, I'll be.
So that's why his horse was hot. He'd been chasing us, Gorse.
How could he have been chasing us? He was in front of us.
I've been on your tail ever since you ran out of Dodge. The trail you were following led right here, so I made a circle and waited for you. Does that explain things?
Hey, that's pretty smart, isn't it, Gorse?
We was riding too slow.
Yeah. But if I'd known what I was following, I think I'd have just ridden up behind and yelled at you to stop.
We'd have run.
Now explain something to me, will you? What are you men?
We're just friends.
Yeah, me and Gorse been friends for a long time.
No, that's not what I meant. Look, you shot that store clerk in Dodge and you killed him. But you're sure not gunmen, and you're not bandits. Now, what are you?
We're broke. We needed some money.
But he wouldn't give it to us. He grabbed a gun instead out under the counter. And he'd have shot us with it, too. We had to kill him.
That's all there is to it, Marshal.
Not quite, I'm afraid. You killed a man, and I'm taking you in for murder.
They're going to hang us?
Not they. The law, maybe. But you'll get a fair trial.
Won't matter. We done it. We'll hang.
Yeah, you're right, Gorse. We'll hang, sure.
I don't know. I suppose you'd have killed somebody sooner or later. All right, get your horses.
Ain't you going to handcuff us or nothing?
Why?
Oh, no reason, Marshal. I was just asking.
I thought so. All right, come on. It's a long ride to Dodge. It took all night to ride back to Dodge, but I didn't have to watch my prisoners any more than if they'd been a couple of riders I'd thrown in with on the trail. Maybe it was all their years in the war, in the Army, that made them do whatever I, as a marshal, told them to do. The idea of not obeying me never occurred to them. Next morning, I had Chester lock him up, and then I went off to get some sleep. About noon, I got up, ate something, and dropped into the Texas Trail.
Sit down, Matt.
Yeah, sure, Kitty.
I hear you brought in those murderers.
Yeah, I did.
Well, aren't you glad?
Yeah, sure, Kitty. I'm glad.
Well, they're the ones, aren't they? You got the right men.
Yeah, they're the ones. They did it.
Matt, sometimes I don't know...
Kitty, they're just a couple of not very bright men who've had too much war. I guess they just got used to killing. I don't think it means anything at all to them.
Well, then
They're
what?
not mean, and they're not vicious. They're just kind of loco. Well, that's what makes them dangerous, I guess.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah.
I hear you brought in 2 men this morning, Gorse and Orlo.
No? How do you know their names?
Well, everybody does by now.
Yeah, I suppose so.
They didn't do it, Marshal.
What?
They're innocent. They didn't kill that clerk.
Who are you, mister?
My name is Blaine, George Blaine.
All right, Blaine, what's this all about?
Oh, what I said, Marshal. They're innocent. You see, I and Ned and Lou, well, over there at the bar, we saw them just leaving Kelly's stable when that shooting took place.
Would you swear to that in court?
Why, sure, Marshal. How come you arrested them anyway?
Well, I'll tell you, Blaine. They shot a man.
Nobody saw that killing.
Look, I don't know who you are or what your interest in this is, but they admit killing that clerk. So why don't you just go back and join your friends at the bar and forget about it, huh?
No, Marshal, we won't forget about it. You shouldn't have arrested those men. And what's more, we're going to see to it they don't stay arrested.
Oh? You want to see to it right now, Mr. Blaine?
No. No, there are other men around here interested in justice, Marshal. And I think we'll talk to them first.
Don't do it, Blaine. Don't get anything like that started here in Dodge.
See you later, Marshal.
Who is he, Kitty?
I don't know, Matt. He and his 2 friends came in on the Santa Fe from St. Louis a couple of days ago. That's all I know.
I wonder what they got in mind.
Oh, they've been drinking. It's just talk, Matt.
Yeah, maybe. I'll see you later, Kitty. So long.
Hurry back, Matt.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, CBS Radio's Escape dramatizes a romantic conflict titled El Guitarrero, which means the guitarist. It concerns a Mexican musician who resorts to traditional and some surprising methods to protect his marriage when an American poet tries to steal his wife. Remember, it's tomorrow night on Escape, presented on most of these same stations by CBS Radio. El Guitarrero. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, that fella come here, but I wouldn't let him talk to prisoners.
Was he alone, or did he have his 2 friends with him, Chester?
Oh, he was alone, sir. But I did notice a couple of men waiting around outside now that you mention it.
You, haven't heard anything about this Blaine or his friends the last day or so, have you?
No, sir. Nobody's mentioned them. Around me, anyway.
Well, it sure stumps me.
You think maybe they're going to cause trouble, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. They might try, but it'd be easier to stop if I knew what was behind it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, mobs have tried to open this jail before, but to lynch somebody, not to turn them loose.
Mighty curious, all right.
Well, Chester, I'm going to have a talk with the prisoners. Maybe they might know something.
Well, it's worth a try, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, Goss. It's the marshal. Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Orlo. Gorse.
How are you, Marshal?
Well, is Chester treating you all right?
Well, wasn't much of the bait we had this morning, but the noon meal was fine.
Marshal? We get supper, too?
Of course you do.
When they gonna hang us, Marshal?
Well, Orlo, you haven't been tried yet. Nothing's going to happen until you have a trial.
How long will that take, Marshal?
Well, what difference it make, Goss, as long as we get fed every day?
Listen, you men, I want to ask you something.
Sure, Marshal.
Have you ever heard of a man named Blaine? He's tall, has black hair.
Blaine. Wasn't that the fella's name who was here this morning, Orlo?
Yeah, that's right. Blaine.
Here this morning? Chester said he kept him out of here.
Oh, he come around back, outside, talked through the window there.
Seemed like a nice fella. Sort of crazy, though.
Now, why do you say that, Orlo? What do he want?
Oh, he kept saying he had witnesses and all like that. Said we're innocent. We shouldn't be in here.
Well, what'd you tell him?
Well, we told him how you caught us and what we did and all.
We told him there wasn't any witnesses we could see. Just us.
And that clerk, but we killed him.
Sure, but Blaine was saying him and his friends saw us down by some corral or something. I don't know. He was all mixed up.
Tell me, have either one of you ever seen this Blaine before?
Oh, no, Marshal. Never laid eyes on him. And that's the truth.
That's right, Marshal. Me and Goss, we never tell lies.
Yeah, I know. Did Blaine tell you what he's going to do? What his plans are?
Nary a word, Marshal. Except he did say for us to set up a holler that we didn't kill that fella.
Oh, he's crazy, that Blaine. I couldn't get his drift at all.
Well, I'll tell you what it is, Orlo. For some reason that I don't know, Blaine wants you two out of jail. He may come here with a mob and try and get you out.
Well, he can't do that. We're under arrest here.
Yeah, I know. But he might try.
What'll we do about it, Marshal?
Nothing, Gorse, nothing. I'll handle it.
You sure, Marshal?
Let me know if you need anything, huh?
Oh, we're fine, Marshal. Thanks just the same.
Sure.
Okay. I'll see you later, then. Hello, Doc. What are you doing here?
I heard there might be some excitement, Matt.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, right here at the jail, too.
Give Doc a gun, Chester. We can use another man.
Name your preference, Doc. Shotgun or rifle?
You sit right where you are, Chester. I'm not a gunfighter. My work begins where you fellas leave off.
Well, you may have a busy evening, Doc. But I hope not.
You never can tell, Matt. But I take things as they come.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. I better go and get my office cleaned up. If anyone gets shot, you send them right up there.
It doesn't improve a man's temper to spend the afternoon sitting around and waiting for a mob to form. A mob that's going to head his way when it gets its spirits high enough. Chester and I didn't talk much. We just sat and waited. Long about dusk, we saw a couple of dozen men gather in the middle of the plaza. And then Blaine appeared, and he began haranguing them. And the crowd grew. In a little while, it started moving down Front Street, down toward the jail, and us.
Looks like everybody in Dodge is taking an interest, Mr. Dillon.
We'll use shotguns, Chester. I never saw a mob yet that was eager to jump a shotgun.
Yes, sir. Here's yours, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, thanks. Well, let's go meet him outside, Chester.
All right, sir.
Here, this is good enough.
Pretty big crowd coming, Mr. Dillon.
Maybe most of them are just curious. I sure am, anyway.
What do you mean, sir?
Well, I haven't got this Blaine figured, that's all.
All right, hold it, man. Hold it, man. I'll see if I can talk some sense into the marshal first.
Well, Marshal, I was right. There seem to be a lot of men in Dodge interested in justice. We want Orlo and Gorse out of that jail, Marshal. We want them freed. Aren't you going to say anything, Marshal?
I don't see your two partners, Blaine, whatever their names are.
Don't you worry about them, Marshal. Now, you tell us. You going to turn those prisoners loose, or do you want us to do it? Well, speak up, Marshal. Which way is it going to be?
All right. Now, you've all heard Blaine's story. He claims he and his friends saw Orlo and Gorse at Kelly's stable when the shooting took place. Now, that's pretty good evidence that they didn't kill that clerk. And it could be true. I'm going to go inside and I'm going to talk to him about it. And I'll give you my answer in half an hour. Now, is that fair enough?
Yes. A half hour will just about do it, Marshal.
I think it will, Blaine.
But no matter what you decide, we're going to turn them loose. Isn't that right, man?
Chester, keep an eye on Blaine. Don't let him leave here if you have to shoot him to keep him around.
Yes, sir, but I don't understand why
Just do as I say, Chester.
Yes, sir. What's doing, Marshal?
I don't know, Gorse, but I just might find out.
This Dodge is a mighty strange place, wanting to turn prisoners loose.
Yeah. I'll be back soon.
Matt! What are you up to? You're going to break my window with those rocks.
Get on here, Doc. I need you, and hurry.
Huh? Oh, why, sure, Matt. Stand under the window here, and I'll climb down on top of you. It's only a few feet.
Okay.
Ah.
All right, come on, hurry.
Yeah, well, what's this all about, Matt? Where we're going?
We're going to the express company first.
Well, what for? It's closed.
Maybe not. It's not quite 6.
Everybody in Dodge is out there in the street. I was watching from my front window.
Not quite everybody, Doc. Blaine's two friends aren't there.
Yeah, right. Well, what do you
I'm
mean?
working on a hunch, Doc. If I'm right, I want you as a witness. And we'll go back and show that mob what fools they are.
Yeah, whatever you say, Matt. But I haven't got a gun.
Don't worry, I'll do the shooting. We reached the rear of the express company, and I took a quick look through the window. The single room was deserted. And the only other place would be the bank, if I was right. And I was. 2 horses were tied to a tree outside the back entrance, the door of which was ajar. I made Doc get around the corner of the building where he'd be safe. And I stood close to the door and waited. In about 5 minutes, I heard him coming out.
Let's get that mask off. Yeah, we'll have this stuff at the stable. Go down and join Blaine. Hurry, Lou, we're late now.
Get your hands up. This is a shotgun.
Don't use it. You got us. Don't shoot.
Well, you're not the fightingest men I ever saw. All right, I'll take your guns now, and don't try anything. And yours? Doc.
Well, what do you know? Blaine's partners. You sure guessed right, Matt.
Now, who's inside?
We didn't hurt him, Marshal. Just tied him up.
Who, I said?
Well, that old man, the banker.
All right, go take a look at him, Doc. Take those money bags with you. But be quick, we haven't got much time. I'll have company for you shortly, gentlemen, so you just sit quiet, huh?
Blaine's going to be mighty surprised at this.
Come on, Doc.
My gracious, I thought you was never going to come out, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Marshal, are you going to be smart? Are you going to turn him loose?
You're under arrest, Blaine.
What? Marshal, don't be a fool. You aren't arresting anybody. Is he, man?
Tell him who I just locked up, Doc.
All right. That's right, man. Marshal just arrested Blaine's two friends.
What?
You make one move and I'll cut you in half, Blaine. All right, go ahead, Doc.
I was right there with him. Caught him up the street, raiding the bank. They're locked up inside right now.
Well, they're no friends of mine. We've been drinking together, that's all. And besides, I wasn't anywhere near that bank. I was right here.
Yeah.
You men saw me here.
And you got nearly everybody else in town here, too, Blaine. So your partners could work unmolested. Take his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right. All right, you men. Now, you've made fools enough of yourselves for one evening. Now, you go back where you came from and stay there. Now, go on. Inside, Blaine. Your friends are waiting for you. I never did find out just who Blaine was. He kept his mouth shut all through the trial. It could be that he'd never been arrested before. But anyway, he and his partners got 5 years. That's better than Orlo and Gorse made out. They stood up and told their whole story as straight as if I'd told it myself. I guess telling the truth was about the only sense of right and wrong that the war had left them. They weren't bad men, but they were dangerous. And early one morning, a month later, up in Hayes City, on the order of the court, Orlo and Gorse were hung.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Harry Bartell, with Lawrence Dobkin and Lou Krugman. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This Monday evening, Dan Daly and Deborah Paget are the stars in Deadline USA, a dramatic thriller adapted from the movie and presented by your Lux Radio Theater. It's an action-filled story of a newspaper man's struggle against hoodlum elements in his community, one that leads to dangerous reprisals on the part of the mobsters. Remember, this Monday night over most of these same stations, CBS Radio offers Deadline USA on your Lux Radio Theater. George Walsh speaking. America is cooking with 14 million kitchen radios and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Here's Frankie Lane. I never feel like singing with a bad cold, so I take wonderful four-way cold tablets to relieve my cold misery fast.
Right. Tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved four-way fastest acting of all. Amazing four-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
So when you catch cold, take my advice. Take four-way cold tablets. It's the fast way to relieve those nasty cold miseries and feel better quickly.
Four-way, 29 and 59 cents.
And now a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Does dandruff dull your hair, leave scalp itchy? Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo and get rid of unsightly dandruff in 3 minutes. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch, unsightly dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo.
Barkeep, short whiskey and a small beer.
Yes, sir.
There you are.
My name's Hank Fergus. They tell me you're Zeno Smith.
Yeah, that's right, young fella.
Well, they tell me Zeno Smith's got a big reputation for handling a gun.
Well, I didn't ask for it.
But you got it. That's what's important.
It's not such a good thing to have, Fergus.
And why not?
'Cause it attracts young fools like you to try me out and get themselves killed.
But if I don't get killed, I'll kill you instead.
Well, then you'll have yourself a pretty fair start as a gunman. You'll have had your last peaceful night's sleep.
I don't mind.
Now, look, Fergus. I just want to have a quiet drink and then go to bed. I'm worn out. Now, leave me be, will you?
You see that big picture of Valley Forge they got hung on the wall down there? You see them wires holding it up?
I'm not interested, I tell you.
You watched. Tolerable shooting, eh, Zeno?
Yeah? Yeah, it's not bad.
Not bad. Let's see you do better.
Fergus, I told you, I'm worn out. I haven't slept for nights. I'm not interested in your games.
I ain't playing games with you, Zeno. Now draw.
No.
All right. And I will. You didn't even try. He froze. He froze solid. Maybe this will thaw you out. Look at him, everybody. The great Zeno Smith, crawling like a snake. And I done it. Hank Fergus. Just remember that. Hank Fergus. Anybody like to try me? I didn't think so. You're all cowards in Dodge City. I'm leaving. Good night, Zeno Smith.
Barkeep. Yes, sir. Barkeep, give me a whole bottle of whiskey. A full one, right up to the top. Barkeep, give me a whole bottle of whiskey. A full one, right up to the top.
Zeno?
See?
Don't you think you've had enough for tonight?
Oh, I got the money to pay for it, Miss Kitty. You see?
I didn't mean
got
that,
the money.
Zeno.
Let him drink, Kitty. He never causes any trouble.
Oh, Matt? All right, Zeno. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Barkeep, here's the money. Barkeep, now get the bottle out.
You're a big help, Matt.
You can't stop Zeno Smith from drinking, Kitty. He'll sober up in a day or so.
Yeah, maybe for a whole week.
Now, he's been doing it for years.
Yeah, about 10, they tell me. Zeno's a nice fellow, Matt. What got him started drinking anyway?
I don't know. It was long before my time. But I've heard he used to be something of a gunman.
Zeno Smith? That's kind of hard to believe.
A gunman loses his nerve, he loses everything, Kitty.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, so they say. Some newcomer called him out and he froze.
So he took to drink, huh?
It helps him forget, I guess. At least for a couple of days a week.
Yeah. Well, it's mighty good of Mr. Jonas to keep him on at the general store. Most people wouldn't be that patient with him.
Jonas trusts him, Kitty.
Even when he's drunk?
When he's drunk, he doesn't go near the store. Little Tommy sees to that.
What a combination. A 45-year-old drunk and a 13-year-old orphan boy.
Now, they're good company for each other.
Oh, you men. Well, there he goes with his bottle. Matt, does Tommy know about Zeno backing down that time?
Now, that's one thing everybody's been decent about. They've never told the boys.
Good.
That's a funny thing, Kitty. They say it happened right here at the Long Branch.
Well, this place has got a lot of history I'm just as glad I've missed.
Yeah, me too. But I'd better get going now.
Come by later, Matt.
I'll try. So long.
So long.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, you better get out there. Some toughs are plaguing Zeno Smith. They're pretty drunk, and they could hurt him. They wouldn't listen to me.
Well, what are they doing to him?
Oh, they smashed a bottle of bourbon he was carrying, and now they're agging him to go home and put on his gun.
Show you
Yonder they are on the street there.
Show it. Get it. By heaven, I'll show every one of you.
All right, get away from him, you men. Leave him alone.
I'll show you. Look at him.
Look at him run.
Let him go.
If one of you dares to face me, I'll show you.
Forget it, Zeno. They've gone.
Well, Marshal, they think I'm a coward. They think I won't put on a gun. I'll show them.
You're not a
I'll
coward,
show 'em.
Zeno. You don't have to show anybody anything.
Yes, I do. I'm going to right now. They'll see. No fool around with me.
You gonna let him do it, Mr. Dillon?
That's Kentucky courage he's using, Chester. He'll sober up fast enough.
Maybe so. But I'm thinking one of these days he'll get on that bottle and come out shooting for real.
Well, you never know, Chester.
When acid indigestion slows you down, get relief quickly, safely, effectively. Settle the upset fast with the modern antacid that goes everywhere with you.
Do you know about the little white tablet in the little green pocket roll? Just a-waiting for the moment when you need 'em to bring your acid indigestion under control. Tums are the little white tablets in the little green pocket roll. Tums for the tummy, Tums. than you'd ever guess. Best for any kind of acid distress. Keep 'em handy in the pocket row. Keep your tummy under Tums control.
No acid rebound with modern Tums. Get Tums, 10 cents. 3-roll pack, a quarter. Or the new Tums 6-roll pack with 3 metal carrier, 49 cents.
Zeno. Come on. Wake up.
Oh, Tommy.
You've got to get to work, Zeno. Mr. Jonas is asking for you over at the general store.
Oh, no. Oh, I can't work today, boy. Oh, my head's got an axe stuck in it.
You was awful drunk when you come home last night, Zeno. You was even looking for your gun.
Huh? I was?
I hid it, Zeno. It's under the mattress. You was talking about some fellas, Zeno, how you was going to take your gun and face them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember. Oh, I'm sick, Tommy.
But you got to go to work. You spent all your money last night.
Well, there's food in the house. I'll get some money next week.
Next week? Well, my birthday's tomorrow, Zeno. You promised me a pair of boots. Don't you remember?
I forgot. I'll get him, Tommy. I promise I will.
But how? You're broke. You can't work today. Mr. Jonas won't advance you no money.
You leave it to me, Tommy. You're going to have your boots. I promise.
Sure, Zeno. I'll fix you some coffee.
Oh, Tommy, boy, I'm just no good. No good for anything.
We gonna get that beer now, Mr. Dillon?
You always thirsty, Chester?
It seems like it, don't it? Oh. What's yonder?
What?
Ain't that Zeno's boy, Tommy?
Oh, yeah.
Why, looks like he's crying. Just standing there looking in that store window and crying. Oh, that poor little fella.
Tommy? What's wrong?
Nothing, Marshal. Nothing.
Ought to be something wrong. Well, what is it?
Zeno promised me a pair of them boots in the window there. Tomorrow's my birthday.
Oh.
He's homesick. He can't even work.
Well, Tommy, we don't always get what we want. But Zeno's generally pretty good to you, and he's probably feeling mighty sorry about this.
Sure, maybe he'll get you some boots next year.
Next year's too late. I'll be 14 tomorrow, and I'm going to get me a job at the stable so that I can learn to ride and make a living for myself.
You're going to be 14 tomorrow, huh? Well, you're practically a man then, Tommy. Men have to learn to take hard knocks.
You're right, Marshal. I've been seeing us daily. I'm okay now.
Sure you are.
Well, I got to get back to Zeno now. He may need me. So long, Marshal. Chester?
Bye. He's an awful good boy, ain't he, Mr. John?
He's going to make out all right, Chester. Well, what you say, let's get our beer in the Lady Gay, huh?
Okay, sir. Said I'd pay you later, barkeep.
Can't you trust me for one little whiskey?
No.
I got half a mind to put another hole in your nose.
Stay back, Chester.
Yes, sir. 10 years since I've been in this town. It stinks just as bad as it ever did.
You got a complaint, mister?
Oh. You're the marshal.
So?
Well, I'm Hank Fergus, Marshal.
You make that sound like I should know you.
You never heard of me?
No.
Well, I have been in California quite a spell.
Uh-huh. Well, this is Dodge, Fergus, and I run Dodge. And gunmen with big reputations come and go a lot here. But mostly they go.
Look, Marshal, I don't aim to cause no trouble. I'll tell you the honest truth. I'm heading for St. Louis, and I kind of went broke on the way. Thought I'd stop by Dodge and make me a little money gambling, that's all.
Sure.
I'm broke. It's the truth, Marshal.
Well, being broke sure ain't nothing new around here. I'm most generally always broke.
Marshal, I hope you're convinced of my peaceful aim.
I'll let you know when I'm not, Fergus. I'll let you know real fast.
You sure don't make it easy for a man, do you?
I'm not paid to make it easy for men like you.
Goodbye, Marshal.
Well, Miss Dillon, ain't you being kindly hard on him?
You're forgetting something, Chester.
What?
He came here to make some money, and he's broke. Now, where's he going to get the stake to start gambling?
Oh, come in, come in. Hey, is it Fergus? Hank Fergus?
Hello, Zeno.
What are you doing here?
They told me at the general store where you live. I just come by to see how you're getting along.
No, that's not true.
You want to call me a liar, you better get off that bed and put on a gun, Zeno. Or don't you wear a gun no more.
What do you want here, Fergus?
I asked around town about you, Zeno. Found out a lot of things. Most everything, I guess.
What for? What are you up to?
One thing I found out is that you carry a key to the general store. I'm broke, Zeno.
I ain't got any money.
I need a little stake to start gambling with. And I don't want no trouble with that marshal. So I got to thinking maybe you could help me.
Help you rob the store, sure. Well, I won't do it, Fergus. I'm a lot of things, but I ain't no thief. Tommy, don't you bother.
Wait a minute.
Now, boy.
Come on in, son.
Tommy, I said not to bother.
I heard about Tommy, too, Zeno.
What'd you hear? What are you talking about?
Tommy, will you please go on?
He's kind of upset, son. He thinks there's things a boy shouldn't know.
What things?
Things about him, for example. Right, Zeno?
Fergus, don't now.
I know everything about Zeno, mister.
Well, now, let's see. Do you know that one time right here in Dodge about,
Fergus?
Oh, just how long ago was it?
All right, you win.
Kind of thought I would.
What's he win, Zeno?
Never mind, Tommy.
Well, I want to know what this is
You
all about.
heard me now, Tommy.
I want to know. You tell me that.
Just shut up.
You hit me, Zeno.
Tommy,
You hit me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Tommy, wait a minute. Now, come back.
Well, you're mighty rough, Zeno, on kids.
Get out, Fergus. Get out, will you?
Sure. But I'll be back tonight. You'll be here.
I'll be here. Just you promise not to tell that boy about what happened.
Of course not. I wouldn't want him to know what a coward you are. At least not if I get the cash box out of that general store without making no trouble. I'll be back tonight.
Join CBS Radio's Amos and Andy Music Hall for a hilarious combination of music and fun. 5 nights a week, you'll enjoy the wonderful characterizations of these beloved comedy favorites. Amos and Andy also invite some of the biggest names in show business to their music hall to join the super-duper goings-on. The doors of their grand ballroom of the Lodge of the Mystic Knights of the Sea are open every Monday through Friday evening on most of these same CBS radio stations. Laugh along with Amos and Andy and the Kingfish, who will bring you a whole ballroom filled with the music of America's top song hits. The antics of these famous fun makers will put you in a light-hearted mood as they get light-headed about everything from high finance to romance. Get together with your whole family and live it up with the comedy, music, and fun you'll find at the Amos and Andy Music Hall. You don't have to jot down the date or tie a string around your finger to remember this invitation. All you have to do is keep your dial set where it is on CBS Radio, which is the address of the Amos and Andy Music Hall 5 times a week.
Good evening, Marshal Dillon.
Huh? You been drinking again, Doc?
Oh, little glass of wine maketh glad the heart.
There hasn't been a glass of wine in Dodge since the flood, Doc. Sit down.
Thank you. I presume you refer to the flood Noah weathered so skillfully?
I do.
Great man, Noah.
Sure. Without him, there wouldn't be all the gunmen and murderers and horse thieves and plain common bums walking around the earth.
Yes, that's true. But there wouldn't be you or me either.
Well, I'm not too much impressed, Doc. Now, look here.
See, that boy's up kind of late.
Marshal Dillon.
Hello,
Doc.
Tommy.
Hello, Tommy.
Marshal, I gotta talk to you.
Oh, what's on your mind?
I had to come to you, Marshal. I've been thinking on it for hours. You gotta stop it.
Stop what?
That man, that Fergus. I waited outside the door and I heard him talking. He's got something on Zeno, Marshal. And he's gonna make him help rob the cash box out of the general store.
What?
Tonight. You gotta stop it, Marshal.
I'll get over there right now, Tommy.
Now, wait a minute, Matt. I saw Zeno buying a bottle of liquor a few hours ago. He's probably dead drunk by now.
Then you come along, too, Doc. We'll sober him up and find out what this is all about.
If Zeno ain't at home, he's gotta be in here robbing the store, don't he, Marshal?
We'll soon find out, Tommy.
The store's dark. Don't see anybody in there.
No. Now, the door's locked.
Zeno's key fits the back door, Marshal, not this one.
Let's go around back, then. Down the alley here.
When did you last see Zeno, Tommy?
Oh, this afternoon, Doc, when he hit me and run out.
Quiet now. Wait a minute. What's that?
It's Zeno.
Here, stay back, Tommy. You do as I say.
Okay, Marshal.
Yeah, dead drunk, just as I said.
Take a look at him, Doc.
Oh, leave me be. Well, he's not quite out.
What's that sack he's holding?
Money from the cash box, probably. Here, let me have that thing.
No, don't touch it.
Marshal, come here quick.
Huh?
Look, I seen him laying here.
Well, who is it, Tommy?
It's that man, Fergus.
By golly, it is. He's dead, Tommy.
Dead.
There's nothing on him.
No money in from the cash box.
No.
And Zeno's got it. He took it.
I'm afraid it kind of looks that way, Tommy.
Oh, gee, Marshal.
I'm sorry, Tommy. Come on.
Matt, this man's been shot.
What?
Zeno shot.
Right through the lungs. He's
filling up bad.
Oh, no. No. Zeno. Zeno.
Here's a gun I found on him, Matt.
Let's leave him alone, Doc.
Sure, Mr. Tommy.
It's Tommy.
Looks like they fought over who got the money, Doc.
Oh. Well, it took money and liquor to do it, but at least Zeno handled a gun again.
Yeah.
Marshal, stop. Look. My boots. He's got me my boots.
So that's what was in that sack.
Tommy,
What, Zeno?
them boots, I owe Mr. Jonas for 'em. He'd take my gun and give it to him. I made a deal with him. I'm dying, Tom.
No, Zeno.
You be a man, boy. I'm counting on you.
Don't die, Zeno. Zeno? Marshal?
He's dead, Tommy.
Zeno. Dead.
Here's his gun, Tommy. You give it to Mr. Jonas tomorrow. And start wearing those boots. You're a man now. And you can walk proud in them, Tommy. Mighty proud.
Cannon thundered and rockets flared over the barricades in the Battle of New Orleans, and Andrew Jackson won a great victory for the United States. There was only one thing askew with the victory. A month before, United States and British envoys in Europe had signed a treaty ending the war. 2,000 men died at New Orleans because they didn't know their countries were at peace. That, of course, was in 1815, when news traveled by sailing ship. Today, if a shot is fired in the Middle East, Lowell Thomas has the whole story for you by dinner time. If a conference is held in Europe, a CBS News correspondent tells you its highlights on the World News Roundup within hours. Start this week to hear the World News Roundup and Lowell Thomas regularly. Both programs are heard Monday through Friday on CBS Radio over most of these same stations.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, and Richard Beale. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Hey, Doc.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Come on over and sit down.
Well, I guess it won't hurt for a minute or two just to sit here.
Oh, might as well be sitting out here on the street as loafing around your office.
No, that's loafing.
Oh,
Say,
now,
if
wait
I
a
can
minute.
tell you what
I didn't
do.
mean nothing, Doc. I wasn't even thinking.
Well, I can believe that. What's bothering you, Chester?
Mr. Dillon.
What?
I'm kind of worried about him, Doc.
You are? Why?
Well, look. Here it is near dark, and he ain't showed up yet. I don't even know where he is.
Well, I think Matt can take care of himself, Chester.
Sure, but usually he leaves a note or something, Doc.
Well, a man doesn't have to do things the same way all the time.
I know
now,
that.
for instance, it's like Mrs. Hull the other day. She came to ask me how to get her baby to sleep at night. Now, for example, what would you have told her?
Oh, no.
Now, you just think now, Chester. After all, you were a baby once. How'd your mother get you to sleep?
She didn't have no trouble.
Well, the usual way is to rock the baby. But you know what I told Mrs. Hull to do?
Doc, I really ain't interested.
Well, you're
in
going to
baby.
hear it anyway. I told her to take the baby and smear its little fingers with thick molasses.
What?
Yes, and then I told her to give it a half a dozen chicken feathers.
What for?
Well, I figured he'd pluck the feathers from hand to hand until he fell asleep. And then if it woke up again, all she had to do was to give it some more molasses and feathers.
Oh, seems to me that'd only make the little baby mad.
Oh, man, that shows how much you know about babies, Chester.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Can't we talk about something else, Doc?
I said you start something.
Hey,
this
wait a
time.
minute. There's Mr. Dillon.
Where?
Riding up the street there, leading that horse with a pack on it.
Oh, yeah.
Doc, look.
What?
That ain't no pack he's got tied on that horse.
No, that isn't.
That's a man. A dead one.
Yes.
Who do you suppose it is?
Well, I don't know.
Hi, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester. Doc.
Hello, man.
Who you got there?
Mel Hornby.
Mel Hornby?
I went out to ask him some questions about that sodbuster that got murdered last month.
Oh, Jake Reeves?
Yeah. But Hornby took offense, and he tried to kill me.
We think he had something to do with the Reeves murder, man?
He did it, Doc. He admitted it just before he died.
A big rancher like old Mel Hornby killing a poor, half-starved little homesteader?
Now, they had an argument about something, and Hornby's temper got the best of him. The way it did today.
But how come you brought the body to Dodge, Matt? I should think Mrs. Hornby'd want him out there.
I didn't find him at home, Doc. He was way out on the prairie handling some stock. I'll get a wagon in the morning and take him back.
Take him? Oh, I don't envy you. Old Mrs. Hornby's a pretty mean woman.
Yeah, I know.
You better let Chester do that. She can't blame him for anything.
No. I'll do it, Doc. I killed him.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Morning, Chester.
I hired a team and wagon for you. It's standing outside.
No, thanks.
Near 10 o'clock already?
Yeah, well, I'll get started here.
There you are, Marshal.
Miss Hornby?
Where's my husband? You got him here?
Won't you sit down, ma'am?
I've been sitting down since dawn on a saddle. My husband didn't come home last night, and I figured it had something to do with you. You found him, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I found him.
Well, where is he? You got him in jail on some fool charge? I want to know what's going on, Marshal. I should have made you tell me when you come by.
Miss Hornby, your husband's dead.
What?
He tried to kill me.
You shot him?
I had to.
You killed my husband?
I wanted to talk to him about Jake Reeves. But as soon as I mentioned Reeves' name, he went for his gun. I'm sorry it happened that way, ma'am.
I don't believe you. Why would he do that? What'd he care about Jake Reeves?
He killed him, Miss Hornby. I didn't know that, but he admitted it before he died.
Is that true?
Yes, and that's true.
Well, he should have had a trial. He'd have got off. Who cares about a man like Reeves? You murdered my husband, Marshal. He didn't have a chance against you.
He had a gun, and he tried to kill me with it, ma'am.
Too bad he didn't. But you're going to die anyway, Marshal.
What?
I said you're going to die. I've got money. I'm going to hire you killed.
Now, wait a minute, ma'am.
$1,000, that ought to do it, and you can't stop me. There ain't a thing in the world you can do about it.
All right. All right. Who are you going to hire?
Oh, so you can be watching for him or maybe go right out after him? No. Ain't going to work that way, Marshal. It ain't one man I'm going to hire. It's a whole army of men. You won't have a chance any more than my husband did. Now, where's his body? I'm going to get him buried and then go to work on getting you killed.
More coffee, Matt?
No, thanks, Kitty. I think I've had enough. Hey, that was a good dinner, wasn't it?
Matt, you're awful calm for a man who's been threatened the way you have.
Miss Hornby?
Don't you think she meant what she said yesterday?
Well, I don't know where she's going to hire an army for $1,000. But I suppose it is some kind of a compliment. She thinks that I'm that hard to kill.
Well, you're not taking this very serious, Matt.
Now, there's nothing I can do, Kitty, until I find out what she's up to.
Well, maybe she's just crazy. She sure sounds like it.
Yeah, maybe.
Where'd she bury him, Matt? She take him back to the ranch?
No. Now she buried him up on Boot Hill.
Boot Hill?
She said if that's the way he got killed, that's the place he was going to get buried.
Sounds like she was mad at him.
I think it was shame, Kitty. She wasn't very proud of her husband getting shot down like an ordinary lawbreaker.
That's a pretty easy word for a murderer.
I don't think his killing Jake Reeves meant a thing to her, Kitty. Why, he might as well have shot a horse for all she cared.
All she cares about herself.
Mr. Dillon. Hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester. Sit down and have some coffee.
All set, but there ain't no time for no coffee.
What's that poster you got, Chester?
That's what I come to find you about, Mr. Dillon. I tore this poster off the board down at the depot. But there's more of them. Fellow there told me she's putting them up all over Dodge.
What?
Here, you read it.
$1,000 reward to the first man that can prove Matt Dillon is dead. He doesn't have to prove anything else. Money is in safe at Dodge House and will be paid in cash immediately. Signed, Mrs. Mel Hornby.
Matt, she can't get by with that. You can put her in jail.
You sure can. And I'll go around and tear down the rest of them posters. Mr.
No,
Dillon.
no, Chester. Too many people have read them by now. And some of them are probably already thinking about it.
And put her in jail till she takes it back, Matt. Make her print up some more saying it isn't true.
You think she'd do that, Kitty? Miss Hornby?
Matt, you're going to have every greedy bum in Dodge out trying to ambush you.
Yeah. Yeah, Kitty. A whole army of them. I spent the next couple of days looking over one shoulder everywhere I went, sitting with my back to the wall, keeping away from windows. And come evenings, I tried to get set somewhere before it got dark so I wouldn't have to walk past alleyways or through patches of light on the street. Strings a man tight living that way. Too tight. I found that out one afternoon when Chester and I were sitting on the porch in front of the office.
I locked the door out back, Mr. Dillon. At least ain't nobody going to come up on you that way.
Oh, good, Chester.
Wouldn't you be better off sitting inside?
Out here, I can see what's going on.
You couldn't see a man with a rifle if he was hid out in one of them buildings across the street.
No. And I can't dig a hole and hide in it either.
Oh, sure. Look yonder at that fool kid. He's going to run somebody down riding that way.
He's trying to ride like an Indian. Look how low he's bent.
Hey, he's got a gun in his hand.
Hey, Doc Chester!
Mr. Dillon, you hurt Mr. Dillon?
No, he missed me. But he was shooting mighty close.
Well, you got him.
Yeah, I got him.
That kid must be crazy. Riding by like that and trying to shoot you?
Yeah.
Say, you don't suppose...
I don't know, Chester. He's still alive. I'll carry him up to Doc's. You take care of his horse, huh?
Yes, sir. My, he's awful young, ain't he?
Yeah. He's awful young. How is he, Doc?
Come on in, Matt. He's conscious now, but I don't know how long it'll last.
Is he gonna die?
You better hurry if you want to talk to him, Matt.
Oh. Okay. How you feeling, son?
Bad. Real bad, Marshal.
Doc will take good care of you. Who are you? What's your name?
Can't tell you my name.
Why not?
My name don't matter.
All right. But you tried to shoot me. Why?
Reward. $1,000. We needed that money. We needed it bad.
Who needed it?
I seen you sitting there. Then I went and got my horse. I almost killed you. But I'm sorry I did it. I'm real sorry.
Now, don't worry about that now. Everything's going to be...
I'm a... Marshal.
Son? Doc?
I'm right here, Matt.
He's dead.
Nobody could have saved him.
No. How old would you say he was, Doc?
Oh, 15, maybe. It's not your fault, Matt.
I killed him.
No, Matt.
I'm going over to the Dodge House, Doc.
Mrs. Hornby?
Yeah.
Oh, it's you. I thought it was somebody come for their money.
Somebody almost did, Miss Hornby.
That so?
I killed him.
You kill a lot of people, don't you, Marshal?
But I have to.
Well, maybe the next one will get you.
Maybe.
What'd you come to see me for?
I thought maybe I could get you to change your mind.
What's the matter, Marshal? Getting scared?
Well, I don't enjoy knowing somebody might shoot me any minute.
Ah.
But I don't like the idea that I might have to shoot somebody any minute either.
Well, shouldn't bother a man like you.
I told you your husband tried to kill me. Don't you understand that?
I don't care about understanding it.
You know who you hired this afternoon?
It don't matter. Except I wish he'd been a better gunman.
He wasn't a man, Mrs. Hornby. He was a boy. 15. He was poor. He needed the money for somebody else. I don't even know his name.
I thought you killed him. How do you know he did it for the money?
He didn't die right off.
Oh.
Well, how does it make you feel, Miss Hornby?
The next one won't be a boy, Marshal. Or the one after that.
Miss Hornby.
What?
You're a terrible, selfish old woman.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
That night, a drunk staggered up to me on the street. He had a gun in his hand, but I buffaloed him before he could use it, and I threw him in jail. Later, about midnight, it was different. A mule skinner tried to shoot me from behind a water barrel. His first shot missed, and a second later, he discovered his mistake. The barrel was empty, and he died there. And nobody else seemed willing to take a chance. At least that night. The next day, about noon, Chester and I were on our way to Delmonico's when we saw Miss Hornby coming up Front Street.
She's looking right at you, Mr. Dillon.
She's probably going to complain about how I treat her hired hands.
Too bad she's a woman, ain't it?
Things would be a lot different if she wasn't, Chester.
Maybe she's thought it over. Maybe she's going to change her mind.
It'll take more than a couple of killings for that.
She don't seem to care at all that her husband murdered poor old Jake Reeves. My, if she ain't the one meanest-looking woman, she's waiting for it. Hello, Miss Hornby.
I want to talk to you, Marshal.
All right, ma'am.
I hear you killed another man last night.
The first of your men I killed was a boy, Miss Hornby.
Still harping on that?
Doesn't bother you at all, does it?
He was a fool to try it.
That money meant a lot to him.
Find out who he was?
No.
Well, it don't matter.
No, not to you.
Marshal, I'll make you a deal.
A deal?
That's what I said. I'll withdraw the reward if you get out of Dodge. Leave the country and don't ever come back.
Why?
It's my business. Why?
It's beginning to bother you, all the blood that's being spilled
Never
out.
mind that. You're going to do it?
You know, Miss Hornby, you haven't thought straight since your husband got shot.
Got shot by you.
By me.
What's your answer, Marshal?
Miss Hornby, I hate killing. I hate it as much as you hated losing your husband. But I'm not leaving.
You sure, Marshal?
I'm sure.
Mister?
Who's that?
Go see what she wants, Chester.
Yes, sir. I'm coming, lady.
You'll just kill more men if you stay here. Till one of them gets you.
You're the only one who can stop that, Miss Hornby.
Well, I ain't gonna stop it. And some man that knows what he's doing will be along soon, maybe today, Marshal.
You're not helping anybody this way.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
This lady's looking for you. She drove that wagon all the way to town to find you. Near 20 miles, she says.
Oh, is that so? Well, what can I do for you, ma'am?
I don't want to bother you if you're busy, Marshal.
No, it's all right.
I'm looking for my boy.
Your boy?
He's going to get himself in trouble lest I stop him. Bad trouble, I know it.
Oh? What's he planning to do, ma'am?
Well, I'm ashamed to tell you this, Marshal, but he took his gun when he left home yesterday.
So?
There'd been talk about that $1,000 reward for you, Marshal.
How old was your boy, ma'am?
Going on 15. He doesn't know what he's doing. I gotta find him and stop him, Marshal. He's only doing it 'cause we're about to starve out there. Him and me and my little girl.
Ma'am...
Wait, Marshal. You gotta understand the boy first. Why he's doing it.
All right. Why?
My husband got killed a month ago. Shot. And since then, we've been near starving to death. The boy tried, but we ain't been making it.
Excuse me, ma'am. I want to ask you something.
Why, sure.
What's your name?
Mrs. Reeves. My husband was Jake Reeves. Did you know him?
No. No, I didn't. But my husband, he knew him. Didn't he, Marshal?
He did?
That's what he told me.
Well, what's your name?
Never mind my name right now, Mrs. Reeves.
I don't understand.
Marshal.
Yes, ma'am.
You were right about me being a terrible, selfish old woman. But would you do something for me?
I think so.
There'll be an envelope at the Dodge House. It'll be in your name. You know what to do with it.
Yes, ma'am, I think I know.
I'm going home now. Goodbye, Mrs. Reeves.
Goodbye. I don't understand what she was saying, Marshal.
Miss Reeves, you want to come to my office, and I'll try to explain it to you. I'll try to explain a lot of things to you.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Sam Edwards, and Helen Clee. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. By Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield. You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. A transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Barkeep,
What'll it be, young fellow?
draw me a beer, will you?
Got it right here.
That looks mighty good.
Right, huh?
Far enough.
I ain't seen you around Dodge before.
No.
There you are.
Thanks. Take it out of that, will you?
Take two out of that, barkeep.
I'm having a beer, too. Any objections? Give him a beer, barkeep.
And that's right smart of you, fella.
I ain't looking for trouble.
Of course you ain't. Not with Jake Kroll, you ain't.
Not with anybody, mister.
I said my name was Kroll, didn't I?
I heard it.
Well, maybe you ain't so smart as I thought. Barkeep, I'll have a shot of whiskey with that beer.
What about it, young fellow? You buying him whiskey, too? Anybody drinks with me drinks what I drink.
Bring me the beer, barkeep.
Okay.
There you are. Now, young fella, I'm going to show you what happens to people that don't do as I tell them.
Watch how I drink your beer. Sticky wet, ain't it, young fella?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Hit me, huh? Now I'm going to have to kill you. Killed him.
Oh, Marshal Dillon.
Oh?
Did you see that, Marshal? Jake drew first, not the boy. Jake made him fight. He was bullying him right from the start, and then he drew first. I'll be witness to that.
I saw it. I came through the door just as it happened.
Good thing you saw it, Marshal.
Give me your gun.
What? That ain't right, Marshal. It was self-defense, pure and simple.
I said give me your gun.
Marshal, you ain't listening.
It's okay, barkeep. It's okay. Here's my gun, Marshal.
My office is across the street. Let's go.
It ain't fair, I tell you.
Who's this you got, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester.
I heard the shot. Did he fire it?
Yeah. Sit on there, fella.
Anybody get hurt?
Jake Crowell. They killed him.
He did?
It was self-defense, Chester.
Well, then why'd you arrest him?
I'd kind of like to know myself.
What's your name?
Andy. Andy Travis.
Where you from?
On west of here. I'm just drifting.
How old are you, Andy?
20.
Where'd you learn to use a gun?
What do you mean?
Jake had his halfway out of the holster before you even started.
He did? Well, say now, you must be pretty fast,
He's real fast, Chester. That's why I brought him over here.
What?
I'm not arresting you, Andy. I wanted to see what you're like.
What I'm like? Why?
It happened to me once, Andy. And it's happening to you. Anybody that can use a gun the way you can has to make a choice. You can go on using it, or you can quit before you got blood all over you.
I don't like killing people, Marshal. I've done it before. I had to, same as today. But I don't like it.
How'd you get so good?
Practice. All my life I've practiced. I don't know why. It was fun at first, but it ain't fun now. It just leads to trouble. That's all I ever got out of it. Trouble.
Then why are you still wearing it?
I don't know. I wouldn't feel right without it, I guess.
Yeah. How long you been in Dodge, Andy?
Just got here today.
And you've already killed a man, huh? And the barkeep is going to tell everybody in town just how fast you are. And the first thing you know, you're going to have a reputation. It won't be very long before somebody tries to cut you down for it. You're going to have to go on killing the rest of your life. However long that is.
It's too late already, Marshal.
No, it isn't. You're not a killer, Andy. I know a killer when I see one.
No. No, I'm sure not.
But you're going to have to kill. One man after another.
I know.
Well, I'm not going to watch it. You take your gun off and you leave it off or you get out of Dodge. You go do your killing someplace else.
Marshal, you think I could find a job here?
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Moss Grimmick's looking for a man over at the stable.
Yes, sir. On your feet, Andy. I'll show you where it is.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
Andy didn't say anything. He just got up and followed Chester out of the office, leaving his gun with me. I unloaded it, threw it in a drawer, and I hoped it'd stay there forever. After a few weeks had passed and it was still there, I began to think that maybe it would. Andy worked out fine at the stable. Everybody liked him. And Moss Grimmick soon trusted him enough to let him run things by himself, while Moss started to get in more fishing than he had in years. Sometimes Chester went with Moss, and having Chester out of the office gave me a chance to catch up on some paperwork.
This the marshal's office?
Yeah, come in, come in.
You the marshal?
What can I do for you?
Remember me.
What?
Remember me next time you see me. I mean it. Take a good look, Marshal.
Who are you, mister?
Joe Kite.
All right, Kite, say your piece.
I did, Marshal. I want you to know me. I want you to know my name.
Why?
Because I don't want you to shoot me or buffalo me or treat me in any kind of hurry at all next time you see me.
Why?
Because I might have to shoot a man.
What are you talking about?
I can't tell you now. I'll tell you after I've done it.
Are you drunk?
Plumb serious, Marshal. There's no need for you to get all fretted up. I'm not going to do anything wrong.
Shooting people around here is wrong, mister.
Kite. Joe Kite, Marshal.
What are you trying to tell me?
That I may have to shoot somebody. But if I do, there won't be nothing wrong about it. And I want you to know in case you come running up with your finger on the trigger of a shotgun or something.
You look like a bar bum to me, Kite. I doubt if you even own a gun.
Oh, I'm going to get one, Marshal.
I see you wearing a gun, and I'll take it off you and throw it away.
Now, Marshal, that's no way to
Get
talk.
out of here.
All right. But you're going to talk different, Marshal.
Keep moving.
You'll see. You just wait.
Chester.
What do you... Hello, Mr. Dillon.
What are you looking so guilty about?
Well, I'm not. Nothing.
Man spends all day out fishing. He deserves a little beer afterwards, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
Where's Moss Grimmick?
Well, he went back to the stable so Andy could get away for a while. Andy's sitting over there with Miss Kitty.
Oh. Did you catch any fish?
Yes, sir. Yes, we did. We got a whole sack full, Mr. Dillon. All catfish.
Good, good. Well, you finish your beer, Chester. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, sir.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Andy.
Oh, Marshal. Take a chair.
Thank you. I hear your boss is loaded with catfish, Andy.
He's over at the stable now, trying to give them away to anybody who'll have them.
Well, if he and Chester are going to keep on, we ought to fix up a fish muddle one of these days.
A fish muddle? I never heard of that, Miss Kitty.
Oh, then you've never been in Kentucky, Andy. I've seen them making in 20-gallon batches down there. It's Or kind of a fish stew, I guess. But it's awful good.
Say, I'd like to try that. Let's do it, huh?
Uh-huh.
Next week sometime.
First day Moss and Chester can guarantee the fish.
I'll tell them about it. I better get back to the stable now. See you later, Miss Kitty.
Okay, Andy.
So long, Marshal.
So long, Andy.
He's an awful nice boy, Matt.
Yeah, I think he's going to make out fine, Kitty.
He already has. It sure bothered him at first, though, not wearing a gun. You know, he told me he'd been working with a gun since he was about 12 years old.
Yeah. You know, he's a natural, Kitty. Some men can practice all their lives and never be any good.
Well, it's sure nice to know one man that wants to live peaceful.
Yeah.
He's mighty lucky he ran into you, isn't he? What's that?
You better stay in here, Kitty.
Don't worry.
Everybody but Chester, stay right where you are.
You want me to guard the door, Mr. Dillon?
No, follow me.
What's Andy? That fella shot him. I never saw that man before, Mr. Dillon.
His name's Joe Kite.
Joe Kite?
Yeah.
Hello, Marshal.
You gonna use that gun again, Kite?
No, of course I ain't.
That's too bad. I kind of wish you wouldn't.
Oh, I told you, Marshal, I didn't do nothing wrong. Now, Marshal, no. Marshal, no. Marshal!
Mr. Dillon, Andy's still breathing.
Well, I'll carry him over to Doc's, Chester.
Yes, sir.
When Joe Kite comes to, you kick him into jail, huh?
It'll be a pleasure. How's Andy feeling, Mr. Dillon?
Doc doesn't think he has much chance, Chester. Won't even let me talk to him.
Clean murder. That's what it was.
Did Kite say anything?
He started to, but I told him to shut his head or I'd buffalo him.
Well, I'll talk to him now.
It's about time you came, Marshal. You had no reason to lock me up. You had no reason to hit me either. I told you what might happen. Well, unlock it and let me out of here.
You'll get out of there when you go to trial.
That's where you're wrong, Marshal. You're going to let me out of here now.
Why did you murder him, Kite?
I didn't murder him. I told him I was going to take him in, and he resisted.
Take him in?
I was going to march him right in here and turn him over to you, Marshal.
You talking about?
His name isn't Andy Travis, Marshal. It's Andy Haycox. So, of course, you didn't know it, or you'd have arrested him yourself. I couldn't tell you before this, or I'd have lost the reward. $1,000, Marshal. That's what he's worth, and I get it. You don't believe me? You ever hear the Fisher gang up around Laramie? Well, Andy Haycox is one of them, and they're all worth $1,000 apiece, dead or alive. I just come down from Wyoming. They got their pictures up all over. Sure lucky I recognize them, ain't I?
You're lucky, Kite. You're real lucky. If Andy had been carrying a gun, you'd be dead.
If he'd have been carrying a gun?
He took it off his first day in Dodge, and he hasn't worn one since.
I don't believe you.
Don't you?
No, it ain't true. No, he had it under his coat. I stopped him, and I told him to come with me, and why. And then he started to grab for his gun, and I had to shoot him. An outlaw like... Of course he had a gun.
I'll ask Andy what he did. If he lives long enough to tell me.
He'll lie. You going to take the word of an outlaw against mine?
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'm going out for a while. I'll be back shortly.
What, you mean you ain't going to turn me loose? You're going to leave me in here? You got no right to do
that. If he gets too noisy, Chester, club him.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Who is it?
It's Matt, Doc.
Come in, Matt. Come in.
How is he this morning, Doc?
Oh, about the same, Matt.
A little talking hurt him.
And if you don't get him excited, talk too long, I guess it won't matter.
It won't matter.
Well, he thinks he's in fair shape, Matt, but one hemorrhage and he's gone. It can happen anytime.
Now.
You go see him. He's in the back room there.
Okay, Doc. Hello, Andy.
Marshal,
Well, I hear you feel pretty good.
I still got a bullet in me.
Oh, well, Doc will take it out as soon as he can.
It wouldn't be there if I hadn't forgot I wasn't carrying a gun. I just naturally went for it, and it wasn't there, so he shot me.
Yeah.
I guess he's told you about me, Marshal.
He said that you're wanted up in Laramie.
Dead or alive. That's what them posters said.
You were part of a gang, Andy.
Long enough for him to put up a reward for me. But I quit, Marshal. I quit.
What do you mean?
Fisher and them fellas. I told them I was through. They tried to stop me, but I said I'd shoot my way out if I had to. So they let me go.
You quit the gang?
That's what I'm telling you.
Well, why did you quit?
They killed a fellow one night after they robbed him. I don't like killing people like that, Marshal. I had to quit.
You should have told me, Andy. Maybe I could have done something.
It's going to make you look bad now, ain't it, Marshal? Being friends and helping me and all.
No, it won't, Andy. And I wouldn't care if it did.
First time in my life anybody ever done anything for me. I'm sorry it didn't work out, Marshal.
Everything's going to be just fine, Andy. Don't you worry about it.
No. No, it ain't, Marshal.
Doc. Doc, come in here, will you? Well, do something for him, Doc.
Well, I'm sorry, Matt. I just...
He's dead, Matt.
Matt?
Chester,
Yes, sir.
bring Joe Kite in here.
Okay, Mr. Dillon. All right, out of your cage, Kite. The marshal wants you.
About time I got out of here.
Oh, shut up and go on and off.
Change your mind. Huh, Marshal? Singing a different tune now, huh?
Andy told me what happened, Kite. You're clear.
I always knew I was. You should have believed me from the start, Marshal. That's all right. I don't hold no grudges. Hey, when do I get my reward money?
I telegraphed Laramie a few minutes ago.
You did? Good. How long do you think it'll take, Marshal?
I wouldn't wait around for it, Kite.
What do you mean?
Andy's dead.
Well, what difference does that make?
I put it in the telegram. I told him Andy was dead. And that I killed him.
You what?
Of course, I won't collect the reward. As a U.S. Marshal, I don't get cut in on reward money.
Oh, no. You're fooling me, Marshal. You didn't tell him that.
I think they'll take my word against yours, Kite. And besides, Chester witnessed it. Didn't you, Chester?
Yes, sir. I seen the whole thing.
You can't do this to me. You're stealing my money. That's what you're doing. You're being a thief.
Get out of Dodge, Kite. Get out of Dodge while you can.
No. Hey, you ain't done nothing.
Open the door.
This ain't fair, Marshal. You can't do it.
Get out before I kill you.
Mr. Dillon, I'm sorry to hear about Andy.
Yeah.
Did you really telegraph all that stuff to Laramie?
I did. And it's true enough. I feel like I had killed him.
Oh, no, sir.
And what's worse, Chester, because of me, he couldn't even die fighting. I hope I have better luck when my time comes.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You filter tip smokers. When you change to L&M filters, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. Yes, L&M's pure white miracle tip lets you enjoy all the taste. No filter compares with it for quality or effectiveness. Try L&M's right now. They're great.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Handley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Joe Duvall, John Daner, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield. You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio show. Terry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listing.
Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Out this way, Dave. Follow me.
You sure nobody cares, Holly?
If they did, you'd fight for me, wouldn't you?
Sure.
Around here in the alley. Nobody will see us.
Sure.
Dave.
Holly, you're awful pretty.
Am I, Dave?
All right, stay back, everybody.
There's somebody laying over there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, come on, Chester.
That's Dave Thorpe, Chester.
Want me to have a look around, Mr. Dillon?
Whoever did it ran down the alley into the street. You're just one of the crowd out there by now.
Is Dave dead?
No, he's breathing. I saw Doc in the saloon there. What's he doing?
He's coming.
Well, go keep that crowd back, huh?
Yes, sir. I will.
Dave.
All right. Hey, let me through.
Dave.
Let me through here, please. Yeah.
Hey, Dave, can you talk?
Let's see. Dave Thorpe, huh? Somebody shot him, Matt.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Oh, yes, he got shot all right. Who did it, Matt?
Well, if you can bring him to, maybe we'll find out.
No, not this man. He's bleeding to death, Matt. There's nothing I can do to stop it.
Can you tell how it happened, Doc? I mean, where the bullet went in?
Oh, you don't need a doctor for that, Matt. His gun's still in his holster.
Well, maybe somebody outdrew him.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Let me see here. It couldn't have been much of a fight, Matt. He was shot in the back. The bullet came out right here. Where he's bleeding.
Can you get him to talk, Doc?
Oh, he's too far gone, Matt. Well, there's nothing anybody can do for him now. That makes a man feel pretty helpless. To stand here and watch somebody bleed to death.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't even know who shot him.
Maybe not. But he'd know who might want to.
Every time there's a new moon, somebody gets murdered around here.
Oh, here comes his brother.
What happened, Marshal? How is he?
He's unconscious, Joe. He's dying.
You done all you can for him, Doc.
There isn't anything I can do, Joe. The bullet went through his lung.
Marshal, I can't understand it. Who'd shoot him down like this?
Well, I was hoping you might have an idea, Joe.
My brother ain't got an enemy in the whole country. Never heard a man say a word against him.
Thorpe?
Huh?
Your brother's dead.
It ain't right, Marshal. It just ain't right. Not Dave.
Joe, listen to me. Think hard now, will you? Somebody shot him.
What?
Somebody was his enemy.
No, nobody I know. Not unless it was some murdering riffraff just killed him to be killing. You got to find out who did it, Marshal.
Well, I'd like to.
You
Joe.
better do it. Nobody's going to murder my brother and get by with it. It's a mighty poor thing when a decent man like Dave can get shot down, nobody does nothing about it.
I figure to do everything I can,
I don't
Joe.
care if you got to take Dodge City apart, Marshal. You better find that killer.
They've taken the country by storm. L&M filters have soared to the highest popularity a cigarette ever achieved in so little time. And still, L&M sales continue to climb at a record pace.
L&M's give you much more flavor, much less nicotine.
That's because it's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M's smoke light and mild.
Only L&M has the Miracle Tip for the effective filtration you need. Smoke L&M's today, and you'll agree.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes. L&M filters, new king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the Miracle Tip.
Join the trend to L&M.
King size or regular.
Both at the same low price.
All them empty cells out back, Mr. Jones, I sure do wish we could fill one of them.
Well, it's not likely, Chester. Not tonight, anyway.
I sure didn't care much about the way Joe Thorpe was going on about you not doing nothing. What you expect of a man?
Well, he was upset about his brother, Chester. They've always been pretty close.
Well, there's no cause for him talking the way he was.
Oh, he'll get over it.
Master, I guess you're right. Joe'll have to run their hide-buying business all by himself now, won't he?
He'll manage. He can always hire somebody to help him if he needs it.
Yes. Well, it's Miss Kitty.
Come in, Kitty. Come in.
Matt, this is Holly Fanshawe.
How do you do, Holly?
Marshal?
And Chester Proudfoot.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, Miss Holly.
Thank you, Chester.
Holly's kind of new in Dodge, Matt.
Yeah, I've seen her around.
She was afraid to come here and talk to you alone, so I came with her.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, Holly. What's the trouble?
You tell him, Kitty.
I'll tell him part of it, but I want him to hear the rest from you.
Well, all right.
After the shooting tonight, Holly came to see me, Matt. She was pretty scared, but I told her you wouldn't let anything happen to her.
No, of course not.
Well, it seems she was at the bar drinking with Dave Thorpe a little earlier. And he had a kind of argument with a cowpuncher from that XT outfit that came in the other day. The Texan said Dave jogged his elbow or something silly like that.
Oh? Well, how mad were they?
Mad enough.
Oh, what do you mean, Holly?
He killed him, Marshal.
What?
That cowpuncher, he killed Dave Thorpe.
Well, how do you know?
I was there.
You were there?
Dave and I went outside in the alley just to get a little air, and suddenly this cowboy shot him. He must have been waiting or something.
You recognized him?
Real plain, Marshal. It was him, all right.
Well, how come he let you go?
I don't know. He must have got scared or something. But he shot Dave and then he ran off. I got scared and I ran too.
She wasn't going to tell you, Matt, till I talked her into it. She's afraid that cowboy or some of his friends will get after her.
No, nobody will bother you, Holly. I promise you that. Do you know this man's name?
They was calling him Fly Hoyt there at the bar, Marshal.
Fly Hoyt?
I knew an old lady down on the Brazos called something like that, Mr. Dillon. Only her last name was Fly. Her first name was
all right, Chester. Holly, are you willing to testify to all this in court?
In court? Oh, I'd be awful scared, Marshal.
But you'll do it, huh?
Kitty says it's my duty.
Good. Now, don't you worry about anything. Chester and I'll ride out to the XT camp in the morning and bring this Fly Hoyt in. There won't be any trouble. And, thanks for coming here, Holly.
Sure, Marshal.
That's XT camp up ahead, Mr. Dillon.
You been out here, Chester?
That's where I rode by it a couple of days ago. They gave me a cup of coffee at the wagon.
It looks like they're expecting us.
By golly, it sure does. I don't like the way all them men's lined up.
Maybe I was wrong last night about there not being any trouble.
That's the trail boss, that big fellow there. His name's Jim Cavanaugh.
You don't know Fly Hoyt, do you?
No, sir, I don't. I didn't meet him. Hey, they don't look very friendly, Mr. Dillon.
No, they sure don't. Chester.
Huh?
Let's leave our horses here and walk up, huh?
All right.
Morning, Marshal.
You Jim Cavanaugh?
Your friend there also tell you I'm boss of this outfit?
Yeah.
I got 20 men here, Marshal, not counting me. So you better climb into your saddles and ride right on back to Dodge.
You know what I came for?
That gal Holly got to talking last night late. A couple of my boys was there when she did. And you ain't taking Fly Hoyt, Marshal.
You and your men are ready to kill me if I try, is that it?
Kansas law don't mean nothing to us Texans, Marshal.
Does Fly Hoyt admit killing that man last night?
Fly ain't said nothing about it one way or t'other. We don't find it polite to inquire into a man's personal business.
Do you find murder polite?
Marshal, you get sassy, we'll bury you right where you're standing. And then we'll drive a couple thousand longhorn cattle over your grave and nobody'll ever find you.
Which one of your men is Fly Hoyt?
Reckon you don't hear good.
I want to talk to him. Which one is he?
Don't pay him no mind, Fly.
Why, is he too much of a coward to talk?
No man calls me a coward. I'm Fly Hoyt, Marshal.
You darn fool, Hoyt.
I ain't afraid. What was it you want to talk about, Marshal?
Well, if it's not inquiring too closely into your personal business, I'd like to know if you admit killing Dave Thorpe last night.
I didn't kill him.
A girl called Holly Fanshaw says you did. She says she saw you.
She's lying.
She says you had an argument with Thorpe at the bar earlier.
That's true. I remember the girl.
Oh, where were you when the shooting took place, then?
No place that'd do me any good.
Now, Fly, that ain't so.
Thanks, Jim. But I have to do this my own way. The boys here'd lie for me, Marshal. They'd swear to anything I wanted them to. But the truth is, I was alone when I heard that shot. I'd left the saloon and I was up the street there all alone.
You admit that?
I got no alibi.
But you say you didn't kill Dave Thorpe.
I never killed a man in my life. I don't believe in it.
Does Holly Fanshawe have any reason to lie about you?
First time I ever saw her was last night, Marshal. But I'm sure curious about her now.
Oh?
I'm rough in my ways sometimes, Marshal. But I ain't no killer. And I ain't no liar.
How are you going to prove it?
Well, Marshal, I'd ride into Dodge with you.
What for?
I'd like to have me a talk with this Holly Fanshawe. Then maybe I can prove it.
She was worried you and some of your friends might come after her.
I'd sooner blind a horse than lay a hand on a woman, Marshal. And that's the truth.
Okay, Fly, let's get going.
Where'd Holly be this time of day, Marshal?
She's probably still in her room, Fly.
I don't know where that is.
Oh, she's in the same room and house as Miss Kitty. She told me so.
Oh, good. I'll show you where it is, Fly. I want to talk to Kitty anyway.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, look. Here comes Joe Thorpe.
Joe Thorpe?
Yeah. It's Dave's brother.
Oh.
Good morning, Marshal.
Morning, Joe.
Didn't take you very long after all, Marshal. Heard the whole story.
Yeah, Holly Fanshawe's quite a talker.
Yeah. Well, it's Fly Hoyt, ain't it? Yeah, I remember seeing you, Hoyt.
Do you?
I was down the bar ways from you and Dave. He was a good man, Hoyt. I'm looking forward to your hanging.
I'm still wearing a gun, mister.
Marshal, how come you didn't disarm him?
I haven't arrested him, Joe.
What?
He says he didn't do it.
Who cares what he says? The girl saw him.
Yeah, I know. Fly's here now to talk to her about that.
What do you mean?
He wants to know why she said it was him.
Well, of course it was him. She saw him. Girl's got no reason to lie about it. Marshal, she witnessed the killing. She's identified the killer. That's good enough for me.
Well, it's not for me.
Okay, Marshal. Okay, then. You won't enforce the law here. I'll do it.
What do you mean by that?
My brother had plenty of friends here in Dodge. I'll get them all together. We'll come after him. We'll take on his whole outfit if we have to.
You try that and I'll throw you in jail.
I mean, when I say you arrest this man, Marshal, there's going to be trouble.
I'm not arresting him and I'm ready for your trouble.
Well, you're going to get it, all right.
That's a mighty hot-headed man, Marshal.
Yeah. And he means it about making trouble, too. Now, Chester, wait for us at the office, will you?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
It's down the street a ways here, Fly. Let's go.
Much more flavor, L&M filters, much less nicotine, light and mild.
No cigarette ever won such overwhelming success in so short a time as L&M. Never before have smokers spoken so enthusiastically.
Janet Blair said, I think L&Ms are the greatest thing ever to happen to a filter-tip smoker.
David Wayne wrote, L&Ms have the best filter of them all. Miracle Tip is right. There's nothing like it.
Socialite sportswoman Mrs. Laddie Sanford said, marvelous filter, exceptional cigarette. Wish I'd tried L&M sooner.
Always remember, it's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter cigarette.
Join the trend to L&M.
L&M, king size or regular.
And both at the same low price.
It's Matt, Kitty.
Well, this is a surprise. Come on in, Matt.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to come in on you this way, Kitty, but, I kind of wanted to talk to you.
Sure, Matt. What about?
Fly Hoyt just went down the hall to Holly's room.
He did?
No, it's okay. The landlady told him which one it was.
Well, I'm not worried about the landlady.
No, Fly's all right, Kitty. He says he didn't do it, and I can't tell you why, but I believe him.
But Holly saw him,
Kitty,
Matt.
Tell me about Holly, will you? Do you know her very well?
No, not very. She keeps pretty much to herself.
Does she have any friends, any particular friends, any men?
Nobody she ever mentioned, Matt.
What was she doing with Dave Thorpe, I wonder?
You do?
No, you know what
Matt.
Yeah. You stay here, Kitty.
No, I'm coming with you. That's her room, Matt. Here.
Hey, you stay in the hall. All right, I'll take that gun, Fly.
Is she dead, Matt?
Don't look at her, Kitty.
Oh, Matt.
What's the matter with you, Fly? Nobody shot you.
I got hit, Marshal. As soon as I opened the door, somebody hit me. Knocked me out for a minute.
Lying won't help you this time, mister.
I ain't lying. I come to and I seen her laying there. And then you come in.
Who hit you? Holly?
No, Marshal. Somebody was hiding behind the door. I heard him move, but I never even seen him.
There's no closet in this room. Where's he hiding now, on the wall?
Oh, the window's open. Maybe somebody was here. Well, he's gone now.
My gun, Marshal. Did he use that?
That's been fired.
Smart. He killed her with it and then put it back in my holster.
Who did? I don't believe a word you're saying.
You're Miss Kitty, ain't you? I seen you last night.
We're not talking about me.
I wouldn't shoot a woman, Miss Kitty. I wouldn't shoot a man either unless I had to. Somebody's sure trying his best to get me hung.
Well, I don't know.
Kitty, keep everybody out of here, will you?
Yeah.
I'll send Chester and a couple of men for Holly. Fly, you stay with me.
You arresting me?
Here's your gun, Fly.
Thank you, Marshal.
This is my office here, Fly. Let's see if Chester's still around.
I'll help him if you want, Marshal.
Now you can get somebody else. Well, what are you doing here, Joe?
Waiting for you. I want to talk to you, Marshal.
Okay. Chester, Holly Fanshaw's been killed over in her room.
Killed? How'd she get killed?
She was shot. Go get Doc, will you? And somebody to help you.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. What happened, Marshal?
Somebody slugged Fly when he went into her room. Then he used his gun to shoot her.
Who says they did?
Fly.
You listen to him like he was your father.
What was it you wanted to see me about, Thorpe?
Well, I was going to tell you I changed my mind about all I was saying out there in the street a while ago. But now, no, sir.
You know, maybe I ought to lock you up right now.
You can't lock me up. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with what?
Well, I mean, I ain't done nothing. You can't lock a man up for talking.
Ah, that's not what you meant.
Would you arrest Fly, Marshal? He's killed 2 people now.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
how long has Joe been here?
Why, he come in just before you did, Mr.
What are you
Dillon.
talking about? What difference it make?
I had a talk with Kitty, Joe. She told me about you and Holly.
What?
Holly didn't keep secrets very well. She told Kitty how you made her lie about who killed Dave and how you set it up for her to get him into the alley.
Me?
Fly didn't
Why?
get hit fast enough in Holly's room a while ago, Joe. He saw who did it.
No.
Tell him who it was, Fly. Now go on, tell him.
What? Why, it was him, Joe Thorpe.
Oh, what are you
You might as well admit it. What were you doing, stealing money out of you and your brother's hide business?
You ain't gonna put me in jail. I don't care if I did kill him. No, you...
You okay, Chester?
Yes, sir. I held his arm so as he couldn't get his gun up. It went off right on the floor there.
Well, you did fine. He might have killed somebody else otherwise.
Marshal,
What?
I don't understand this. I didn't see him in Holly's room. I said I did just because I figured you wanted me to.
Well, I did want you to, Fly.
Did Holly really tell Kitty about how Joe killed his brother and all?
No. Holly didn't talk to anybody about that. That or the fact that she was in thick with Joe.
Well, how'd you know then?
I didn't. But when he said he didn't have anything to do with it, I got an idea and decided to chance bluffing him. If he hadn't panicked, he probably'd have been okay.
You just made it all up, huh?
Yeah. But I made it up right. That's what happened.
Mighty poor man who'll shoot his own brother, ain't it?
His own brother and a woman.
He pretty near got by with it, Marshal.
Yeah, but when he picked you to blame it on, he picked the wrong man, Fly. You know, there are a lot of men I don't suppose I'd have believed. But that was his big mistake. I believed you.
Well, I swear. Marshal, wait till I get home and tell him about a Kansas lawman I met. Nobody'll ever believe me again.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Friends, the fact that L&M filters are sweeping the country is one good reason why I'd like to talk to you filter smokers who haven't tried them yet. L&M's Miracle Tip is the first filter that really does the job. And you'll like the way it draws. Beside that, L&M's give you a really good-tasting smoke. They're just what the doctor ordered. L&M's, king size and regular, both at the same low price. Try L&M's today.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad and Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, Jack Crucian, Jill Jarman, and James Nusser. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great Hugh Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Marshal Dillon, come in, Marshal, come in.
Hello, Teeters. You got time to give me a haircut?
You're the only customer I've had in an hour, Marshal.
Oh.
You hang your coat and your gun belt right over there. I'll get things ready for you.
Okay.
Say, I haven't seen you around town lately, Marshal.
Well, I've been over in Abilene for a week. I just got back late last night.
Oh, must come in on the midnight Santa Fe, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
I wish I could get out of Dodge once in a while.
Well, not the way I have to do it, you wouldn't.
Maybe you're right, Marshal. Maybe you're right.
Hey, this is a new chair you got, isn't it?
Yes, sir. The finest barber's chair west of St. Louis.
That's pretty fancy.
Here, try it.
Ah.
Comfortable?
Well, I'll tell you after I find out if you've raised your prices to pay for it.
Here, let me get this cloth over you. Here you are. Haircut's still a quarter, Marshal.
What about shaves?
The price of a shave's gone up a dime, Marshal.
A dime?
Now, Marshal, you wouldn't stand in the way of progress for the sake of a dime, would you?
Yeah, but whose progress?
Anyway, you don't need a shave, not today.
That's a good thing.
Say, Marshal, you know Mabel over at the Long Branch?
Yeah?
Well, last Wednesday night... Oh, take a chair, stranger. I'll be with you in a few minutes. Last Wednesday night...
A few minutes.
Yeah, that's right. You're next, right in line.
Barber.
What?
I ain't next.
Why, of course you are. Nobody's ahead of you.
I said I ain't next.
You mean you won't wait?
That's right.
Oh,
I
sure
won't
you
wait.
will. I work fast. It won't be longer than 10 minutes at the most. Now, you just sit down.
I
I'll
want
be...
to shave. I want to right now. You can cut his hair later.
What?
You heard me.
Now, look, mister, you don't know who you're...
Shut up, Teeters.
Get out of that chair, mister.
Take this sheet off of me, Teeters.
All right. There.
Okay, mister, I'm out.
Then move. I want to sit down.
You don't understand.
I don't understand what.
I didn't get out of that chair so as you could have it.
You're going to be troublesome, ain't you?
I am. And there isn't much you can do about it.
Isn't there?
You don't see very well, mister.
What?
I'm not wearing a gun. It's hanging on the wall over there. You going to shoot an unarmed man in front of a witness?
Go get your gun. Put it on.
No.
Do it.
You licked, mister. How you going to make me do it? Shoot me?
Put your gun on.
I don't like killings, but if you don't turn around and walk out that door, I'm going to half-kill you with my fists. Now get moving.
All right. You got me this time, but next time you'll be wearing a gun. It'll be some different then.
Oh, my goodness, Marshal, you took an awful chance.
Who was he, Teeters?
I never saw him before, but he might have killed you, Marshal.
No, that'd have been murder. You can get hung for murder. Now, quit shaking. Let's get this haircut over with. He won't be back.
Hello, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester.
I was looking for you.
Well, I've been right here in the office the past half hour.
Yes, sir, I know. I went past the barber shop. Teeters told me. And he told me how you handle that fellow, too.
Oh, did he?
Teeters described him to me, Mr. Dillon, and I know who he is.
You do?
He come here about a week ago, just after you went to Abilene.
Well, what's his name?
Springer. Nate Springer.
What?
Yes, sir, that's right, Mr. Dillon.
You sure that was Nate Springer?
It couldn't have been nobody else. Why? You said you don't know him?
I've heard about him.
You have? Where?
All over. Nate Springer's got quite a reputation.
Was a gunman, you mean?
Yeah, he's a gunman. They say he's the most nerveless gunman that ever lived. He's all ice. Bat Masterson told me once that out in Arizona, a man got the drop on him and Springer started to laugh. The man asked him what he was laughing about, and Springer said he'd never had before, and he didn't want to die without seeing what it was like.
Oh, forevermore. What happened?
It's kind of hard to shoot a man who's enjoying his first laugh.
Yeah. My. Well, I'll be darned. What do you suppose he's doing in Dodge?
Springer's a killer. A paid killer. That's all he's ever done anywhere.
Then why don't you go arrest him?
Well, he's not wanted that I know of. There are no circulars out on him.
Well, but you can't wait till he kills somebody.
No. And I can't put him in jail till he does.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest.
Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The Miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle tip.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
You got time for another cup of coffee, Matt?
Well, I'll take time, Doc.
That's good. Here you are, there.
Thank you.
Well, things pretty wild up in Abilene?
Well, it's still a camp with a hair on, Doc.
Worse than Dodge?
No, I wouldn't say that.
And I'll stay here.
Oh, why? You're usually complaining about Dodge.
I'm thinking about business, Matt. Business. What's there to do in a peaceful town? Oh, aside from delivering a baby now and then and setting a broken leg.
You know, sometimes you sound pretty bloodthirsty, Doc.
I don't do the shooting, Matt. It's men like that Nate Springer you were telling me about.
He's sitting over there in the corner, Doc.
He is? Well, where?
There. Alone with his back to the wall.
Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, my, he looks like a killer, all right.
He is.
Yeah. You see how he keeps turning around? I mean, it's like he thinks everybody in this room's his enemy.
Man like that doesn't have friends.
Well, he's getting up, man. He's coming this way.
Yeah.
He hasn't finished his dinner.
You better turn around, Doc.
Okay. But you keep your eye on him. I don't like that man.
Hey, you.
Me?
What was you staring at me for?
I wasn't staring at you.
No man stares at me without a reason. I don't like it. I want to know why you was doing it.
Oh, now look here, mister. You're getting yourself all upset over nothing. Well, you ruin your dinner working yourself up this
Tell
way.
me why you was staring at me. I'll put a hole in you. I'll do it.
Well, you're awful jumpy for a big gunman.
Tell me, I said.
Hold it, Springer.
You getting into this, mister?
I am.
Who are you, anyway?
Matt Dillon.
Dillon?
That's right.
I knew I'd run into you sooner or later.
Oh, why?
My line of work, there's always some lawman wanting to interfere.
Sure. And it'll happen here, Springer. You kill anybody.
Fair fight's fair fight, ain't it?
Not when you're paid to pick a fight with a man.
Like I said, Marshal, I knew I'd run into you.
Springer, when I find out who you're after, I can probably find out who's paying you. And I'll jail you and him both.
You're going to lose a lot of sleep trying to find out, Marshal.
I can stand it. You're the one that needs sleep, Springer, a lot of it. Without any bad dreams.
Oh, well. Looks like the man of ice is starting to melt, man.
Yeah. You know, something's happening to him, Doc. And whatever it isn't good. Kitty.
Huh? Oh, I didn't see you, Matt.
Yeah, sit down, if you got time.
Oh, I don't have to go to work till after sundown.
Good.
Guess I might as well sit here and watch Front Street with you as do anything else.
Little air is good for you.
Ah, and a lot of it'd be even better.
Well, you ought to buy a horse, Kitty. Take a ride up the river every day or so.
I'm too broke, Matt.
Well, I'll lend you one. I got a little bay that's pretty gentle.
Oh, imagine having more than one horse.
That's about all the government gives me, Kitty. A couple of cheap horses.
I seen you riding your own.
Well, I gotta keep him in shape in case I decide to quit.
The day you quit, that horse will be as old as a man.
I hope you're right, Kitty.
Hey, look, Matt.
What?
Walking down the middle of the street.
Yeah, Springer.
Now, who'd expect a man like Springer to have a little yellow dog?
I don't know the dog's his, Kitty. Maybe he's just following him.
He's right at his heel.
I don't think Springer knows it.
Oh, he's trying to sniff at him. Matt, he shot him. Poor little dog, he didn't do anything.
I'll be back, Kitty.
Well, what do you want, Marshal? It's just a dog.
Did you think he was going to bite you, Springer?
It might have. How do I know? I don't know what it was. Could have been anything.
Or anybody.
I knew it wasn't a man.
But you just said
Who
it.
cares what I said? That dog shouldn't have been sniffing around.
Not around you, that's for sure.
Well?
Why don't you go get a drink, Springer? I think you need one.
I don't drink, Marshal. Never.
Huh? You don't have any vices, do you?
Marshal. Nothing. Go ahead.
Matt, is he crazy or something?
I don't know, Kitty.
Well, he's the meanest man I ever saw.
He didn't shoot that dog out of meanness.
No? Why then?
He's jumpy.
Well, if he's that jumpy, nobody need worry about him.
He's more dangerous now than the way everybody tells me he used to be.
What do you mean?
Suppose instead of a dog sniffing at his heel, it had been a man who just happened to bump into him.
I'd hate to be the man. He'd probably get killed.
That's right.
Then Springer shouldn't be carrying a gun, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
Well, why don't you take it off him or run him out of town?
If I did that, whoever's paying him would just hire another gunman, Kitty. The only way to stop this killing is to find out who that is.
Well, I hope you do, before it's too late.
That night, I had Chester follow Springer around, keep an eye on him. But all he did was to buck the faro bank for a few hours and then go to bed earlier than the most respectable citizens. The next day, Chester went back to trailing him while I sat in the office and tried to figure a way to trap him into telling me who'd hired him. By mid-afternoon, I was no further than when I'd started. The only idea I had was to choke it out of him.
Hey, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
That doggone Nate Springer, he almost shot a girl over there.
What?
A girl over at the Alfraganza.
What do you mean he almost shot her?
Well, sir, he stayed in his room all morning till just before noon.
Never mind that. What about the girl?
That's what I'm getting to. And then just after noon, he went over to the Alfraganza and started gambling. He was sitting at a table in the corner with his back against one of them wooden windows.
Uh-huh.
Well, one of the girls that works there, well, I guess she needed some air, so she slipped in behind Springer's chair and started pushing on that shutter.
It's a wonder she got that far.
He was raking in a pot. But when he heard her, I never seen a man move so fast, Mr. Dillon. Why, that poor girl near fainted the way he jumped around at her.
She's lucky she didn't get shot.
He had his 6-gun stuck right in her face. He was within a hair of letting go of that hammer. And then when he saw who it was, oh, he started cussing her something fierce.
Well, he's getting worse.
He's going to kill somebody, sure, acting that way.
Yeah.
And it won't even be the one he come here to kill. Oh, fancy him about to shoot a woman.
Well, I guess I can't wait any longer, Chester.
What you going to do?
I'm going to try to shame him first. If that doesn't make him talk, I'm going to have to run him out of town.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobacco?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Mr. Dillon, I can't help thinking all your friends who told you about Nate Springer was mighty poor judges. He's about the uncoolest gunman I ever saw.
I agree about that, Chester.
Who told you about him last?
I don't remember. Been 2 or 3 years.
Well, maybe it was just a lot of rumor. You know how talk gets started sometimes.
Wyatt Earp was the first man who told me about him.
Oh?
Look, when we get inside here, you go to the bar and stay there, huh?
Yes, sir. There he is, Mr. Dillon.
I see him.
All right, sir.
Springer? Springer, come over here.
You're interrupting my game, Marshal.
Your game's over, Springer, for good.
What does that mean?
Get out of Dodge.
What?
If you've been paid in advance, you better give him his money back. You're not going to earn it.
You're saying I ain't?
It's an hour to sundown. You'll be out of town before dark.
It's a long time since a man's talked to me like that, Marshal.
How long's it been since a dog scared you into shooting him? Or since you drew on a woman, huh? You lost your nerve, Springer. You aren't going to kill anybody.
Shut up.
Yeah, I'll shut up. If you tell me who hired you.
No.
Then who are you supposed to kill?
I won't tell you.
Okay, I didn't think you would. But you be out before dark, Springer. And don't ever come back. Ever.
Oh, hello, Matt.
Doc?
Yeah, what are you standing out here for? Why aren't you inside with your feet on your desk the way you usually are?
I'm waiting for somebody, Doc.
Oh? Oh, you sound serious.
It's Nate Springer. He's got about 20 minutes to leave town.
Was that so? Well, you finally had to come around here, huh?
He's still in the Alafraganza over there. If he doesn't come out before dark, I'm going in after him.
Yeah. Oh, here comes somebody.
What? No, that's Chester.
Oh, yes. Is there going to be a shooting, Matt?
I doubt it, Doc. Springer's already back down.
Well, you never know. I'm going to get my things ready just in case.
Sure, Doc.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, I thought I'd better come tell you.
What, Chester?
Springer's been bellied up at that bar for the last half hour.
He has?
He's been taking on one glass after another.
Doc was right. You never know.
What?
He's getting ready to use his gun, Chester. And I'm going over and stop him.
Hey, look. You just come out.
Yeah.
He's headed this way.
You stay here.
Marshal,
I thought you didn't drink, Springer.
I never did before.
Well, you started too late. You haven't time to find your man. You're leaving town.
I've found him.
What?
You I'm going to kill.
Who hired you, Springer?
Let's draw, Marshal. I feel like it now. Let's draw.
Don't be a fool. You're drunk.
Not that drunk. I can kill you. And I'll be all right again. Now?
No! You shouldn't have tried it, Springer.
I had to.
Why?
Yuma prison. 2 years. I come out scared. Lost my nerve in that prison.
Then why did you take this job?
I had to.
Who hired you, Springer?
I did, Marshal. I hired me. I had to face somebody like you to get my nerve back. Don't you understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
It didn't work.
No.
And I paid everything I had for it. It cost me everything in the world.
Springer.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. When you try L&M's, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. With L&M's pure white miracle tip, you enjoy all the taste. Try L&M's today. You'll like them.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield. You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters with the Miracle Tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Say, look in the window over there. In the restaurant, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Doc's got himself a girl.
What? Well, I'll be... I never saw her before, Chester.
He's waving at us. He wants us to come in.
Oh, all right. Look, you come in and say hello and then go on out of the telegraph office, huh? Might be important.
Okay, sir. That girl must be a real good friend, Mr. Dillon, if Doc's buying her dinner.
Yeah, if he is.
Well, he better be. Hey, she ain't half ugly.
I wouldn't put it exactly that way to her.
Oh, well, hello there, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Doc.
Well, Abby, this is Marshal Dillon. And Chester Proudfoot. Abby Twilling.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Miss Twilling.
How do you do?
Sit down.
Well, thank you, Doc.
Well, I'll be back directly, Doc. I got to go across to the depot. There's a telegraph waiting for Mr. Dillon.
I'll be here, Chester.
Okay, sir. I'll hurry.
Doc's been telling me about you, Marshal.
Oh?
Oh, now, don't look at me like that now, Matt. And she wants to know all about Dodge. And I've been trying to tell her what to expect.
Well, in Dodge, you can expect almost anything, Miss Twilling.
So I hear.
But Abby's seen her share of violence, Matt. She was a nurse in the war.
Oh?
Well, that's how I met Doc. We worked in the same hospital for nearly a year.
Oh, best doggone nurse I ever saw. Yeah, I'm trying to talk her into settling down here. Oh, Dodge could use somebody like her.
Are you moving on, Miss Twilling?
Why, I haven't any plans, Marshal. I've been working in St. Louis, but it's lonely, and I got restless and decided to ride the Santa Fe as far west as it goes. I'm on sort of a vacation, you might say.
Somebody on the train mentioned my name, and she looked me up right off.
Well, it's been a long time, Doc.
Oh, yeah, too long. Oh, you stay here, Abby. We'll keep you busy. Oh, yes, and who knows, maybe we'll even find you a husband. My, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Doc. You see, my husband was killed in the war, Marshal, the first year. That's why I went into nursing.
Oh, I see.
Well, I think I'd better get back to the hotel.
I'll take you, Abby. Yes. You're going to wait here for Chester, Matt?
Oh, he's coming now. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Twilling.
Thank you, Marshal. Good night.
Good night. I'll see you later, Doc.
Sure, Matt. This way, Abby. Well, Chester.
Miss Twilling, Doc. Well, I got it, Mr. Dillon. Here you are.
Oh, thanks, Chester. Sit down while I read it.
Who's it from?
It's from Wyatt Earp out in Arizona.
It is? Is he coming here?
No. No, it says, Coney Thorne released from state prison last week. I hear he's looking for you, so you better go on wearing that gun a while longer. Good luck, W. Earp.
Who's Coney Thorne, Mr. Dillon? What's he want of you?
I expect he wants to kill me, Chester.
What? What for?
Well, I arrested him out in Arizona a long time ago. He was one of the suspects in the stage holdup. So I had to bring him in, even though I thought he had nothing to do with it.
Well, then why'd he go to prison?
Well, I wasn't on the jury, Chester. And anyway, I left that part of the country before he was tried. I heard later that he was sent to prison.
Well, you didn't have nothing to do with it.
Now, I arrested him. And according to this telegram, he thinks I had a lot to do with it.
And he's really coming here, huh?
Coney Thorne wasn't a bad man, Chester. But prison may have changed him some. Yeah, he'll probably be here next week sometime.
L&M filters are sweeping the country.
L&M, the filter-tipped cigarette everyone's talking about. Everyone's changing to.
Here's what John Robert Powers told us. I never realized a filter cigarette could taste this good, and at the same time filter so much more effectively. I'm convinced this is it.
And Patricia Morrison says, I changed to L&M filters, and I'm so glad I did. Because here's a filter cigarette that really tastes the way a cigarette should.
David Wayne wrote, L&M's have the best filter of them all. Miracle Tip is right. There's nothing like it.
Yes, L&M filters are truly sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts, and no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip. Notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes, L&M filters, new king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters, L&M filters with the Miracle Tip.
So join the trend to L&M.
King size, regular, both at the same low price.
There were a lot of things I didn't like about being a lawman, and having to face a man who was out purely for revenge was one of them. It didn't matter what his reasons were. When Coney Thorne arrived, I'd have had to shoot it out with him. A man who'd traveled all the way to Dodge City from Arizona wasn't going to be put off by argument. However, a week passed, and he didn't show up, and I began to hope that maybe he'd changed his mind. Until one day when I was sitting with Kitty watching the crowd from the porch of the Dodge house.
Well, must be supper time. Here comes the noon stage.
The way he's driving those horses, he shouldn't be late.
He's never been on time yet unless there was an Indian scare going on. Not many passengers. 3. No, another one getting out.
Yeah.
All strangers.
No, not all of them, Kitty. Not to me.
What?
That last man who got out. I've been waiting for him.
Coney Thorne.
I might as well get this over with right now. Look, Kitty, you better go inside, huh?
Yeah, I sure will. Good luck, Matt.
Yeah. Hello, Coney.
Dillon?
What took you so long? I was expecting you last week.
How'd you know I was coming?
You must have told somebody.
You got friends everywhere, ain't you, Marshal?
I never thought you had anything to do with that holdup, Coney. I told you at the time I was sorry I had to take you in.
I've been 5 years in prison, Marshal, no matter what you thought.
I'm not apologizing. But you're free now, Coney. Why do you want to die?
What makes you think I'm going to die?
Well, a man in prison doesn't get much chance to handle a gun. You must be pretty rusty by now.
A lot of ways to kill a man, Marshal.
In the back?
Think about it.
Now, you've changed, Coney. You were a man once.
5 years in prison, Marshal. Wasn't any good. Nearly went crazy. I would have till I got to thinking about who put me there. That saved my mind, kind of.
Yeah, but you're out now. It's all over.
No, not yet. I ain't going to fight you, Marshal. Not till I'm ready. Not till I figure out how to kill you. I'm going to make you go crazy waiting the way I done. And I'll sleep all the better knowing you're going to have one eye open every minute from now on.
You're not the first man who's wanted to kill me.
Maybe not. But I'm going to be the first to do it.
Good morning, man.
Ah, hello, Doc. Well, how come you're up so early?
Well, I got a call last night, Matt, about 3 o'clock. A fellow at the Dodge house was keeping everybody awake.
Huh? Well, it sounds more like they should have called me.
No, he wasn't drunk, man. He was delirious. It was brain fever, most people call it.
Oh?
Well, I couldn't leave him there alone, so I got Abby Twilling to take a room next to his.
The first chance you got, you put her to work, huh?
Well, a man that sick has to have care, Matt.
You talk like he's going to die.
Not with Abby working on him. No, he isn't.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, the man's name is Coney Thorne, Matt.
What?
Yeah, he won't be up and about for another week, though.
Yeah, I thought he looked sick when he got off the stage yesterday.
Well, he was.
Or maybe it was the fever that made him talk like he was planning to shoot me in the back.
What's that?
Yeah, I wasn't like Coney. He was never that kind of a man.
Good morning, Mr. Dillon. Doc.
Oh, good morning, Chester. Oh, where'd you get that mail at this hour?
It ain't mail, Doc. It's a telegraph here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sometimes I wish they'd never invented the telegraph.
And maybe it's Washington, Matt, offering you a raise.
If they'd send me last month's check by mail, I'd be satisfied. Wow.
Well, what is it, Mr. Dillon?
It's from a U.S. Marshal in Phoenix. He says if Coney Thorne has left Arizona, he's broken his parole. And if he turns up here looking for me, to arrest him.
I didn't know he was on parole.
No, neither did I. But they're willing to pay the expense of sending him back under escort.
You going all the way to Arizona with him, Mr. Dillon?
No, of course not. I'll hire somebody.
Well, you can't put that man in jail, Matt.
Now, why not?
He's too sick. And I won't have Abby nursing a man in jail. It's bad enough in the hotel.
Well, as long as he can't run away.
He'll be in bed for a week. And if you don't tell him about this, he won't run anyway.
Okay, Doc. I'll leave him alone. For a week. I kept track of Coney's progress through Doc. And the rest of Dodge did, too. Everybody in town knew he'd come there to shoot me, and it seemed like they were all waiting for him to get well and try it. And there were a number of men who would have been right happy if he'd done it. I waited for over a week, and he was still in bed. So finally, I went over to the hotel to have a talk with him.
Oh, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Abby. Can we come in?
Why, of course. Come in.
Thank you.
Hello, Chester.
Hello, Miss Dilling.
Oh, where's your patient?
Oh, this is my room, Marshal. He's right through there. I have it arranged this way so he won't be disturbed.
Now, is he still sick, Abby?
He's better.
Well, Doc says that he could get up.
Please, Marshal, give him a little more time, a couple of days. It's very important.
It is?
I know what he came here for. It doesn't matter to you if he stays in bed a while longer, does it?
No, but if he's well, why are you keeping him in bed?
It's good for him. Coney needs a rest like this. You've no idea how much he needs it. Please, Marshal.
Abby.
Yes?
You got to know Coney pretty well, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
What kind of a man would you say he is?
He's a good man, Marshal. But he's suffered a lot being in prison the way he was, and, well, it's like soldiers I've seen who've been through too much. They change for a while, anyway. But if they're given a chance, the right kind of a chance, they find their way back sometimes.
That's what you're doing, giving him a chance, huh?
I'm trying, Marshal.
Well, how does he feel about it?
I'm not sure yet.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I changed my mind about talking to Coney. Come on.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Marshal.
I guess I'll know how you make out, Abby. One way or the other.
I swear I don't understand what she was talking about, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I don't understand it either, Chester, but my guess is that Abby's fallen in love with him.
What? That don't make sense.
That seldom does. That doesn't keep it from happening.
No, sir. My, kind of scary, ain't it?
Well, Abby's a little scared. She's not sure about Coney. But anyway, he trusts her enough to have told her about being out on parole. That's why she figured I'd heard about it and had come to arrest him.
What you gonna do?
Well, Abby asked for a couple of more days, Chester. I think she deserves them. Evening, Kitty. I just come in to say hello.
Oh, the air's better out here, Matt. I never saw that saloon so crowded as it is tonight.
Oh, a couple of new herds arrived today.
Yeah, I know. I've danced with every cowboy that came with him. I had to get out of there while I could still walk.
Well, as long as they're dancing, they're not fighting.
Oh? You ever dance with one of them, Matt?
Is it that bad?
Oh.
Dillon? Oh, Miss Kitty.
Evening, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, right across the street there. I just seen Coney Thorne.
What? Well, where was he headed?
He was knocking on the front door of the stage office, and nobody didn't answer, so he went around back.
I'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure.
Looks like Coney's trying to run off, Mr. Dillon.
There's no stage till tomorrow morning, Chester. Besides, he doesn't know I'm going to arrest him.
Well, at least he didn't come gunning for you as soon as he got out of bed.
Well, maybe he wants to be sure of a seat on the stage first. You said he went around to the back of the office?
Yes, sir, right up the alley here.
Yeah. Look, you better stay back a little, huh? Being in bed so long might have made Coney a little nervous.
Well, yes, sir.
Chester!
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
No, he didn't hit me. But I didn't hit him either. He had a horse waiting out there. Come on, if we hurry, we can still follow him.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes. L&M filters, new king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the miracle tip.
L&M filters are sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Effective filtration.
Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
Buy L&M King Size.
Buy L&M Regular.
Buy L&M's by the carton. King Size, regular, both at the same low price. L&M, light and mild.
With the full moon to help us, Chester and I didn't have much trouble staying on Coney Thorne's trail once we hit it. We pulled up now and then and listened, and we could hear his horse running hard, not too far ahead of us. But he didn't run long. Coney had made a poor choice in the mount that he'd stolen, and had sold on him within an hour. We found the horse standing riderless with his head down, his legs weak and quivering.
That poor horse is plumb bedrock, Mr. Dillon. He ought to be shot.
Now, never mind the horse, Chester. Let's find Coney.
He can't be very far. There's no place to hide out here.
There's something over there, Chester. Off to the left there.
It ain't moving.
Yeah, well, let's take a look. Look, you ride straight from here, and I'll come in on an angle.
Okay, sir.
All right, ride in, Chester, but be careful.
Is he dead, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester, but he's all through shooting. Here, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Bend down here, take a look.
Well, that ain't Coney Thorne.
No. You ever see this man before?
No, sir, I don't know who it is. He ain't dead.
No, but he's bleeding pretty bad. I'm afraid he soon will be. Who are you, fella? Hey, what's your name?
Marshal.
Yeah, that's right. I'm the marshal. Now, why did you try to shoot me back in Dodge tonight?
Can't do nothing to me now.
No harm in talking.
Heard that fellow was going to shoot you.
That Coney Thorne?
I don't know his name. I don't know nothing about him.
Well, then what's he got to do with your trying to shoot me?
Nothing. Only I figured I could do it, and they'd blame him.
Oh, why? I never saw you before. Why did you want to shoot me?
Kill a marshal? That'd be pretty good, wouldn't it? Kill a marshal?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Didn't work. You killed me. He's dead, ain't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
A darn fool. What good would shooting you have done him?
Well, it made him feel better for some reason, Chester.
But why?
I don't know. That's the idea of shooting a marshal and getting away with it, I guess. He didn't have any more sensible a reason.
No, sir.
Well, let's get him buried. It'll be daylight before we get back to Dodge, as it is. I still got to find Coney.
There's the stage. Mr. Dillon is just about to leave. We got back just in time.
Why would Coney be taking the stage? He hasn't finished his business here yet.
No, but he was trying to get in the office when I seen him last night.
By heaven, there he is.
Yes, sir, and Abby, too. Now, what are they up to?
Now, let's ask him. Let him stand, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, don't you do a thing, Coney. It'll be all right, I tell you.
Why do you have to come back now?
Good morning.
Good morning, Marshal.
You, going someplace, Coney?
Well, I heard about last night, Marshal. But it wasn't me shot at you. You know it wasn't.
I found the man that did it.
I ain't gonna kill you. That's all over, Marshal.
It is?
It was like being crazy, Marshal, for a long time. And I got the fever, and Abby was there talking to me all the time, taking care of me. Now, somehow, I ain't mad at nobody.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Coney.
Being in prison so long when I was innocent, it was bad, Marshal.
Yeah. Look, Coney, you shouldn't have left Arizona. You broke your parole. I'm going to have to send you back.
He's going back, Marshal. Right now. With me.
What?
We're going to be married. And then he's going to turn himself in.
Is that true, Coney?
I'll get another year, but Abby says it's the only way.
You're going to get married, huh?
We'll make out, Marshal. But please don't arrest him here. Let him go alone with me. It isn't much. You can give him that.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go over to the telegraph office and write something out and send it to the marshal in Phoenix, huh?
Well, what'll I say?
Tell him thanks for the warning. And tell him if Coney Thorne did leave Arizona and came here to shoot me, I'd arrest him quick. But knowing Coney, I think he's learned his lesson. He's got more sense.
Yes, sir.
Now get going. All of you.
now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. Everyone agrees L&M's are just what the doctor ordered. The first filter that really does the job and a real good taste to go with it. Maybe you'll prefer L&M's king size, as I do. But either size, I know you'll like them, and I know you'll stick with them. L&M's. Try them.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, and James Nusser. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The makers of L&M filters also present for your television pleasure the new Stu Irwin Show. It's a happy half hour with June and Stu Irwin, which begins October 20th in most cities. Please check your local television listings for time and channel for L&M's Stu Irwin Show. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great new Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio. This is the CBS Radio Network. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Well, the train's already in, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, good.
But I thought we was early.
Well, now we won't have to wait so long for the mail to be sorted, Chester.
Hey, ain't that Miss Kitty?
Oh, where?
Over yonder, talking to that big fella.
That looks like Hank Grote.
Oh, now, what would she be doing with a man like him? He ain't fit for a hog pen.
You go get the mail, Chester.
All right, sir.
Kill the air around it, Grote. I'd suffocate.
Well, now, you can't talk to me that
Take
way.
your hand off her.
What? Oh. What are you nosing in for, Marshal?
You're lucky he is. I was about to jab this parasol in your eye.
That'd be just like one of your kind.
Get out of here, Grote. Go on, before I kill you.
You mean it, don't you? You would kill me. Good thing you're wearing a gun, Marshal. And you better go on wearing it, too.
I'm sorry I got you into this, Matt.
No, you didn't get me into it, Kitty. Besides, I don't think there's a man in Dodge that wouldn't appreciate a chance to put a hole in Hank Groot.
Well, the sooner the better. Hey, who's the girl with Chester?
What? I don't know. I never saw her before.
Pretty little thing, isn't she?
Yeah, she sure is.
Well, hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
This here's Ann Cabot.
How do you do, Ann?
How do you do, Kitty?
And this is the man you're looking for. This is Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Marshal.
Ah, it's a pleasure, Miss Cabot.
Anne, please.
All right. Chester says you were looking for me.
I think so. As the U.S. Marshal in Dodge, you seem the logical person to help me.
Well, I'll be glad to help you if I can.
I've come from Connecticut, Marshal.
Oh?
I'm looking for Jack Schomer.
Jack Schomer.
You know him?
Well,
Wait a minute, Chester. Yeah, we know him, man.
He's here.
Well, no, not at the moment. He had to ride up north somewhere.
Oh. But he'll be back.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Look, I'll tell you what, Ann. I'll try to get word to him that you're here. I think I can do that.
Oh, thank you, Marshal, but... Well, he's not expecting me. Maybe I just better wait. It might upset him otherwise.
Well, sure. Why don't you do that? You got a place to stay?
No, I haven't.
Well, there's an extra room over where I live.
Is there?
Well, I work at the Long Branch, Ann. It's a saloon on Front Street.
Oh.
But the rooms aren't too close. Quiet there. Nobody will bother you.
Thank you, Kitty.
Well, come on, then. We'll find somebody to carry your things over. I think Matt and Chester are going to be busy.
Yeah, we are.
Goodbye, Miss Cabot.
Goodbye, Ann.
Goodbye.
I'll talk to you later, Matt.
Okay.
It's not very far. You can walk from one end of this town to the other in about 5 minutes.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon. Jack Schomer.
Let's go find him, Chester.
That poor girl.
We'll take Doc with us. Maybe he can do something.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
That is the meanest-looking shack I ever saw, Matt. I don't know how even a man like Jack Schomer can live in that.
Well, he doesn't care much how he lives, Doc.
Well, at least he's got water handy. What with the whole Arkansas River running right past his door.
What would Schomer use water for, Chester?
Oh, to wash, maybe.
Wash him?
Now the door's open. Schomer. Hey, Schomer. It's Marshal Dillon.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
Yeah. All right, let's go inside.
Doc, Chester, I better get up.
Now, you don't have to get up. Just sit back on the bed.
Maybe.
How are you feeling, Shomer?
I got the shakes, Doc. Bad.
Oh, well, we'll fix that.
Well, what are you doing here? I don't understand.
Don't worry about it, Shomer. We'll explain it to you when your head's clear. Well, what do we do first, Doc?
Take this jug of corn outside and smash it.
Oh.
Here you are, Chester. You can do
No, what are you doing?
No, never mind. It ain't very full.
You can't do that. That's my liquor.
I'm going to get a pot of coffee going, Matt. While I'm doing that, you and Chester take him down to the river.
Down to the river?
They're going to throw you in and let you soak a while, Shomer.
No, I'll drown.
Don't worry, Shomer. We'll put a rope on you. All right, come on. Let's get it done.
Have some more coffee, Shomer.
Oh, I've been drinking coffee all day long, Doc. I must have had a barrel of it.
It's whiskey that comes in barrels, Shomer. Drink your coffee.
I'm floating.
Shomer, you're pretty sober now. So what are you going to do?
I can't face her, Marshal. I'd give anything to see her, but I can't do it. I'm no good for her the way I am now.
What happened to you, Shomer? What went wrong?
The land. The land went wrong, or I went wrong on it. I don't know. Anyway, it beat me, Doc. I was going to start a homestead and then send for Ann, but I couldn't make it. I had to give up. I even quit writing to her about a year ago.
You're not the first man this country broke.
It's more than that, Marshal. Most men who quit find something else to do, but with me, it's like I lost everything. I couldn't face people anymore. Then that night I got into a fight at the Long Branch. You heard about that.
Yeah, I heard.
I ran away. Couldn't stand up to it. I guess I'm a coward. Everybody says I am.
Every man's been a coward at one time or another, Shomer. But it doesn't have to last.
It's lasted with me. How could I face Ann knowing I'm a failure and a coward to boot?
Well, you can prove you're not a coward just by going to see her. Try it. Women have a way of understanding these things.
Well, I don't know, Doc.
All right, Shomer. We'll tell her you're in the horse trading business. That's why you're out of town. But you'll have to tell her the truth. If you see her.
I'm only half a man.
Well, it's up to you. You think on it. But don't take too long. Hey, Kitty. Hey, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. Ann and I have been looking the town over, such as it is.
Oh, well, what do you think of Dodge, Ann?
Well, at least it's not as wild as I expected.
I keep telling her the real troublemakers don't even get up till sundown.
Don't let her scare you, Ann.
Now, don't worry about Ann. She doesn't scare easy.
Marshal, you haven't heard anything about Jack, when he'll be back?
Well, Jack Shomer's a busy man, Ann. He's up north somewhere, like I said. He trades horses, you know.
No, I didn't.
He'll probably be back in a day or so.
I can wait. I'm used to waiting.
It won't be long, Ann.
No. Oh, Kitty, look. Are those the kind of bonnets you were telling me about in the window over there?
Those are the ones, if Mr. Jonas doesn't have them marked up too high.
Well, there's some price tags on them. Excuse me.
Where's Shomer, Matt?
We sobered him up. He's doing some thinking now.
Sitting in that shack of his?
Yeah.
Kitty, they're all $1.50. Is that too high?
No, that's fair. We'll go in and try one on you in a minute.
Oh, good.
I wish Shomer'd hurry up, Matt. I hate playing this kind of game with a girl like that.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I ain't seen you in Dodge before.
No, you haven't.
Matt.
My name's Hank Root, miss. What's yours?
Stay here, Kitty.
I'm not accustomed to meeting men this way, sir.
Oh, now don't get like that.
Grote.
I ain't doing nothing, Marshal. I'm only talking to the lady.
You leave the ladies alone, Grote. All of them. And if I have any more trouble with you, I'm going to run you out of Dodge for good. Now get moving.
You want them all for yourself, huh? Well, it ain't going to be that way. You'll see.
Thank you, Marshal.
I'm afraid they're not all gentlemen out here, Ann.
When are you going to get around to shooting him, Matt?
If I'm going to stay out here, I guess I'll have to learn to handle men like that.
Well, you won't run into anybody worse than Hank Grote.
No, and if he bothers you again, Ann, you let me know. Right away, huh?
I certainly will, Marshal.
Okay. Now you two go buy your bonnets, huh?
Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, Matt.
Goodbye.
Cracked lids, wobbly doggone legs, rusty chimbly otherwise. It's working something wonderful. You know something, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, what, Chester?
Next year, we're just going to have to find another stove. This one's about wore out.
We can't afford a new one, Chester.
Well, what about one of them hay burners? They're cheap.
It takes 2 men and a boy to keep a hay-burning stove going, you know.
Well, I know, but it... Well, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester. Matt.
What's the matter, Kitty?
I can't find Ann.
What?
We had dinner at Delmonico's tonight, and then I had to go to work. Ann was going back to her room to do some sewing and things, but she isn't there. I don't know where she is.
Well, how do you know? Have you been there?
I broke a heel off my shoe, and I went over to get a different pair. I stopped by her room, and she's not there. That isn't like her, Matt.
Well, you go back to work, Kitty. We'll look for her. Come on, Chester.
You better find her.
Yeah, we'll find her.
Let me know, Matt, will you?
Sure, of course I will, Kitty.
Where are we going to look, Mr. Dillon?
We'll go to the house first, Chester. That's where she was headed.
Kitty's awful upset, ain't she?
Yeah. Kitty takes a liking to somebody. She's kind of a tiger about him.
Yes, sir, that sure is true. Well, I hope nothing's happened to Ann. Maybe she only went for a walk or something.
Yeah, maybe.
But a woman shouldn't go for a walk at night alone, should she?
No.
She might get lost or something.
Yeah.
Ought to stay indoors at night, unless she's with somebody.
That's right, Chester.
It's too dangerous in a place like Dodge. You don't never know what might happen, do you?
No.
Well,
Hold up a minute, Chester.
I don't see nothing.
On the ground over there, just out of that patch of moonlight.
Oh, my goodness. It's Ann Cabot. She's been hurt or something.
Yeah. Ann. Hey, Ann. Yeah, she's unconscious, Chester.
What happened to her?
I don't know. I'm going to carry her up to Doc's. You go tell Kitty, huh?
Yes, sir.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter.
No filter compares with L&M's pure, white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Ann was still unconscious when I got her up to Doc's, and she stayed that way. He examined her, but he couldn't find anything wrong. There wasn't a scratch on her. Her hair was mussed up some, but we figured that happened when she fell. Kitty and Doc spent the night watching her and waiting. But at noon the next day, Ann was still unconscious. And there didn't seem to be a thing anybody could do about it. Chester and I stayed out of the way and did our waiting downstairs in the office.
I've heard tell of people going to sleep and staying that way practically forever, Mr. Dillon. You think that's what she's got?
Whoever heard of sleeping sickness around here, Chester?
Well, maybe she caught it back east and brought it with her.
Well, I don't know about back east.
Marshal? Well, what do you know?
Well, come on in.
It's no use, Marshal.
What?
I came to tell you I can't do it.
Oh?
I'm going to go away. Maybe you can tell her I got killed or something. No, I haven't been drinking. Not a drop since you and Doc and Chester came down there.
Shomer, there's something.
Matt, I wanted to tell you that...
Yeah, what is it, Doc?
Well, Jack Shomer. Hello, Doc.
It's a good thing you're here, Shomer.
What?
He doesn't know about her yet, Doc.
Oh, no, what?
We found Ann lying unconscious on the street last night, and she's been that way ever since.
She came to a few minutes ago, Matt.
Oh? She say anything?
Yes. It seems Hank Grote stopped her and tried to talk to her. She slapped him, made him so mad he hit her.
What?
He must have done it with the flat of his hand. But it gave her a concussion. He's a mighty powerful man.
Hank Grote hit Ann?
I'll go get him, Doc.
Well, wait a minute, and I'll go with you, Mr. Dillon. I just want to lock the door out back here.
All right.
I saw Grote going into the Texas Trail next door.
Oh, good.
I'm going back to Ann. She's in bad shape.
Yeah, Doctor.
Mr. Dillon, can you give me a hand out here?
Yeah, I'm coming, Chester.
Because the door is warped, Mr. Dillon. You'll have to shove onto it so that I can get it locked.
Okay. Yeah. There it is.
I got it.
You know, we're going to have to build a new door one of these days.
That one sure ain't much. Hey, where'd Shomer go?
I don't know.
Mr. Dillon, my gun's gone.
What?
My 6 gun. It was on the cot here just a minute ago.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Shomer must have taken it.
Him? What for?
To go after Hank Grote with. Come on.
You serious, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's a cinch Doc didn't take your gun.
Oh, no, of course not. But the idea of Shomer going after Hank Grote...
He saw him go into the Texas Trail here.
And this is the last place I'd look for Shomer.
Well, maybe.
There he is. Talking to Grote over there at the bar.
That gun in your belt don't scare me, Shomer. You're a coward. Everybody Everybody knows it.
Maybe I've been a coward long enough.
Wait a minute, Chester.
I'm not carrying a gun. That proves you're a coward, Showman.
I'll get rid of the gun. I'll slide it down the bar. There. Now will you fight?
You were a fool to do that. I'll kill you now. I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Come on, I'm not afraid.
All right, hold it.
Now, you stay out of this, Marshal. It's my fight.
Not anymore, Shomer. Groat's under arrest. He's my prisoner.
What are you talking about?
Well, are you coming, Groat?
Yeah. I'm coming.
My goodness, Mr. Dillon, you ruin your 6-gun using it that way.
Here, take it, Chester. When Groat comes to, bring him to jail, huh? We'll be up to docks. I think Shomer's ready to talk to Ann now. You wait here, Shomer.
Oh. Hello, Matt. Shomer? Where's Ann, Doc? She's in the back room there. I've got to see her. Wait a minute. What? You're too late. Too late? Ann died a couple of minutes ago. No. She asked about you. She wanted to see you. I think she knew something was wrong. We didn't fool her. I should have come here first. Instead of going after Groat. Maybe. Might have helped. Didn't prove anything, did I?
What do you mean?
I wanted Groat to kill me, Marshal. Don't you understand? That way I'd never have to tell Ann the truth about me. It was her I couldn't face.
Where you going, Shomer?
Where do you think, Doc? We're going to get a drink.
Well, Matt? We tried, Doc. It just wasn't there.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&Ms and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Eleanor Tannen, Harry Bartell, and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Our thanks to TV Radio Mirror and to you, our listening audience, for selecting Gunsmoke, the favorite mystery adventure program of the year. The The results of this audience annual poll appears in the current issue of TV Radio Mirror.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
This is Alan Edwards speaking, and I hope you'll be with us when L&M Filters brings you a new form of dramatic TV journalism, Mr. Citizen. I'm the host, but you are the star. It's your program because it's the true story of you or your neighbor at a time of crisis, emergency, or inspiration.
Marshal Matt Dillon brings in his man, and what a man, as Gunsmoke follows next on the CBS Radio Network.
And KNX, AM and FM, CBS Radio in Los Angeles. It's 6:30.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Bert Parks is a man of many talents, not the least of which is his ability to ride herd on 3 highly offbeat CBS radio personalities. When Hermione Gingold, Kenny Delmar, and Parker Fenley focus on a subject, there's no telling what direction the funny business will take. Each Monday through Friday, this merry threesome approaches incredibly trivial matters and inflates them to hilarious proportions. If you're not fundamentally opposed to laughing, sample radio's freshest new daytime comedy panel, Funny Side Up, tomorrow on CBS Radio. Another feature in the distinctively different pattern of programming you always enjoy when your dial is set where it is now.
You know, if you're not careful, Doc, you're going to finish that beer.
Huh? Well, why shouldn't I finish it?
There's no need to get your back up. I just meant you usually don't have time to finish it. More than likely, you get called away before you get your beer half drunk, that's all.
Well, yes, well, I guess you're right. I suppose I've mentioned to you before that some of us have to work at our job.
Yes, Doc, you mentioned it.
Hello, Matt.
Well, Kitty.
Good afternoon, Kitty. Don't get up. I'll sit down with you.
All right.
Well, what's the argument about this time?
There's no argument, Kitty, but sometimes it's just about as tough to agree with Doc as it is to argue with him.
Well, either way, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody who doesn't know the difference.
Thanks, Doc.
I'm not even going to try to understand you two. Can I get you another beer?
No, thanks, Kitty. I have to get back.
I guess I'll have one, Kitty.
Yes, I might have known.
Dillon?
Over here, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, excuse me, Miss Kitty, Doc.
Sure, Chester.
What is it, Chester?
Well, it's just a telegraph. Just come in for you.
Oh, let me see it.
Here you are. Say, you sure was right suspicioning that Gurney fellow. It sounds like you know what's in that wire.
Yeah, sure does.
Well, of course I know what's in it. It's my business to know when a prisoner turns out to be a wanted man, ain't it, Mr. Dillon? Oh, is that the man you locked up last night, Matt?
Yeah, Doc, I sent an inquiry about him. Yeah, he's wanted, all right.
What for, Matt?
Murder. 2 of them. Wichita.
Wichita, well, anyway, he won't be bothering you long.
What do you mean?
Well, they'll be sending for him from Wichita, won't they? Getting him off your hands?
It's not that easy, Doc. Afraid I'm going to have to deliver him. Well, come on, Chester. We'll take the afternoon stage. Looks to me as though that team could just about get there by itself, Jim, without you to drive it.
I expect them horses could do it all right, Marshal. They made the run often enough.
Well, the ruts in the road ought to be enough to guide them, even if nothing else does.
Yep. It don't get no smoother, does it?
No, I don't say that.
Long time since you rode with me, Marshal.
Well, I'd just as soon not be making the trip this time, either.
That Gurney fella giving you trouble?
Nah, no more than usual. Chester gives me more trouble than he does.
Yep. How's that?
Well, he doesn't cotton to being shackled to a prisoner when there's a pretty schoolmarm riding across the coach from him.
That kid says I blame him.
I told him he'd have to go slow anyway, with a preacher riding right along there, too.
I guess you're right about that.
Yeah.
Get up, boy. Come on. Well, I'll tell you true, Marshal. I'm kind of glad to have you riding shotgun this trip.
Huh? Are you worried about the gold?
Well, there's a lot of money under this seat. I ain't riding easy until I get rid of it.
Yeah. We're stopping here at Hat Creek Station, aren't we?
That's right, Marshal. Gonna change horses.
Good. I'll be glad to stretch my legs. I guess I'll cut Chester loose for a while.
You better warn the school, boy.
Yeah.
Whoa there, boy. Whoa. Well, I don't see old Miller. Help him get out, will you, Marshal? I'm going to have to unhitch the team myself.
Sure, Jim.
You going to be stopped here for a spell, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, come on out. Well, come on out.
Well, I can't exactly make it alone.
Well, why don't you bring Gurney with you, then?
Well, sure, I'll be... Oh, excuse me. After you, man.
Thank you.
Oh, here you are, ma'am. Let me give you a hand down. There we go.
Kindly, Marshal.
All right, now, Granny, come on. Let's get you over. Excuse me, Parson. You go right ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Come on, Granny. Come on. I want to set this cussing stage all day. You pull them shackles once more, I'll wrap them around your gullet. I'd be worrying about my own gullet if I was you.
All right, that's enough. You'll find coffee inside, folks.
Thanks. I'd like some coffee myself, Mr. Dillon.
You'll get it, Chester. You'll get it. Here, hold out your arm. I'll take the manacles off.
Declare I won't be sorry to be free of the likes of him, and that's the truth. If I ever get this near you and I am free, you won't live to complain no more. Mr. Dillon, you ain't gonna let Gurney wander around loose in this stage station, are you?
No, Chester. We'll shackle him to the wheel while we're stopped. All right, Gurney, come on.
Yeah, you do that, Marshal. You just locked me up good. Why, the two of you together ain't man enough to hold me.
No? Don't you worry about it. There.
Pardon me, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am?
I couldn't help noticing what you're doing to this man.
What do you mean?
Chaining him to the wheel.
Well, he's a prisoner, ma'am.
And he just ain't no good at all, Mr. Randall. Why, he's the worst kind of a thief and murderer.
Never mind, Chester.
I know you have to guard him, Marshal, but he's a human being.
Well, he's wanted for 2 murders.
Does that mean you have to treat him like a wild beast?
Well, I have to make sure that he doesn't get away, ma'am.
Well, you could bring him inside out of the sun, couldn't you?
And I have to think of the safety of the other passengers. And besides, it's not going to hurt him.
Marshal Dillon, I believe in the dignity of man.
Well, so do I, ma'am. The trouble is, Gurney here doesn't.
Everywhere you go, across the country trip or across the street party, you carry the fun with you when you own a Columbia stereophonic high-fidelity phonograph. There's a marvelous selection of 7 new portable models in smart new color combinations at your Columbia phonograph dealer, from which you may choose.
Each one is a masterpiece of design and beauty. More quality, more features, and more styling have been built into these sturdy portables than ever before. How much fun you'll have enjoying all the wonderful new sound of stereo records. Regular records take on new beauty, too, when played on handsome Columbia portables. You'll be amazed at the big console sound that is reproduced by Columbia portable stereophonic high-fidelity phonographs. You'll thrill to the excitement of Stereo One by Columbia, number one in the wonderful world of sound. And Columbia portables are economical, too. Prices start as low as $24.95. See them and hear them at your Columbia phonograph dealer.
It isn't exactly as you presented the case, Marshal.
How's that, Reverend?
There's nobody here. There's no coffee. No coffee? Boy, I never heard of such a thing. I'll see if I can.
Well, there's usually somebody around. He may be out with the horses.
You ought to take some water to that man out there.
Don't worry, ma'am. We won't let him go dry.
There don't seem to be nobody around at all. I don't know where that old man's gone off to.
Well, he was here the last time he came through, wasn't he, Jim?
Sure he was. He was always out front waiting. Old man Miller never saw nobody between stages, and he made up for it all at once. Like to talk your arm off.
He wouldn't be likely to miss a stop on purpose, would he?
Not him, Wyatt.
Well, I declare it's the truth, Mr. Jim. There ain't no coffee. Just a little bit in the pot. It must have been left over from breakfast, and that is stone cold.
Did you look outside for the old man who runs the place, Chester?
Well, no, sir, I didn't. He might could be out back a ways, though. I didn't go out there. I was mostly interested in the coffee.
Well, I looked out there. Some didn't see nothing.
Well, looks like we're stuck for it. All right, come on, Jim. I'll help you round up some fresh horses in the corral.
That's about the worst of it, Marshal.
Huh? Well, how's that?
When I took our team around back to exchange them, there weren't no other horses.
Well, I think we better take a real look around then. Chester, yes, you keep an eye on Gurney here. Jim, you come with me, huh?
All right, Marshal.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, look, the stage horses. Somebody's running them out of the corral.
The gold.
Oh, wait a minute, Jim. Where do we get... Jim, come back! Chester, cover me. I'm going after him.
Yes, sir.
Stay low, Jim! You heard bad?
No, they're running yonder toward them rocks.
Yeah.
One of them run off the horses, and the other two was after the gold on the stage.
Yeah, they almost got it, too.
I got to get it down off the box.
Now, you stay right there. I'll get it.
They'll cut you down.
Now, you stay down. I'm going to run for it. That's all right, Jim. I got it. Chester!
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you stay here with Jim while I unlock Gurney from that wheel.
He ain't worth taking a chance for.
Maybe not, Chester, but like the lady reminded us, he's still a human being. There you go, Jim. You'll be all right here.
Thanks, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
As soon as you get Gurney tied, heat some water, will you?
Yes, sir, I'll do that. I saw a good many wounded in the war, Marshal. May I offer my help?
I'm glad to have it, Reverend. He caught one on the side. Well, let's get his shirt off.
Yes, I see. And the bullet will have to be extracted.
Yeah. You any good at this, Reverend?
I've never actually operated, Marshal. Still, if you need me to do it.
No, I'll do it. I guess I'm a little more familiar with bullets than you are.
Just tell me how I can assist.
And it might just help to have somebody in your line of work standing by.
Very well.
Chester, you getting some hot water?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm trying to, but there sure ain't much water there in the bucket.
Well, you bring me what you got, then.
Yes, sir. I'll sure get thirsty if we have to stay here for long.
Well, those gunmen out there, we'll have time to worry about that later. Maybe you better get some sleep. I'll watch Jim for a while.
I don't mind, Marshal. I'm not tired.
No, you go on now. It's getting light, and you need your rest.
There was only something I could do for him.
There's nothing to do. But wait.
I suppose you're right. Please call me if you need me, Marshal.
Yes, I will. You try to get some rest, huh?
I think I'd best get us some breakfast first.
If you're thinking about breakfast, Miss Lorraine, you got no good coming. There ain't no food in them cupboards at all.
I know that, Mr. Proudfoot, but I have some food I brought with me.
You brought some with you?
I always pack a lunch. I'll get it.
Well,
Now, let me see. I'll divide it. I'll save some for Mr. Buck.
that ain't gonna leave you too much.
No, but it's better than nothing. Now, let's see. There's the Reverend and the Marshal and you and Mr. Buck and the prisoner.
You planning on dividing up this little bit of food with him?
Well, he's as hungry as any of us.
Well, yes, ma'am, but he ain't... Well, I mean, he...
I'll take the prisoners first. I brought you some food.
Well, now, ma'am, it's mighty nice of you. It's mighty nice. But, I ain't able to eat it with my hands tied behind me.
Marshal?
Yes, ma'am?
I think this man's hands should be untied so that he can eat.
I'm not sure, Miss Loretta.
Please, Marshal.
All right. Chester, untie his hands, will you?
Well, I sure do hate to do this, Mr. John. I was afraid like you are. I'd hate to do it, too. Don't you worry none about me being afraid of the likes of you. There. Won't hurt my feelings none if you choke on that food.
The little lady don't feel that way, do you now?
You're entitled to some nourishment.
Sure is nice to have you on my side, ma'am.
I'm only on the side of what's right.
Well, I don't blame you for choosing me over these two. Why, she ain't doing no such a thing. You just keep your mouth shut.
Never mind, Chester.
Well, you ain't choosing him, are you, Miss Lorenda?
I'm choosing the ideas I try to teach in my school, Mr. Proudfoot. No man can be considered guilty until he's had a fair trial.
How about that, lawman? Did you ever think of that?
Yes, I have, Gurney.
I'm just saying I think all law is important, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am. And so do I.
Money can evaporate with astonishing speed. That's not too surprising, of course. We like our families to enjoy a fair share of the good things of life. But it's also important to save, to ensure a secure future. This is seldom easy to do, this saving. There just seems to be too many immediate demands on our resources. But there are at least two proven ways to make your savings mount at a steady pace. One is called the Payroll Savings Plan. Under this plan, you accumulate dependable United States savings bonds where you work automatically. The other is the Bond-a-Month Plan, available where you bank. This, too, will pile up safe, secure United States savings bonds for you. The Payroll Savings Plan where you work, the Bond-a-Month Plan where you bank. Pick the plan most convenient to you and sign up tomorrow for your future's sake.
That's the last drop of the water, Marshal.
Yeah.
I parceled it out slowly to the driver during the day, but he's burning up with fever. I don't know how long he'll last now that it's gone.
Well, I'll go out and get some more.
Well, Mr. Dillon, them fellas will pick you off going to the well sure as anything.
We gotta have water, Chester. Hand me the bucket. And I guess you were right, Chester. Nobody's gonna make it to that well. At least not in the daylight.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
I'll get the water, Marshal.
Now, they'll blow you to kingdom come, Reverend.
I'm a man of the cloth. They won't shoot at me. Why, them fellas would shoot their own mothers to get at that gold.
I wouldn't count on being safe, Reverend. We better wait for dark.
Jim Buck may not have that much time. Hand me that other bucket there. Seems to be a hole in the one you carried, Marshal.
It's not worth the chance, Reverend.
A man's life is worth any chance. Please stand away from the door.
Okay.
Thank you. They shot him before he got out the door.
Yeah, come on, let's get him inside.
Now, there's 2 wounded in bad need of water.
No, Chester, he won't be needing any. He's dead.
Ain't no sense to killing a man like him. Ain't no sense at all.
They're not interested in the kind of men they killed, Chester.
Well, what do they mean to do, Mr. Dillon? Whatever more of rock. It's got something tied around it.
Yeah. Well, here's your answer about what they mean to do in this note.
What's it say?
We got food and water and time to wait for the gold.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. But I don't like my choices.
Here's your share, the last bit of the food, Marshal.
Oh. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry there's nothing to wash it down with.
How's Jim doing?
Not well. I'm very fearful for him if we don't get help soon.
Yes, ma'am.
You and Chester, you've been at the windows for hours. Do you see any way out for us?
No, not right now. In the daylight.
But tonight?
Well, we had one more man to draw their fire.
Maybe I could do it.
No, things aren't that bad yet. Don't you worry, ma'am. We'll get out of this some way.
Go ahead, Marshal. Let her help you. That's about what I'd figure from you.
That's enough, Gurney.
I'll take around the rest of the food. Chester?
Thank you.
Here's your share.
Thanks.
I'll untie your hands.
You ain't afraid of me.
Well, no. I'm not afraid of you.
Well, most folks are.
Does it please you that they're afraid?
No, ma'am, I guess it doesn't.
Take the food.
Thanks. You really meant it when you said you'd walk out there to help the marshal. You really meant that.
Certainly I meant it.
What makes you figure it'd be worth it?
Why, because there's a need, Mr. Gurney. There's a badly wounded man. We have to get him out some way.
That ain't much of a reason to risk your life.
I think it is, Mr. Gurney.
Why?
I think it's important to be needed. Don't you?
I don't know I ever gave it much thought.
Chester?
Oh, Mr. Dillon.
You seen anything moving?
That's right. I wouldn't claim that my eyes was too good by now, though.
Yeah. It's been a long night.
Mr. Dillon, you think them fellows out there are getting any sleep?
I'm not worried about whether they're getting any sleep or not, Chester.
Seems like the night's the only chance we got to make moves.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, we've got to get water. I know I can get out to the well and back.
Let's understand each other,
Marshal,
ma'am.
this man is dying.
I know that, ma'am. But getting somebody else killed isn't going to help any.
Is the gold this important? Couldn't we give them the gold to save a man's life?
This man risked his life for it once. It's up to us to see that he didn't do it for nothing.
I'm not going to wait. I'm going out there.
Now, you listen to me, ma'am. Nobody's going to get anywhere running out there alone. For any of us to have a chance, we're going to have to know exactly where those men are. We'll have just one shot at them if we're lucky.
Mr. Dillon, this Gurney making a break for it. I'll go after him.
No, they'd get you too. Up in the trees, Chester. Get him.
You think the shooting's over?
I gotta think so, Chester. You keep an eye on those trees. I'm going out to where Gurney fell.
Okay.
I think it's over, Chester. Come on out.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
I'm coming with you.
You didn't need to come, ma'am. It's not a pretty sight.
Is he dead?
Yes, ma'am. I guess the others are dead, too.
What an awful way to end a life.
Well, he didn't have much chance of ending it any better.
He sure was a fool making a break for it like that. Why, it was certain death.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure that's what he was doing.
What?
Maybe he wasn't making a break for it.
Of course he was. My goodness, why else would he run out that way?
To save our lives. Maybe he knew he could by drawing that fire.
He was going back to be tried for murder, you know.
I know. But you said yourself that a man can't be judged guilty until a court of law finds him so. It's possible that he would have gone free, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, that's possible.
So I'd like to think that this was an unselfish act. That he wanted to do one thing with dignity, even if it meant his death. It wouldn't hurt to think that, would it, Marshal?
No, ma'am. It wouldn't hurt a bit. Because dignity is something that should never be taken from any man.
Car owners, I have news of a product so new, it's amazing it's here today at all. It's new K-Site Smooth Seal.
You say it's new?
You say it's new?
So it's new. What does it do?
Well, it's a fluid you add to your automatic transmission. It stops the leaks in your transmission and makes it smooth and quiet.
Makes it smooth?
Makes it quiet?
How can I tell if I should try it?
That's easy. You're stopped, see, and you start to go, and you give it the gas pretty good. If you hear a sort of whirring or a grinding noise, if you feel a jerk or jolt or jar, then your transmission just isn't up to par.
Grinding noises, jars and jerks. That's how my transmission works.
Boys, if that's the case, then you've got a case for new K-Site Smooth Seal.
New K-Site Smooth Seal? How will that help?
Well, it's made to soften those shrunken seals and smooth out the shifting when there's power on the wheels. If you heard a whirring or felt a jar when you pull away in your modern car, you are a man who needs a can. Just $1.95, and it works while you drive. Anyone here for K-Site Smooth Seal?
Hit me.
I'm in.
If it doesn't do the job,
you get double your money back.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and Barney Phillips. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. KMOX Radio, the voice of St. Louis, speaks now from the nation's most modern radio studios, featuring the latest electronic miracles. A pace-setting building for a pace-setting radio station. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network.
and KNX, AM and FM, CBS Radio in Los Angeles.
Ting-a-ling, 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 ting-a-ling.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Good evening, Mr. Syberts.
Oh, why, Henry? I buy you a drink?
No, thank you, sir.
What you come into a saloon for if you ain't gonna drink?
No offense, Mr. Syberts. I just don't feel like a drink.
Well, man's free to do what he feels like, Henry.
Up to a point, he is, sir.
You're all alike, you Southerners.
We keep our word to men and to women.
Now, is that what you're here for, to see that I don't run off?
No man's going to shame my sister, sir.
What are you talking about? I'm going to marry her in 2 days.
Yes, sir, you are.
Look, Henry, we postponed the wedding last month because I had to go to Abilene on business. I run a big ranch, and it takes a lot of hard work and time. And the ranch comes first. Now, can you get that through your head?
I understand. I just hope for your sake you don't have to go anywhere this time. Polly wasn't proud having to call off the wedding last month.
Now, suppose you leave that to me and Polly and keep your puppy nose out of this.
I don't care for that remark, Mr. Syberts.
No? And let's see what a young Confederate gentleman does about something he don't care for. Well, go ahead. You're wearing a gun.
You can't bluff me, sir.
All right, hold it, you two.
Oh, get this little whippersnapper off my back, Marshal, before I shoot it.
That's enough, Syberts. All right, Henry, get out of here. Go drink someplace else tonight.
I'm not drinking, Marshal.
You're still ahead. Now get out anyway.
All right, sir. But don't you forget what I said, Mr. Syberts.
I don't know if I ought to marry into a family like that or not.
Marrying's your problem, Syberts. Just don't kill any of them, that's all.
Have a drink, Marshal?
I've got one at the table over there, thanks.
Later, maybe, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
You sure stopped that just in time, Matt.
Yeah.
That kid wouldn't have had a chance against Nate Syberts.
No, but he'd have tried it anyway.
They're going to make a real happy family.
Oh, they'll get along, Kitty. Syberts and Polly, anyway.
They will if Henry and his father give them a chance. Too bad Mrs. Troyman isn't still alive. She'd handle it better.
They're nervous about the wedding, that's all.
Yeah, and about Syberts' money. They need it bad.
Yeah, they used to be rich, Kitty, back in Virginia.
Well, sure, before the war. Why do you think they're so happy to be able to marry Polly off to a big rancher like Syberts? You know what a fellow's like, don't you?
Yeah, except for Polly. I think she's real fond of Syberts.
Well, sure. He's fond of her, too. After all, she's a woman, isn't she?
Yeah, I know. But maybe he'll settle down now. Quit running around so much.
Yeah, I hope so, for her sake. When's the wedding, Matt? Day after tomorrow?
That's what they say.
You're going, aren't you?
Yeah, I suppose we'll go.
I love weddings.
Oh, Kitty, that reminds me. I saw Polly on the street the other day, and she asked me to tell you that you'd be welcome at the wedding if you want to come.
She did?
Uh-huh.
I've only met her at the store and around.
Well, it seems like she likes you. Anyway, that's what she said.
Gee, Matt, do you think I should?
Well, you were invited by the bride. I don't know why not.
Well, maybe I'd better think it over. She's got enough trouble as it is. But anyway, I feel kind of good, her asking me.
Well, they're just people, Kitty. Like anybody else.
If there's anything I hate, it's a liar, Matt.
What's the trouble now, Doc?
These eggs. The cook swore they were fresh.
And I know darn well they've been put down in water glass.
Oh, well, why don't you raise some chickens then?
I would, but it'd just create a whole new class of thieves, chicken thieves.
Seems to me you're in for a bad day, Doc. You started feeling this way.
I'd sooner trust Crazy Beulah over there than most people I know around here.
Crazy Beulah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen her in a long time.
Funny thing about her, man. She's still sort of pretty.
Yeah. Till you look in her eyes, she is. You know something, Doc? I can't help feeling sorry for her.
I know. There's nothing anyone can do to help her.
No, I guess not.
She came to see me a couple of weeks ago. She had the ague.
Oh?
And she paid my fee, too. And if Crazy Beulah can pay up, you'd think the more prosperous citizens around here could. I tell you, I sometimes wonder about these people, Matt.
Maybe you charge too much.
If I charge nothing, they'd still cheat me somehow.
Oh, morning, Miss John.
Hi,
Doc.
Chester.
Here, just look at this. Read it.
Right. If Nate Syberts marries that Troyman girl, there'll be a killing. I'm warning the law to stop it before it's too late. There's no signature. Where'd you get this, Chester?
It was under the office door when I opened up this morning. What do you make of it?
Well, here, let me see it, man. It's printed. I thought I might recognize the handwriting.
That's why he printed it, I guess.
Well, I wouldn't want to be in Nate Sybert's boots. Young Henry's going to shoot him if he doesn't marry Polly, and here's somebody who's going to shoot him if he does. All in all, it'll make for a lively tomorrow.
Well, I think we better talk to Syberts about this, Chester.
Well, he's been over at the Dodge house till after the wedding.
Yeah, I know. So long, Doc. Have a pleasant day.
Yeah, sure, Matt. Yeah, so long.
Marshal, Chester.
Oh, Nate.
Like to talk to you, Syberts.
Sure, Marshal. Come on in. Come in.
Chester found this note at the jail this morning. Here.
Now, who wrote this?
Well, I thought maybe you could tell me.
No, I got no idea, Marshal.
Can you think of anybody who doesn't want you to get married, Syberts?
I got enemies, sure. What man hasn't? But they don't have nothing to do with me and Polly. What do they care if I get married?
Well, maybe it's just a joke somebody's kindly playing on you.
Well, it's a mighty poor joke under the circumstances.
Yeah, I suppose it would be.
My old man told me to stay away from women a long time ago. I should have listened to him.
It's a little late now.
Yeah.
If you get any idea, let me know, will you? Anyway, we'll be at the wedding. We'll do what we can.
I'll be wearing a gun, too, Marshal. You can count on that.
The Red Cross means different things to different people. To the family left homeless by a fire, flood, or tornado, the Red Cross means food, clothing, and shelter, perhaps even a gift of money. To a serviceman overseas or a veteran in a hospital, the Red Cross may mean a friendly reminder of home or a few moments of care-chasing entertainment. To someone seriously injured or undergoing an operation, the Red Cross means a ready supply of life-saving blood. To a refugee or political prisoner in a foreign land, the Red Cross means a helpful hand that reaches across borders and through barbed wire. All the good things that happen to people through the efforts of the Red Cross happen because many people have given generously their money and volunteer services. It's not too late to join and serve at your local Red Cross chapter.
I didn't like the idea of a groom having to wear a 6-gun at his wedding, and even less the fact that a shooting might take place in church.
So I went out to see the Troymans. Polly came to the door and ushered me into the front room where her father and Henry were sitting.
Can we fetch you something, Marshal? A glass of bourbon?
No, thank you, Mr. Troyman.
It wouldn't be very good bourbon, I'm afraid. Prices are up, money's down. Things haven't been easy lately. Well, not with this family, anyway.
Please, Father.
Polly, I hate to bother you this way, but it's important.
Nothing happened to Nate.
If he's run off, I'll find him.
Quiet, Henry. Now let the marshal speak.
He's all right, Polly. I just want to know if you can think of anybody who'd try to put a stop to the wedding tomorrow.
Try to stop it?
That's right.
Marshal, I don't understand what you...
Well, somebody's threatened to, Polly. I don't know who it could be, and neither does Nate Syberts. I talked to him about it.
This is mighty strange, sir.
It sure is.
Is it true, Marshal?
Yes, it looks that way.
Well, who'd not want us to get married?
Polly, when you took up with Nate Syberts, was there anyone else who might have been jealous about it? Uncommonly jealous, I mean, enough to start trouble tomorrow.
Well, no, Marshal, there wasn't.
What about Red Withers?
Red Withers and I broke off 2 months before that, Henry. Besides, he's gone to Los Alamos.
There wasn't anybody else, huh?
No.
Marshal, have you thought that maybe Nate Syberts himself might have started this?
He didn't.
How do you know he didn't do it? He ran out once before, and he's like...
Henry.
He's not that kind of a man, Henry, that's why. Now, let's not get all upset about this. I promise you, Polly, that Chester and I'll be there tomorrow, and we'll see that nothing goes wrong.
Well, thank you, Marshal.
I'll be there, too. Don't forget that.
Sure, Henry. But don't come wearing a gun.
Why not?
Because I'll take it off you if you do. You're too ready to use it.
Is there anything I can do, Marshal?
I'll let you know if there is, Mr. Troyman.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I had to trouble you with this, Polly.
I understand, Marshal, and I thank you kindly. I'll see you to the door.
Thanks.
Much as Nate and Polly have consented together in holy wedlock and have witnessed the same here before God and his company, and they too have given...
Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir. Pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving gold and silver, and by joining hands, I pronounce that every man like the other. In the name of the Father.
Well, I can see a lot of real friendly faces in there, Mr. John.
Yeah. There's nobody outside here.
Yeah, that's Syberts' buggy right there, ain't it?
Yeah, he's driving Polly out to the ranch right after the ceremony. She didn't want a celebration of any kind.
Well, looks like there won't be no trouble after all. I sure hope not, on their wedding day and all.
Yeah, it sounds like it's over. They'll be coming out now.
Yes, sir.
We'll stay close to them till they drive off. It could happen right out here.
Well, I'll watch whichever way you ain't watching.
How would you know which way I'm watching unless you spend your time watching me, Chester?
Well, now, sir, I didn't mean exactly that. Oh, here they come. Oh, my, don't they look pretty?
Congratulations, Syberts.
Thanks, Marshal. Let's go over here a minute, huh?
Sure.
I guess that warning wasn't much to worry about after all.
Yeah, it looks that way. You got nothing but friends here, as far as I can see.
Sure unsettles a man, though, a note like that.
And I think you can forget about it now, Syberts.
I'll forget it when I find out who wrote it, Marshal. That's what I wanted to ask you.
What?
If you learn anything about it, let me know. Will you promise me that?
What would you do if I did find out?
I'd kill him.
That's what I thought. Look, Syberts, you're married now, and you've got more than yourself to think about. I'm a peace officer. I'm paid for it. It's my job. And if I find out who wrote that note, I'll run him out of the country. And I'll try to keep you from finding out who it was.
I'm not a boy, Marshal. I'm not sure I appreciate your trying to protect me.
What about Polly?
Polly?
Yeah.
I think I see what you mean, Marshal.
You're just not used to being married, Syberts. But you better go on and start getting used to it. Polly's looking for you over there.
Well, thanks, Marshal.
All right.
Are there anything wrong, Miss Dillon?
Nothing, Chester. Come on, let's see him off. Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon.
What's the matter, Chester?
I'm just like an old woman at a wedding. You know, they ought to have more weddings around here.
Well, if you like him that much, why don't you do something about it?
Well, my land, what could I do?
Get married?
Me? Get married?
Oh, why not?
Well, now, Mr. Dillon, you know I wouldn't be able to do that. I don't make enough money to keep body and soul together just for me, let alone a wife and a lot of kids and in-laws and such as that.
You could start with just a wife. It's down that road Cybert took. Come on, grab a horse. Anybody's horse.
No one we know of approves of wasting money. In spite of that, however, we Americans are often guilty of wasting our money by the uses we make of our government facilities. Take the operation of the post office, for example. Mostly out of habit, many offices and individuals post outgoing mail at the end of the day. In addition, many people fail to include zone numbers as part of the address. In both ways, we're slowing down the entire system for delivering mail and adding to the cost of our postal operation. The problem is simple enough to solve. Start solving it tomorrow. If you will arrange to post letters and packages earlier in the day and include zone numbers on the return address as well as the outgoing address, you will help our post office operate more efficiently for you and at less cost, too. Remember, for faster, more economical service, mail early in the day and include zone numbers.
There's a buggy just past the bridge there. And that's Nate all hunkered over. He must have been hit.
Pull up so we don't scare the horse, Chester.
Oh.
You take a look under the bridge.
Yes, sir, I will.
Marshal, they shot him.
Is he dead, Polly?
He's breathing, but I couldn't drive the horse back and hold him, too. Marshal, what? Why did they do it?
Who did it, Polly? How many were there?
I don't know. I didn't see anybody. We were just driving across the bridge and they shot him.
Take away, Ron.
Please, Marshal.
How is he, Mr. Dillon?
Marshal, do something. You die.
Chester, get in the buggy and drive back to Doc's, quick.
Yes, sir. Now, just give me them lines, please.
Tell everybody to stay in town. I don't want them messing up the tracks out here. Now, hurry.
We'll be there for you now, Polly. Now, get a good tight hold on Nate.
As soon as the buggy had gone and the dust had settled, I looked around everywhere. I could see no one. And I walked back, followed Chester's horse tracks down off the wagon road. His were the only marks on that side of the bridge. So I crossed over to the other side. There I found the footprints of what must have been either a child or a woman. They led off in the direction of a small cabin about 300 yards away. I followed them, gun in hand.
Oh, it's you, Marshal.
Beulah. Who's in there? Tell me.
Nobody, Marshal. Nobody now that I'm not here.
Get out of the way, Beulah.
That's what Nate said. Get out of the way, crazy Beulah.
Nate.
You won't say it no more,
I fixed him.
Beulah, what are you talking about?
He wouldn't even look at me on the street after. And then he up and married that Troyman girl.
You mean you shot him?
I warned you, Marshal. I told you to stop the wedding. I told you what would happen. I told you. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it?
Beulah. Beulah, take it easy now.
You believe me, Marshal?
What?
Take a look in the cabin.
All right, what's this all about, Beulah? There's nobody in there.
Smell my rifle.
Where is it?
Right there by the door.
Yeah, it's been fired, all right. Did you really shoot Nate Syberts, Beulah? I want the truth now.
I said I would, didn't I? I hate him.
Why, Beulah? Why did you do it? Tell me.
No, I won't tell you. I don't have to.
All right, Beulah, get your things. Let's go into town.
I don't need nothing, Marshal. I got all dressed up and everything, see? See?
Yeah, you look fine.
I feel better now, Marshal. Now it's all over. He's dead, and I feel a lot better.
Give her anything she wants, Chester. See that she's comfortable.
Yes, sir, I sure will. It sure beats all, though, don't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm going up to Doc's. Maybe Syberts can talk now.
Well, you better hurry up. Paul'll be back there any minute.
All right.
Hello, Matt.
How is he, Doc?
I can't tell yet. But don't tire him out.
Hello, Syberts.
Marshal?
I guess we should have stayed with you a little longer, huh?
I don't even know where it came from, Marshal. He was under the bridge there, I guess. Got me right in the back.
It wasn't a he, Syberts. It was a she.
A woman?
Crazy Beulah. I just locked her up.
Beulah? How do you know it was her, Marshal?
I trailed her to her cabin. She admitted it.
She say why she did it?
Yeah, she said you wouldn't look at her on the street. Told her to get out of the way or something. Doesn't matter much. Unless you want to tell me.
Well, I got drunk one night, Marshal. She kind of chased after me ever since. I tried to keep out of her way.
I see. What are you going to tell Polly?
If I live?
Yes, if you live.
I don't know, Marshal. I might even tell her the truth.
All right, Matt. That's enough.
Yeah, sure, Doc. So long, Syberts.
Goodbye, Marshal.
Two days later, Doc announced that Nate Syberts would live. And the next day, they moved him up to the Troyman house where Polly could nurse him.
I never did know if he told Polly what it was all about. Maybe he didn't have to. Crazy Beulah never asked about him, never mentioned his name again. For her, it was all over and done with. And finally, somebody remembered she had people in St. Louis. And once I located them, I put her on a train and sent her off. She seemed quite happy about the trip, and more normal than I'd ever seen her. Hi. Maybe you'll recall this tuneful reminder of times past. This is Dennis James with something else worth remembering. It's this. You're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. See, it's the normal, natural way to useful regularity. The whole brand content of Kellogg's All Brand supplies your system with all the bulk-forming food that you need every day. There's only one All Brand. It's Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve irregularity from lack of bulk, as millions do, with a bowl full of Kellogg's All Brand each morning. ALL-BRAN. It's Kellogg's All Brand. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Gene Bates, Virginia Gregg, and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Doc, how could you get sweet-talked into a spot like this? I just can't understand it.
No, I think you've got it all wrong, Mr. Dillon. It's kind of honor. And I'm just proud to know, Doc.
Oh, now, don't listen to him, Chester. Just hold up that looking glass while I try this thing on.
How's this?
Yeah, just a little bit to the left. Now, hold it right there.
You're not going to wear that.
Now, what's the matter with you? You two are pretty smug, aren't you?
Well, now, Doc,
Anyone with an ounce of brains knows that an umpire wears a stovepipe hat.
Well, yes, but that's Arthur Meeker's undertaking hat.
And it happens to be the only one in town.
Looks like to me that Meeker's trying to promote a funeral.
Wait, let me look at this again.
Yes, you're right, Yes. I hate to admit it, but it does look kind of silly.
Well, we've won 1 point anyway.
Yes. Chester.
Yeah, Doc?
Maybe you'd step next door to the depot and see if anything came for me on the evening stage.
Well, sure. What was you expecting?
Well, I sent back to the Brooklyn Eagle for a copy of Chadwick's Rules.
Rules? Why, you got the boys' book of games. The rules are all in there.
Chester?
Yes, sir?
Don't argue with the umpire.
Oh, sure. But anybody knows the rules. How he expects to be an umpire if he don't know the rules?
Oh, that Chester. Matt, what in the world have you got such a long face for? You're not really expecting trouble.
Yes, I am, Doc.
But why?
I just can't seem to get it through your head that baseball isn't the same game you keep talking about. It's changed.
Well, the rules maybe have changed, but it's still a gentleman's game. Why, back east, the Saturdays I spent watching the Knickerbockers and the Mutuals.
But those were businessmen, Doc, playing for a keg of beer and a little exercise. These are professionals.
I know that, but what about it?
Look, even if you can keep the gamblers and the hoodlums and the drunks away, the fanatics, the fans, as they call them, are always stirring up some kind of a ruckus. And if none of them cause trouble, the chances are the teams themselves will start a free-for-all.
Well, I'll admit we do have a few hotheads in town who might carry their loyalty a little too far, but I don't think...
Oh, hello, Mr. Lindstrom.
Hello, Marshal. Hey, Doc, why ain't you over there?
Over where?
At the Long Branch.
Now, Lindstrom, why should I be at the Long Branch?
The whole Eastern team is there, and we got to have our meeting with them.
Well, that meeting's supposed to be at the Dodge House at 9:30, isn't it?
And if you wait that long, you're going to have to stack them like cardwood and haul them there in the buckboard.
Well, he was there all right. Hello, Mr. Lindstrom.
Hello, Chester.
And Chester, did you get it?
Agent says it's been there for 2 days, and what you want...
Never mind that. Just give it to me, please.
Well, I was just telling you what the agent said.
Lindstrom, you meet me at the Dodge House in 20 minutes.
Where you going, Doc?
Where do you think I'm going?
Oh, it's starting already. And I'm coming with you.
Well, that meeting ain't supposed to be...
Come on, Chester. We're going to the Long Branch.
Yes, sir, but I thought that...
Just come along. We're going to give Doc his first look at the Eastern All-Star Professional Baseball Club.
I know he's supposed to be the manager and all, but Mr. Lindstrom sure is taking this game serious.
Well, anything he does, he takes serious.
Yeah, but he's going out of his way.
Oh, what's he done now?
You know he went clear up to Fort Dodge last week.
Yeah, what about it?
He talked Colonel Whitfield into releasing 4 enlisted men for the game. He said they'd strengthen up the team.
Players?
Yes, sir. 4 men he heard about that played with Duryea Zouaves during the war.
Did you hear that, Doc?
4 men from that 165th New York infantry team playing for Dodge.
I heard it. It'll make it a better game. There's certainly nothing unethical about it. The All-Stars take anybody from anywhere as long as they play good ball.
Now, that may not be unethical, but it sure shows Lindstrom isn't thinking of this as just a friendly exhibition.
Yeah, Matt, you're sure doing your best to scare me off.
Now, Doc, I'm just trying to bring you down to earth. Maybe a look at the All-Stars will do it. Come on.
Matt, if you hadn't walked in that door when you did, I was just going to send for you.
You mean the Eastern All-Stars?
You can call them that if you want. I've already thought of 100 better names for them.
Yeah, they're pretty loud, Kitty, but they're not armed, and they're not fighting.
Oh, I know. Like their manager says, they're just playful.
Well, if it gets any worse, I'll stop them. But I brought Doc over to take a close look at the gentleman athletes he's going to be umpiring tomorrow. How about finding us a table, huh?
Oh, sure. How's this table, Matt?
That's fine. 3 beers, huh?
I'll bring them to you.
Well, Doc, now you just relax and look them over.
All right, land, Doc.
Them fellows sure do look rough and ready.
I see how they look, Chester.
You know, it's not too late to back out, Doc.
I am not going to back out.
Here you are. 3 beers for 3 gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Kitty.
Thank you. Oh, my land. Look at that fellow over there. Why, he looks like he's been teasing a wild horse from behind with a sharp stick. Yeah, with that face. No teeth in front, a squishy nose.
I'm only guessing, but I'd say he has to be the catcher.
And them fingers. That left hand looks like a branch of gnarly oak.
All right. Every profession has its price, Chester.
Well, Doc, there's one of the hotheads I was talking about.
Where?
Over there, Ziff Williams, talking to one of the players.
He sure is red in the face.
Yeah. And he's wearing a gun, too. I'll be back in a minute.
Now, look here, I wasn't making fun of your boys.
I wonder if you dance as good as you talk.
Well, you take off your gun and we'll see who does the dance.
Why,
All right, that's enough, Ziff. You the manager of these players?
That's right. Manager and pitcher.
What's your name?
Asa Granville.
All right, tell me, Granville, what did you do to get this man so riled up?
Nothing. He wanted to bet on the game, and when I offered him fair odds, he got mad.
Is that right, Williams?
There wasn't no bet. There was a brag about how good the All-Stars are.
Marshal, he wanted to bet on Dodge to win. And I laughed because I'd be stealing his money.
Yeah? And then what?
Well, to give him a fair shake, I offered to bet even money that we'd score at least 100.
Williams, I think this man was saving you from making a fool of yourself. Nobody in town except you and Lindstrom really thinks Dodge has a chance to beat the All-Stars.
That's all you know about it, Marshal. I got faith in our boys, even if the rest of you ain't.
Well, I can't stop you from having an opinion, Williams. But I'm going to tell you one thing. If you plan to be at that game tomorrow, you better check your gun at my office till it's over. Now, you better get on home.
Marshal.
Well, thank you, Marshal. I've done a lot of arguing in my time, but I'll never against a gun.
Well, I've done you a favor. Now I want you to do me one.
What is it, Marshal?
You seem to be the only sober one of your crowd, so see how fast and how quiet you can get your boys out of here and over to their rooms at the Dodge House.
I guess they were getting a little loud, weren't they?
Yeah.
They should be getting to bed anyway.
And when you get them put away, just remember that you still got a meeting in the lobby at the hotel.
I'll be there as soon as I can.
Okay.
All right, boys, come on.
Well, Kitty, I think this place will start to quiet down in a few minutes.
Thanks, Matt.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
You stay in case Kitty needs you. I'm going to escort Doc here over to the Dodge House.
Oh, well, thank you.
Well, come on, umpire.
Your Columbia phonograph dealer has it. The new Sound of Pleasure, Stereo 1 by Columbia. #1 in the wonderful world of sound. Just wait until you hear the beautiful sound of true three-dimension stereophonic high fidelity. It's a thrilling experience that makes all your records, stereo or regular, sound better. There's a complete selection of Columbia Stereo 1 phonographs, ranging from smart new portables to handsome single and twin-unit consoles, crafted like fine furniture. And there's a Columbia Stereo 1 phonograph for every room, for every budget, and for every listening need. No matter what you want in stereo, Columbia has it. And your Columbia phonograph dealer is headquarters for Columbia phonographs. Portables are priced as low as $24.95, and elegant console models start at the amazingly low price of $129.95. See them all. Hear them at your Columbia phonograph dealer.
Now, as I understand it, Granville, you play New York baseball. Well, we can play the Massachusetts game, but it just don't have the same pep. And we play strictly a fly game.
You mean the batter ain't out if the ball is caught on the mound?
That's right.
Oh, my, we've been playing that way for years now. You must really think we're backwoods out here in Dodge.
I don't think he intended any offense, Lindstrom.
Well, maybe not. Now, Doc, what about that licorice ball?
What about it?
Well, it's Lem's best pitch. Do you Eastern fellas use it?
No, not anymore.
Well, how come?
Well, it ain't really a rule, but generally before a game we agree that neither pitcher can chew licorice.
Well, I think that's unfair.
Oh, if you want to use a licorice ball, go ahead. Won't bother us none. Just messy, that's all.
What's messy about a little licorice on a ball?
Lindstrom, if you'll hold your mouth for just a minute. There are some other things that should be settled first, and we'll get to them. But first of all, the game will be 9 hands.
Innings.
Huh?
They call them innings now.
Oh, all right. 9 innings. 3 outs to a side per inning. Now, at the end of that time, the team with the most aces...
A team with the most runs.
All right. Come on. Get on with it.
Yes. Now, Chadwick's newest rule book of baseball. I have it right here, and we shall read it. The batsman calls the pitch. That's what it says. He can call for a high ball, a low ball, or a middle ball. If the umpire decides the pitch was in the area called for, he shall rule it as a strike, even though the batsman does not swing. 3 strikes are out. Are there any questions?
Well, not on that, but what about that walk thing?
Oh, the walk. Well, I'd like to explain that, Doc, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, yes.
Well, you see, we found the game was dragging, so the association passed a rule that if the umpire calls 9 unfair balls against a pitcher, the batsman can walk to first base, and the next batter comes up.
Oh, my, that sounds awful tough on the pitcher.
Oh, they're even talking about cutting it down to 8 balls next year.
Excuse me just a minute, Jim. But, Chester, don't just stand there in the door wiggling your fingers. If you want to see Matt, come on in.
Well, I'm sorry, Doc.
I'll come out there, Chester. You go right ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you, Matt. Yes, sir. Now, let me see. We will continue here. The pitcher shall release the ball no closer than 45 feet from home plate. His feet shall be together at the time of the pitch. The elbow shall be stiff, and the pitching hand shall not rise above the belt. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Doc, I got a few questions, and they're all for Mr. Granville.
Well, go ahead.
Do you or your players ever bet on the games you play?
Why, of course we do.
Do your players ever bet against themselves?
What are you getting at, Marshal?
Just answer my question.
Well, we do not.
I'm not talking about betting whether you win or lose. I know you've never lost a game. I'm talking about sucker bets.
Why, you heard me turn down a sucker bet at that saloon. And the bet I offered was square.
Yeah, I know. You offered to bet you'd score more than 100 runs, and you said it good and loud in front of everybody. And made you look real honest. So after you left, your ringers could move in and clean the town.
I swear, Marshal, I don't know what you're talking about.
Chester, I want you to tell everybody here what you just told me.
Well, there's 2 gamblers over at the Long Ranch right now, strangers in town, and they're taking all comers. The gamblers is giving good odds that the All-Stars won't score more than 50 runs. Just about everybody in Dodge is betting they will.
Well, I sure don't know who the gamblers are, but they ain't very smart.
Unless maybe they know something that I don't.
Like what?
If you and your boys are as good as you're supposed to be, you're the only ones who can make sure that you didn't score more than 50 runs. And it could just be that those gamblers are betting with your money.
Well, I'm not going to answer that, Marshal. But if you want to get rich fast, sell everything you got and take the bet they're off.
That's the last thing I'd do. But if I'm wrong, Mr. Granville, you'll have an apology from me before you leave town tomorrow.
You better start thinking it up right now, Marshal.
But if I'm right, you and your boys won't be leaving. Well, Chester?
By Jing Dillon, I'm glad you're here.
How's the game going?
See there? Pretty bad. Them All-Stars just ain't no good at all. In the 3 innings they've batted, Lem struck out 7 of them. They ain't got a single run.
How many runs for Dodge?
4, but we sure didn't deserve them, and we're going to get more. There ain't nobody out, and that Granville ain't pitching the ball nowheres near Willie Lindstrom.
I had to wait for an answer from St. Louis, or I'd have been here sooner.
Did you find out anything about them gamblers?
Yeah, plenty. Have you got them spotted?
Yes, I have. Right on the edge of the crowd over there by first base, see?
Yeah, I see them. Let's watch this a minute.
Ball 9, catch your face. See there? He walked Willie on purpose.
Yeah, who's this coming up?
It's one of them players I was telling you about that Menson got from Fort Dodge. I don't know his name.
Tell me something, Chester.
What?
Don't these all-stars look to you like maybe they're scared?
Well, they do look kind of nervous. Now, that's the first real hit we've had.
Yeah, that's a good one, all right. At least 2 bases. That should score Willie easy.
Willie's stopping at third.
Yeah, he can't make it home if he doesn't keep moving.
Well, why would he stop?
I don't know. Looks like the third baseman's talking to him.
Well, now, if that don't beat all, look. Now he's coming on again. Look at that boy run!
I want to talk to Willie. Come on. That was a good play, Willie.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Marshal.
You always stop and talk to the baseman? Look, Willie, there's something strange about the way this game is going. I want you to tell me what it is.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. Now, you tell me.
All right. I promised I wouldn't, but, well, them all-star boys is really scared. Afraid they'll get shot.
What?
That's what the third baseman was telling me. There's 2 rifles pointed right at him from the loft of Wolford Speed Store, right through that open window.
Oh, yeah. Now, I figured.
They have a clean shot at every all-star player on the field. And any man that plays too good is as good as dead.
Okay, Willie, thanks.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Go after the 2 men in the loft?
Mr. Dillon, you can't go up them outside stairs. You'd be walking right into rifle fire.
Now, there's a ladder to the loft inside the store, Chester. I think I can surprise them. Oh, and in the meantime, you keep an eye on those 2 gamblers. And, Willie...
Yeah, Marshal?
You get back to the other players like nothing happened, huh?
Today, a great premium is placed on speed. Speed of transportation, communication, of automation. In keeping with today's accelerated pace, it's understandable that millions of Americans prefer to hear the events of the day via radio, the swiftest, most concise news medium of all. CBS News maintains its top reputation in the field of news reporting and commentary. Skilled newsmen in our central bureaus of CBS News constantly monitor their many sources of news in this country and abroad, so each broadcast will be accurate and up to the minute. In addition to the many news broadcasts heard each day on CBS Radio, weeknights, veteran CBS newsman Lowell Thomas continues to bring you the colorful brand of news commentary that's long kept him one of America's most familiar, most popular voices on the air. Make it a habit to hear Lowell Thomas and the many more broadcasts of CBS News right here on CBS Radio.
When them fellows say they're going to pay us the $50 right after the game, sure wouldn't dare pull the same thing in St. Louis.
Of course not. You don't think them fellas are doing this just for the money they can pick up here in Dodge?
They ain't.
Mostly they want them all-stars to look bad here, so when the St. Louis fans read about it, they'll think their team has a chance. Then these fellas will be able to bet big on the all-stars and really clean up.
That's what I call
Drop your guns. I said drop them.
Marshal, you ain't gonna...
Marshal, I threw my gun down. Now, don't shoot me, Marshal.
Stay away from that door.
I'm not going to do it.
All right, hold it right there.
It's all right, Mr. Dillon. Then come on down them stairs. I got lots of help.
Yeah, you sure have. Looks like you drafted an army.
No, sir. These are all volunteers. They seen you leave and knew what was up. So they just kept playing till they heard the shots. Then we come a-running. Let him come down, Marshal. We'll take care of him.
All right, how about it, you? You want to try your luck against 18 men with baseball bats?
No, I ain't running. You got to protect me, Marshal.
Send him down, Marshal.
Don't think I wouldn't like to. But most of you came here to see a real game of baseball played by men who make their living at it. Now, those two gamblers there and this hired gun and a dead one up here in the loft had a different idea.
Don't you worry about the gamblers, Marshal. My boys have them.
Good. Well, there's still time to start over and play a full game before dark, and I think you should get going. Any bets you made with these fellas won't hold. Now, how about it? All right, Doc.
Is that agreeable with you, Lindstrom?
Well, why not?
And you, Grenville?
Of course it is.
Then what are we waiting for? Play ball!
I sure am anxious to find out how poor old Doc's feeling this morning.
Yeah, so am I. He looked pretty worn out by the time he was sober.
116 to 12. I was all wore out just watching them all-stars keep running around the bases.
Maybe he's not up yet.
Now, please don't tease him, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not going to tease him, Chester. Hey, Doc. Doc?
What do you want?
Good morning, Doc.
We just want to make sure you was all right, Doc. I want you to get back to your jail attendant and leave me alone.
Now, don't stand there with your back to us, Doc. We're not going to laugh at you.
Does it hurt much?
Here, let's get that shade up and get some light in here. There we go. All right, now take this towel away.
Ain't that a beauty? My, I never seen so many colors. What, these green and blue and purple and brown?
Can you see out of it at all?
Not yet. Well, I had no idea them foul balls was that deadly.
How's the one on your head? Here, let me see.
It's right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just barely touched it.
At least the skin ain't broke none.
Yeah, it's quite a knob, though, Doc. I'm sure sorry.
Why should you be sorry?
Well, I shouldn't have laughed about that stovepipe hat. If you'd been wearing it, you'd have one less bruise.
Is there anything at all we can do? No, it just takes time.
Yeah. Well, we got to get our prisoners fed, Doc. I'm taking all three of them up to Hayes City this afternoon. But Chester will be here.
And I sure will look in on you, Doc.
Doc, I just got one thing to ask you.
Go ahead.
Now that you're the proud possessor of Chadwick's newest rule book of baseball, can Chester and I have your boys' book of games?
Why, yes, if you really want. Oh, get out of here.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Fill it up, sir?
Yeah, regular's good.
Say, that engine of yours sounds like real tired iron.
Thanks.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
You got a valve sticking, too. Oh, what do you get to a gallon?
Not much.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Want a tune job?
Haven't got time.
You don't need time.
How can a tune job not take time?
Improved K-Site tune-up, mister. 1 can in your gasoline and 1 can in your oil will clean your motor, your carburetor, your plugs. The works. And K-Site tune-up will unstick those valves. Get you more power and smoother performance. Quicker starting, too.
Okay, but how much?
$1.25 a can. Results guaranteed or double your money back. Would you start her up, please?
Still sounds lousy.
I haven't added it yet.
Improved K-Site tune-up. The tune-up in a can.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Vic Perrin, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Barney Phillips, Ralph Moody, Vic Perrin, and Harry Bartell. Farley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Millions of Americans are now crowding our highways, pushing and impatient to get the most out of this weekend. The hundreds of highway deaths and thousands of highway injuries can be avoided, provided that every single motorist does his bit. That bit means driving safely and sanely all the time. There's positively no excuse for excess speed. By observing all speed limits, you'll get to your destination almost as soon, whereas if you speed, you may never get there. Just as important is the necessity of paying strict attention to traffic signs and those white lines on the highway. They were put there for your protection. Never pass unless you're absolutely certain it's safe, that the road is clear ahead. Never pull out of line, slow up, stop, or turn without first looking in your mirror, then signaling clearly well ahead. And don't be afraid to give the other fellow the right of way. If you let him go, you won't crash into him. At all times, drive with caution and courtesy. You'll live longer.
It had been a long, hard ride to Fort Larned, and as it turned out, a useless one. The prisoner Colonel Matthews had been holding for me died before I could get there, so I spent the night at the fort and then started back for Dodge the next morning. The trip back was more pleasant. A breeze from the Rockies swept across the high plains, and it was cool for the first time in weeks. And now, camped for the night just a day's ride out of Dodge, I was looking forward to a bath and a shave at Mr. Teeter's. I must have been asleep for some time when a sound awakened me. Somebody was standing just outside the circle of light cast from the dying fire. All right, hold it. Now, you raise your hands and you walk in here slow. Keep coming. Right up to the fire. Now just stand it. Is there anybody with you?
No, I'm alone. Please, mister, I didn't mean any harm.
What are you doing here?
I was hungry. Thought maybe I could get some food.
Well, I might have shot you.
I'm awful hungry, mister. I've been sitting out there watching your fire. I thought you were asleep.
Well, there's some side meat in that fry pan. It's cold, but you can have it if you want.
Thank you, mister.
You really were hungry, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
What did you eat last?
This morning, just before I ran away.
Ran away?
That's right. I ran away from home.
I see. What's your name?
Trudy. Trudy Trent.
Well, where is it, Trudy? Your home.
About 40 miles from here. What's your name?
Dillon, Matt Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal in Dodge.
Dodge. That's right where I'm headed.
Now, look, Trudy, Dodge is a long way from here, a whole day's ride. Don't you think you better ride back home tomorrow and think about this a little? Your parents are going to be a little worried.
That's just me and Pa, Marshal. And I sure ain't going back to him.
He's probably out looking for you right now.
Pa? He gets drunk almost every night. Ain't likely he's out riding around on the prairie.
I see.
He's about the most terrible man ever lived, Marshal. I could tell you things he done to me you wouldn't believe. You want to hear?
Look, Trudy, a lot of kids don't always get along with their pa.
I'm not a kid, Marshal. I'm old enough. I've been old enough a long time.
Look, you're going back home in the morning, and I'm going to ride with you to make sure you get there.
Don't you like me, Marshal?
Sure I like you, Trudy, but you're still going home.
Don't make me go back there. Please. I'll do anything you want. But please don't make me go back.
I got a blanket for you. You can sleep with the fire.
Marshal, please.
Look, Trudy, whether you think so or not, you're still just a kid, and I'm taking you home in the morning. In the morning, I awakened to a clear, warm day, but the blanket I'd given to Trudy lay crumpled and empty on the ground. For a minute, I thought she'd run off. Then I heard splashing from the other side of the willows. She was taking a swim. A few minutes later, she was out, dressed, and we were breaking camp.
It was wonderful, Marshal. You should have tried it.
You ready to ride?
You're mad at me.
Trudy, you had something to eat, you got some sleep, you had your swim, and now you're going home.
I changed my mind.
What?
I changed my mind. I'm not going home. I'm going to Dodge with you.
Now, look,
Can
Trudy.
you think of one good reason for not taking me to Dodge?
Now, Dodge is no place for a girl like you.
You still think I'm too young? Well, you just wait till you see me all dressed up. You won't think I'm too young then.
You belong at home, Trudy. Now, let's get mounted.
Marshal,
What?
if you want, you can marry me. You want to marry me?
It's not going to work, Trudy. I told you. You belong at home with your pa, and that's where you're going.
And you keep talking about how Dodge is no place for a decent girl.
We're wasting time. Let's go.
Well, there it is, Marshal. You can see we don't make out too good.
This is hard land, Trudy.
Any land's hard for Pa. He had a pretty good farm once, but he left it.
Why?
He had to. Neighbors run him off for stealing stock. He told me about it one night when he was drunk. He laughed fit to kill. Marshal, will you stay the night and think about taking me away with you?
We'll see.
Come on. Let's go in and get this over with. Pa? Hey, Pa.
Hey, where'd you run off to, girl?
I guess you was worried some, huh?
You sass me and I'll fetch you a clout.
This is
On the
Marshal
head.
Dillon, Pa, from Dodge.
What you bringing the law out here for?
He brought me home, Pa.
You what?
I run away yesterday morning. Marshal brought me home.
I ought to tell you good, girl. Running off that way.
Worried about who'd do the chores, weren't you, Pa?
Now, don't you talk like that, girl. 'Cause I missed you. I missed you something fierce.
I'll bet you did.
I worried so much that I didn't hardly eat nothing.
But you sure been drinking enough, though.
Hey, Marshal, don't you pay her no mind. She's my little girl, and I care a whole heap for her.
Listen to him. Don't it make you sick, Marshal?
I'll spend the night like you asked, Trudy. Now I better take care of the horses.
What's this? This about spending the night?
I asked him to, Pa.
Well, where? We don't need him around here.
And I'll tell you something else. Tomorrow I'm riding to Dodge with him to stay.
You're what?
I'm leaving you, Pa, for good and all.
No, not hardly you ain't.
Don't you hit me, Pa.
Now, look, Mr. Trent.
Marshal, I'll tell you true. You take her away, I'll come to Dodge. I'll tell people what you done. Young girl like that.
Why don't we wait and talk about all this later, huh? When you're sober?
Well, I don't know as I aim to get sober. But I know one thing for sure. You ain't taking Trudy away.
Never mind him, Marshal. You go take care of the horses. I'll find something for supper.
Drunk or sober, I'll say just one thing. Just don't mess with me and my Trudy. Just don't mess.
Don't be a forest firebug. Remember, a careless match, cigarette butt, or campfire left to spread can do more than destroy valuable timber acreage. It can lay waste to private property, wipe out homes, animal life, and human life as well. One cigarette butt thrown from the window of your car, if the wind is right, can lay waste to what nature took hundreds of years to build. CBS Radio and its affiliated stations offer this reminder. When fire saps America's natural wealth by one forest's potential value, our nation is worth that much less in the marketplace of the world. Don't burn out our great heritage. Take every precaution in or near the woods.
The Trent farm wasn't much of a place, inside or out. The front room where we ate was just a broken stove, a couple of bunks, and burlap hung over the 2 unglass windows. Supper was some boiled greens and sheep herder's bread, which Asa used to sop up his plate.
You eat like a hog, Pa.
She's got a real sharp tongue, ain't she, Marshal?
Yeah, she can talk all right.
Yeah, she can do everything.
Sure. Cook, clean, fetch,
Yeah.
carry, feed the stock.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah, I taught her them things. Yeah, and a lot more.
I'll bet, and it's cheaper than hiring somebody, huh?
Even cheaper than getting married, ain't it, Pa? Because if you're married, you'd have another mouth to feed, huh?
Ah, don't talk like that. No, you're my little girl. Hey, we have good times together, don't we?
It's a palace of joy, Pa.
Now, Trudy, girl.
You know how we celebrated Christmas, Marshal? Pa got drunk and set me on fire. I had to run out and roll in the snow or I'd have burned up. And he wouldn't let me back in. I near froze to death.
Well, I'm going to go out to the barn. Get me another jug of whiskey. The one under the bed's empty. I'll get myself a...
Well, Marshal, what do you think now? Still think I shouldn't go into Dodge with you?
Is he always like that?
Not always. Right now, he's kind of on good behavior on account of you being here.
I see.
Dodge couldn't be worse than this, could it?
No, I guess not.
Then will you take me, please?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Honest?
Yeah, but your pa's going to make a fuss. There's going to be trouble.
You afraid of him?
No, it's not that. I just don't want anybody hurt.
Well, ain't I worth fighting for? Just a little?
Now, Trudy, I want you to get something straight. I'd do the same for anybody. Now, look, the first thing in the morning...
Pa, how long you been standing there?
Marshal, you can sleep in the barn.
Fine.
Yeah, you'll find a good spot right at the edge of the loft. You'll like it fine there. You'll sleep good, too.
The barn was warm and filled with a smell of sweet hay. As I drifted off to sleep, the figures of Trudy and her father turned and twisted in my mind. Then suddenly I was awake again, wide awake, because somebody was moving toward me across the barn floor. For a moment I thought it was Trudy, and then I saw the rifle in his hand.
Hold it, Trent. Die, blast you.
Asa? Asa?
Pa? Where are you, Pa? Marshal?
In the barn, Trudy.
What happened? Did he shoot you?
No.
I heard him get up and go out, and I followed as soon as I could. Is he dead?
Yeah.
He shouldn't have tried it.
Trudy, I'm sorry.
Don't be. He had it coming.
You go on back to the house. It'll be dawn in an hour. I got some work to do here.
I ain't going to stay on this rotten farm now, Marshal. That's for sure.
You get your things together, Trudy. We'll leave for Dodge as soon as it's light. Just as the sun was breaking over the horizon, Trudy and I rode away from her father's ranch for the last time. She never once looked back, but I did. The roof sagging at one end, the boarded windows, the unwatered patch of corn, the makeshift barn. A small cross now stood over a stone-covered grave. It wasn't a hard place to leave. In Dodge, I told Kitty about the whole affair, and she promised to give the girl a hand. So she put Trudy to work on the Long Branch, so she could keep an eye on her that way.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, you're doing quite a business.
Yeah. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Well, how's Trudy working out?
Oh, fine, I guess.
Well, what do you mean, you guess?
It's a little soon to know yet. That girl's got a mind of her own.
Any trouble?
With her? No trouble. She's over there at the bar now, talking with Gar Klein.
Gar Klein?
Yeah, that nice-looking kid there.
Oh, who's he?
I don't know too much about him. Never used to come in here too much. I think maybe he's in love with Trudy.
In love?
What's the matter? You jealous?
I don't start that, Kitty.
Well, I know one thing. The girl's got quite a case on you.
She's just a kid. It won't last.
I don't know about that. A U.S. Marshal's a good catch for a girl.
She meets a lot of men here. Maybe she'll forget about it.
From what I can see, Gar doesn't let her meet many men. He's so jealous he won't let her out of his sight.
Yeah, I guess they're both pretty young.
Don't underestimate young love, Matt. Besides, this has been going on for 3 days now.
I saw you come in, Marshal.
How are you, Trudy?
Gar says he never met you.
Hello.
Marshal?
You new in town, Gar?
Gar hasn't been here much longer than I have, Marshal. But he's staying on. Ain't you, Gar?
Yes, I am.
Well, that's good.
I've been promised a job of work out at Emmett Bauer's place. Then when I'm able, I'm getting Trudy out of here.
Well, the Long Branch isn't that bad. I keep an eye on her when you're not around, Gar.
I thank you for that, Miss Kitty. But just the same, a girl like Trudy, she shouldn't have come here in the first place. She's not used to being around a saloon.
I guess you're right.
Like I say, it wasn't fitting to bring her here at all.
Now, don't talk like that. Marshal knew what he was doing. He wanted to bring me here. Didn't you, Marshal?
Well, I don't know as I had much choice.
But you did bring me. And now you're responsible for me.
No, he ain't. There's not any such thing. I'm the one who's responsible for you and me only. Now, you keep away from her, Marshal. You keep away from now on. Come on, Trudy.
Well, you see what I mean?
All I came in here for was a quiet drink. You know, the next time you better have Sam bring a bucket of beer down to my office.
Oh, it's not that bad, Matt. I'll tell you what. This time it's on the house, huh?
I guess I'm getting old, Kitty, but somehow it rubs the wrong way to be warned off by a youngster who's not dry behind the ears yet.
Yeah, he's just showing off, Matt.
And I hope you're right. Well, how about that drink, huh?
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand. Since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
Yeah, come in.
Evening, Marshal.
Trudy, what are you doing here this time of night?
I came to see you.
Well, aren't you supposed to be working?
I asked Kitty for a few hours off. Said I was sick.
I see.
You haven't been to the Long Branch all night.
Well, I've been busy.
You don't seem very glad to see me.
Now, look, Trudy. Let's get this straight.
Marshal, I came here to tell you something.
What?
I just thought you ought to know now. I'm going to get married.
Well, that's fine.
To you.
Now, wait a minute. I thought you were talking about Gar Klein.
God, where I am.
Because he's in love with you. He got himself a job at Emmett Bowers so he could save enough money to marry you, get you a place.
Gar's just a fence-riding cowboy, and that's all he's ever going to be. I'm not going to marry a man like that. Like I said, I'm going to marry you.
Trudy, you're a foolish, romantic little girl, and I'm sure not about to get married to you or anybody else, not now or any time. Now, have you got that straight?
Little girl, am I?
You asked for
I'll
it.
teach you how to talk to a woman.
Stop it. Stop that. Take it. I said stop it. Now, you just calm down. You feeling better now?
I'll tell you how I feel. I'm going to tell everybody in Dodge you killed my pa, and then you ran off with me. How my pa tried to stop you, and you shot him dead and forced me to come with you.
Trudy, you listen to me. You don't really care about me at all. Now, you be honest with yourself. You just want to be a U.S. Marshal's wife. Isn't that right? Trudy, wait a minute. You try and do good for somebody, and this is what happens.
Matt, you look kind of tired.
What?
I say you look tired.
Oh.
Well, just like I've always told you, Chester, you can't burn the candle at both ends and not have it show.
Oh, she must be a handful, all right, huh, Doc?
Well, she's got Matt going all right. It's a sure sign something's in the wind when they won't even talk about it.
Yeah. Well, it even happened to me one time, Doc.
Yeah?
Back in Texas it was. Oh. And this little old gal, bless her heart, just wouldn't give me a minute's peace.
She must have been a ridge-running beauty.
Well, now, she wasn't too bad, Mr. Dillon.
Say, you better get married, Matt. It's a whole lot easier on a man than all this courting.
I just hate to do this to you, gentlemen, but I'm going to have to leave. Don't forget my check when you leave, huh? Steak, eggs, and coffee. Thank you.
Matt, John, Matt.
Marshal.
Huh? Oh, Gar.
I've been looking for you.
Oh, what's the trouble?
I heard all about it.
All about what?
Trudy told me last night. She told me everything.
You been drinking?
Last night I was, but not now.
I see.
Last night, Trudy told me how you shot her paw so she could run off with her.
Now, wait a minute, Gar.
Now you got her here in Dodge, and you don't want her no more.
Gar, will you listen to me? Trudy's lying to you. You're a fool to believe all that talk.
I love her, Marshal, and she loves me. And I ain't going to have you make sport of her.
I'm not trying to hurt her. I haven't said anything against her. Can't you see this is what she wants? She's trying to make you jealous, trying to get back at me for turning her down.
I'm going to kill you,
You
Marshal.
better just go along, son. We can talk about this later.
Not
Can
hardly,
you do that?
Marshal.
Gar, don't be a fool.
This is for Trudy and what you done to her.
Gar.
Why don't you finish me off?
Why don't you?
You're not hurt bad, son. You're going to be all right.
What in the world's happened, Mr. Dillon? Are you all right, Matt?
Yeah. Doc, see to this boy here, huh? And then Chester can take him over to the jail till he cools off.
Where are you going?
Down to the Long Branch. I'm going to have a talk with Trudy Trent.
I heard the shooting, Matt. What was it?
Gar Klein, but I'll tell you later. Right now, where can I find Trudy?
Well, it won't be too easy, I'm afraid.
Well, easy or not, I'm going to find her, and I'm going to run her out of town. Trudy's caused all the trouble she's going to around here.
She's already gone, Matt.
What?
What happened to Gar? Did you shoot him?
Yeah, but he'll be all right. What's this about Trudy?
Well, last night Gar was in here with Trudy, and she got him pretty drunk. From what I could tell, they were talking about you. Later, Gar passed out, and I had Sam put him in the back room to sleep it off. And that's when Trudy met the gambler.
Gambler?
Yeah, from St. Louis. He came in last night late, real late, on his way to San Francisco. Trudy was at loose ends, and she got to talking with him, and they left together just half an hour ago on the morning stage.
I see. I guess maybe he was a better catch than Gar Klein.
Well, he looked like he was pretty rich. Fancy clothes and all. So I suppose she figured he was. Better than you, too, since she finally figured out she'd never get you.
It's too bad about Gar. But I guess he was trying to do the right thing, at least the way he saw it.
Yeah.
Trouble is, she never really cared for him at all. He was fighting for just a lot of shadows.
Well, maybe that's better than not fighting for anything at all.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Kitty. I guess you're right.
Next time you refresh, enjoy a frosty, ice-cold Pepsi-Cola.
Sociability, Charlie.
All right, Kay, how's this? Pepsi is light, refreshes without filling. You like to refresh? Have a Pepsi right now.
Well, offer it to everybody, Charlie.
I will. Enjoy Pepsi at the fountain. It's delicious at home, too. Have one at lunch or with a snack.
Charlie.
At the beach or at dinner. Wherever you go, wherever you're thirsty, Pepsi is there.
It's here, too, in our Be Sociable song. Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and get an air. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
For the weekend, have plenty of Pepsi around. Pick up an extra carton today. CK, I'm sociable.
With Pepsi, everyone is.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Norman McDonald with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Eve McVeigh and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
What? You must be crazy going around talking like that.
I want a man to give up his gun.
It ain't hardly decent. I assure you I'm in my right mind. Why, it would be a protection to all. A protection? It'd be like inviting your own killing.
That's right, Zach. The man wouldn't be safe.
Oh, he'd be safer. Now, you notice I don't have a gun. Yeah, and you ain't safe, mister. No one attempts to assault me. Well, what'd you do if they did?
Yeah, what would you do?
Well, no one has any reason. Well, what did you do if somebody pushed you like that?
And knocked you off your feet like that.
I'd walk away from you. Oh, you'd have to get up first. Now, a gun would have come in handy now, wouldn't it, huh?
All right, hold on there. Leave that man alone.
Well, he kicked him.
Yeah. Listen, you.
Hey. Well, let go of me now.
That other fellow's running off.
Let him go.
Well, you should have let go of me, too, Marshal. He wasn't doing nothing.
You don't think knocking an old man down is anything, huh?
Why, he was talking crazy, Marshal.
So you knocked him down and kicked him.
Well, he wanted to take our guns away, Marshal.
I bet you were scared to death.
He ain't coming around, Mr. Jones.
All right, Chester, you better go get Doc.
Well, what about me?
From now on, you get out of here. But if anything serious is wrong with this man, I'll come after you.
Yeah? Sure, Marshal, but we didn't mean no harm.
Go on. All right, change my mind. You know, you better put your foot up on the rail, Kitty.
Huh?
Having a drink at the bar is illegal without doing that.
Oh, you man. Is it legal to stand here without drinking at all?
Hey, you'd know more about that than I would, since you own the place.
Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to charge everybody for just standing around with that.
I don't think you have to worry. Your customers don't waste much time without glasses in their hands.
Sometimes I wish they would. It'd save wear and tear.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Hello, Doc. You gonna give me one of your old jokes about how you knew you'd find me wasting time in here?
No, not today. No. It's so hot outside that this is the only sensible place to be. Even for you.
Hey, better remember he said that, Matt. It may never happen again.
Yeah, you're so right, Kitty.
I'll see you two later. I want to check some things with Sam.
Yeah, sure, Kitty. Now, Doc, how's the old man?
Oh, Homer Laidley? Yeah, I think he's going to be all right. He twisted his leg when he went down, and he hit his head an awful crack.
Yeah.
I'm keeping him with me for a couple of days just to keep an eye on him.
Oh, that's good.
Wish you'd come up and talk to him, Matt.
Oh? Any special reason?
Yeah, I'm afraid if you don't, this thing is going to happen all over again.
Well, how's that?
Well, this Homer isn't just an old fella who wanders around the town acting strange. Oh, no, he's perfectly sane. And he's quite serious about what he's doing. Now, he believes with everything that's in him that there's a lot of senseless killing and violence in places like Dodge.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Of course he is. Of course he is. But he's bound and determined to wage a one-man campaign about it. See, he's going from town to town trying to put across his idea wherever he goes.
You mean he wants everybody to give up their guns? Huh?
That's it, yes.
Not very likely, Doc.
No, it isn't. But he's completely dedicated about it. He's packing all of his worldly goods around with him. He has quite a sack of gold, and he's planning to spend the rest of his life trying to get men to give up guns.
He's likely to get himself killed if he talks too much in a place like that. But you're probably right, though, Doc. I better go have a talk with him, I guess.
Yeah, I'm heading for the barber shop, so I'll walk a ways with you.
All right, let's go. You know, Doc, if you get a haircut, nobody's going to know you.
You're a fine one to talk.
Lou, you been listening or just swilling on that whiskey?
I was listening when that marshal's around. Don't tell me what a man might hear.
Like now.
Yeah, like now.
Lou, that old feller, that Homer, Sounds kind of interesting. Might want to get a little bit better acquainted sometime, huh?
That's what I was thinking, Harry.
All right, then, Lou. You just finish your drink, and we'll think about it.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Bergen, why did you stop the car here? I want to talk to that farmer. Oh, mister.
Oh, you call me? What a mistake. Oh, where? Oh, that's me.
Are there any General Motors dealers around here?
No, but we got some Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, and Cadillac dealers, though, and some Chevy and GMC truck dealers, too.
Wait a minute. Those are all General Motors dealers.
Oh, what do you want to see them all for?
Well, I only want to see one for guardian maintenance.
Do they make that car, too?
No, that's a service that's available only at General Motors dealers' service departments.
Oh, I see.
Yes. And right now, they're featuring complete lubrications, quality appearance services, brake adjustments, and front-end inspections. It's quality work performed by GM-trained servicemen at a fair price.
Oh, that makes good sense even to me.
Mr. Lately.
Oh, in here.
Matt Dillon. All right if I come in?
Oh, come in, Marshal Dillon. Come in. Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Dr. Adams has told me of your kindness in rescuing me from those ruffians. I want to thank you, sir.
Oh, sure.
Well, how are you feeling? Oh, there's nothing wrong with me, Marshal Dillon. Just a bump on the head. I should be on my way.
Doc usually knows what he's doing. You better stay a while if he says so.
I'd be ungrateful if I didn't, sir. Oh, I'll stay until he releases me, of course.
Yeah, that's good. You know a place around here?
Temporarily, Marshal, temporarily. You know the old Miller place?
Oh, yeah, up north. It's been deserted.
That's right, sir. I'm staying there till my work around Dodge City is completed.
Your work?
My mission, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah. I came to talk to you about that.
Oh? Well, I'd be glad to interest you in it, sir. It's quite simple.
Yeah. You want people to give up their guns, is that it?
There's too much shooting and violence, Marshal Dillon. There are too many guns.
You're right, Mr. Lately, there are.
You mean you'll help me?
No.
What?
Just won't work.
Guns don't work, Marshal Dillon. I was there at the siege of Atlanta. All that burning and the pillage. Guns didn't do us any good then.
Maybe not.
There has to be a day when mankind puts its guns aside, or the world will end in violence, destroyed by its own arms.
Now, that day may come, Mr. Lately, but right now things are still raw and new around here. Man has to be able to protect himself.
Shooting is no protection, Marshal Dillon.
It's too early to make him believe that in Dodge.
I must continue to try.
Well, I'm asking you not to.
But is there a law against it, sir?
No, Mr. Lately, there's no law. But you could get hurt again.
I'm fighting against violence, Marshal Dillon, but I'm not afraid.
No, I guess you're not. But I kind of wish you were.
Can't even close his eyes when he's asleep on this here. More old time like this anyway.
Oh, look up there. There's a man really knows how to...
How's that?
Oh, I was just telling my partner here, you sure do know how to handle that hammer.
Well, now, I don't know if there's so much to it.
For sure there is. I seen fellas never get the knack.
ain't you? Yeah, sure, Hank.
Well, it ain't that he gets too much practice. Folks don't steal the marshal's sign very regular. There. Let him try and tear that down.
That looked like a good job. Right, nice job.
Well, I thank you kindly.
Here, I'll help you down.
Well, thank you, sir. I declare it's nice to meet up with somebody who appreciates a man's work.
Well, I bet the marshal appreciates your work.
Well, now, sometimes I ain't so sure of that at all.
Oh, you got to know what's going on and all?
Oh, well, sure, I know what's going on.
That's why we come to you. We thought maybe you could help us.
Well, I'd be proud to help.
Oh, that's mighty friendly of you.
Well, now, if a man can't take time to be friendly, he ain't worth much.
That's true. And that's what we come to see you about, is a friend of ours. And we'd like to know where we could find him.
Well, I know most everybody in Dodge. What's his name?
Homer.
Yes. Well, there's Homer Park, but he's been dead for 2 years. Then there's Homer Laidley.
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, now, I'm afraid I got some bad news for you there, too.
Homer ain't dead, is he?
No, he ain't dead. He's up at Doc's, though, for a couple days. He was beat an awful bad hurt.
Oh, well, ain't that a shame? Who'd want to do a thing like that, hurting poor old Homer? Oh, yeah.
No, it was a terrible thing, all right. You want to go on up to Doc's and pay him a visit?
Well, now, I tell you, I always figured a man ought to have some time to himself when he's bad hurt. Yeah, to get strong with.
Yes, well, he'll be going home in a couple days.
That'd probably be better. You know, for us to wait and see him out there when he feels better. What do you think? Well, yeah, that's what I think. Sure it is. Yeah. Only thing is, with us new here in Dodge, I don't know where Homer's place is.
Well, my goodness me, I can tell you that.
You can?
Yeah, he's out at the little Miller place just out of town a piece.
Oh? You know how to get there?
Why, sure I do. You head north about a mile to the first crossroads, then you head east down the creek. You can't miss it.
Well, that's fine. We sure do thank you.
There wasn't nothing at all.
Oh, say, we'd like to ask you just one more thing.
What's that?
If you should run into our friend Homer, you know, don't tell him we're going to look him up. We sort of want to surprise him.
Now, that's kindly nice. Of course, I won't tell him.
Okay, then. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
That's all right, and I won't say a thing. I couldn't rightly tell him nothing anyhow. I don't know what your names are.
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. Longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand, since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
And here you are, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Ah, thank you, John.
You're welcome.
I wish I could buy you a better dinner for your birthday, Kitty, but that's about all Dodge has to offer.
That's all right, Matt. I don't want my birthday remembered too well anyway.
Now, come on, Kitty, it's not that bad.
It's that bad for a woman as soon as she gets out of her teens.
That's good. I'm not a woman.
Sure is. How's the old fellow at the docks, Matt? He got home yet?
Yeah, he went home yesterday. I just hope he stays there.
Poor old man.
He'll be all right. He just keeps from arguing with people.
Well, I guess if you believe in something like he does, you can't keep quiet.
Yeah, maybe not.
He's right, you know.
Oh, now, kid.
I know. You can't take off your gun right now, but he's got the right idea. It makes me sick, men and their senseless gunfights.
Well, old man Lately has at least one follower.
Yeah, he certainly does. It's awful lonely when the world won't listen to you.
Yeah, I guess so.
Good, he has friends.
Friends?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think he knew anybody in Dodge.
Well, according to Chester, he does.
Oh?
Yeah. Chester said 2 men stopped and asked him all about Homer and how he was getting along and where he was, where he lived.
And Chester told him.
Well, sure. They asked Chester not to say anything to old Homer about it. They were going to surprise him.
I think I better pay him a visit, too.
Any special reason, then?
I'm not sure, Kitty, but it could be Homer's friends are making a surprise visit on his sack of gold.
Sack of gold?
Yeah, and Homer insists on keeping it with him.
You're awful suspicious about people, aren't you? They could really be friendly, you know.
Yeah, they could. But I still think I'll go out and visit Homer. Mr. Lately, you home?
Who's there?
Matt Dillon.
Oh, just a minute, Marshal Dillon. I'll unlock the door.
Oh, come in. Thank you. I'm glad to get in out of that rain.
Yes. Oh, pull up that chair near the stove, Marshal Dillon. I was just making some coffee. Could I offer you some?
Oh, that'll be fine. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yes, it's good and hot.
The hotter the better.
There you are.
Thank you. That's fine. You got quite a bolt on that door of yours.
Just because a man doesn't wear a gun, Marshal Dillon, doesn't mean that he's foolhardy.
I'm glad to hear that. That's one thing I came to see you about.
The bolt on my door?
No, Mr. Lately, the gold you have with you.
You know about the gold?
Well, news like that gets around fast.
Marshal Dillon, are you suspicious of my gold? I assure you it's mine.
No, I'm just wondering if it's safe.
I've always been able to take care of it.
And you're getting farther west all the time, Mr. Lately. Things are sometimes harder to control, especially if it's known that you don't carry a gun. Have you ever thought about putting your gold in the vault at the bank?
No, it won't be necessary.
I'd be glad to ride in with you when you do take it in.
No, thank you, Marshal Dillon, but no. A man has a right to keep his things with him.
I just want to be sure you keep it.
I know you mean well, Marshal Dillon. You have storms like this often in this part of the country?
Yeah, it gets this bad and worse.
Why don't you stay here the night? Why, you can't go out in that. Just look there. Why, you can't see 10 feet in front of you.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Can I put up my horse in the barn?
Certainly, and welcome. There are oats and sacking to rub him down, and then come back here. You can bed down here for the night.
Well, thanks, Mr. Lately. I'll be back as soon as I take care of my horse.
Thirsty people everywhere prefer ice-cold Pepsi-Cola. And because it's light, it refreshes without filling.
Charlie, be sociable.
I am, Kay. Pepsi is a favorite of thirsty people from Maine to Hawaii, from Alaska to Florida.
Charlie.
It's perfect for parties or picnics. So serve Pepsi to your guests.
That's helpful, but...
This is the sociable part. Keep plenty of Pepsi ice-cold and ready. Remember, it goes fast because everybody likes Pepsi.
Still sounds more inviting. May I? Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and fair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
But singing doesn't say, pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today. Better yet, get a case.
You do that.
You sure picked a fine night for riding out here.
It's always fine. Everybody but us home in bed is the way we want it.
Well, we didn't need to stay so long in that saloon before we got short.
Oh, we did. It gave the rain time to slack off, now didn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
And it gave the old man time to get dead asleep.
Supposing he ain't.
Well, that don't matter much.
What do you mean?
I sure ain't going to start worrying about an old man who don't even carry a gun. No, well, shut up, man. Well, what are we going to do? I ain't ready to tell you. Just ride along.
Well, you'd ought to tell me, Harry. Ain't I your partner?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, shut up.
Open up, old man.
Mr. Lely?
What was that?
Old man, throw the bull around.
You stay down, Mr. Lely. I'll take care of it. Did you take my gun?
Marshal, I don't want any shooting.
There's shooting already. You're in trouble. You better dig up that gun.
Oh, no, I can handle it.
My gun, Mr. Lely.
I'm not afraid. I'll talk to them.
No, don't open that door.
No. They wouldn't even talk to me, Marshal.
They didn't come to talk.
I wouldn't have harmed them.
Just take it easy, Mr. Lely.
They'll shoot you, too.
They're sure going to try.
I can't have that. I can't be the cause of another man's death.
Mr. Lely, where's my gun?
Your gun?
Where is it? Just tell me where.
Was in there.
Come on, quick.
Back room. Over 10 buckets.
Okay. Well, at least you didn't unload it.
Marshal, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. One of them rode off. I think I got the other one. You just lie easy while I check.
You shot one?
Yeah, Mr. Lately, I shot one. He's dead.
Marshal, maybe you were right.
How's that?
Maybe it is too soon for men to give up guns.
Well, tonight it is.
Someday maybe.
Yeah, Mr. Lately, maybe someday men will be walking on the streets of Dodge City without guns.
But I'm afraid I won't live to see it.
But somebody will, Mr. Lately. Don't forget that. Somebody will.
Donald stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
More coffee, Marshal?
Yes, ma'am, I guess so. How about you, Chester?
Yes, sir, I believe I will.
No. Why don't you just leave the coffee pot right here on the table, Miss Kelly?
Sure thing, Marshal. I got some fresh eggs this morning, if you're interested. They were just brought in.
Fresh eggs? Oh, good. Why don't you cook us up about a half a dozen, huh?
Have them for you right away.
All right.
Fresh eggs. I swear if Delmonico's ain't getting to be about as fancy as some of them Kansas City restaurants.
That's civilization, Chester. Progress. You know, another 5 years and Dodge City will be tamed, curried, and bridled.
Well, seeing's believing, Mr. Dillon.
You'll see it. We'll both see it. As if we live that long.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You the marshal here?
That's right.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you at your breakfast, Marshal. My name is Hunter, Ed Hunter. I'm a deputy sheriff from Richmond, Virginia. Came in on the train this morning.
I see. Won't you pull up a chair, Mr. Hunter?
Oh, thank you, sir. This is my first trip to the frontier. I find it a rather remarkable experience.
I imagine. Oh, that's my assistant, Chester Proudfoot.
How are you, sir? How do you do?
Would you like to have some coffee?
Thank you. No. Marshal, I've come out here to arrest two men who are wanted in Virginia. Here are the warrants and the orders of extradition. I stopped off in Topeka for them.
John Allison, Calvin Moore. Yeah, both wanted for murder, huh? Do you know these men, Mr. Hunter?
No, sir, I don't.
The names aren't familiar to me. I never heard of them.
Well, I have some information that might help. Not much on Allison, I'm afraid. He shot and killed a bank teller in Greenbrier last spring. He's about 30 years old, dark hair and mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler.
Fine. That narrows it down to about 2/3 of the men in Dodge City.
Possibly I'd do a bit better in regard to the other man, Calvin Moore. He came down to Richmond from the north. He was about 33 at the time. He ambushed and shot young Roger Beauregard and left town. Now, that was 19 years ago. Beauregard family been trying to trace him ever since.
Well, I'm afraid that I haven't...
I have a picture of this Moore. Photograph.
Oh?
Yeah. Of course, he's much younger in this. What is it, Marshal? Something familiar about the picture?
19 years. He'd be somewhere past 50 now. You sure these men are here in Dodge, Mr. Hunter?
Reasonably so. Is there something about the photograph?
Well, it was too blurred to tell much about it, and besides, he'd be 19 years older now.
Well, that's true.
I tell you what, Mr. Hunter, why don't you leave me this picture and the descriptions, and I'll check around town, keep in touch with you.
All right, thank you, sir. And I wonder, could you suggest a good hotel?
Yeah, why don't you try the Dodge House? It's a corner of Railroad Avenue at the east end of the plaza. You tell Mr. Dobie I sent you.
Thank you again, Marshal. I'm grateful for any help you can give me in this matter.
Sure. So long. You want to see the photograph, Chester?
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Dillon, that's...
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, Chester. He's my friend. But now the law says he's a murderer. And I'm part of the law.
Well, maybe it ain't him, Mr. Dillon.
No, it's him, all right, Chester. You saw it same as I did. It's Doc.
Work. Yeah, this is the first chance I've had this week to clean a few instruments properly. Gunshot wounds. Matt, I'd lay odds I'm the only doctor in the United States who makes 3/4 of his living off a gunshot wound.
That's a rough country, Doc. Maybe, you ought to have stayed back east, huh?
Broken bones and babies and gunshot wounds. I wouldn't know the first thing about a good civilized case of gout anymore.
What part of the east did you come from, Doc?
I went to medical school in Boston. I studied consumption and colic, liver complaints. Never had a case of liver complaint in all the time I've been out here.
No, I guess that kind of thing is more common down south, around Richmond, Virginia, for instance, huh?
Matt, stop beating around the bush. You've got something on your mind, and it's bothering you.
All right, Doc. A deputy sheriff from Virginia came in on the morning train. He's got a warrant for murder against a man named Calvin Moore. And a photograph of Moore taken 19 years ago. Would you like to take a look at it?
I don't think so, Matt.
Are you Calvin Moore?
It wasn't murder, Matt. They said it was murder, of course.
Would you like to tell me about it?
Not much to tell, Matt. I'd been in practice in Richmond about a year. There was a girl. Oh, she was a beautiful girl with spirit and fire and that soft radiance that only Southern girls seem to have. Oh, me, it was so long ago.
I've been in the South myself, Doc.
Well, Jim Beauregard and I were both courting this girl. He was a typical Virginia gentleman, hot-headed, used to having his own way. He started threatening me, warning me, and I laughed it off. Well, then one day I was coming back from a case, and I ran into Jim on a country road. He had a pair of dueling pistols, and he challenged me.
Well, that's not a crime, Doc. Self-defense. It's not a crime here, anyway.
I tried to talk him out of it, but he was crazy mad. He shoved one of the pistols in my hand and pulled back on his horse and leveled his gun. I had no choice. We both fired. He missed, and I didn't. Self-defense, yes, but there were no witnesses, and I was an outsider, a Yankee.
So you ran for it, is that it?
I ran for it. St. Louis, Virginia City, the Panhandle, Abilene, Dodge.
Yeah. The girl, Doc. What happened to the girl?
I waited for her in St. Louis. We were married there. 2 months later, she died of typhoid fever.
Oh.
I can't go back there, Matt. I've got no defense. It'd mean prison. I'd rot in prison. I won't go back, Matt.
Hunter is here after 2 prisoners, Doc. I got no right to my own rules. Go after one man and keep the other one covered. I've always figured the only kind of law that'd work out here is an honest law.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, Doc.
I figured you weren't going to stop in tonight.
Chester around, Kitty?
Now, over there by the faro table. Matt, what about this Virginian who's been hanging around for the last 2 days?
Oh, Hunter?
Uh-huh.
He's a deputy sheriff.
got a couple of warrants to serve. Why?
Oh, he's been asking questions. Some of the boys are a little skittish.
Hey, you free now, Miss Kitty, or are you busy?
What's it look like?
I figured maybe you're just killing time. Howdy, Marshal.
Bunko.
Bought you a drink, Kitty. It's over on the bar.
All right. Thanks. Matt, I'll be off in a couple of hours. How about
Yeah. Maybe.
Hey, I understand you got a rival lawman in town, Marshal.
Well, there's a deputy here from Virginia, if that's what you mean.
I always figured you was the law here. Is he short in this town, Marshal? You say the word, we'll run him out.
I ever ask you for help, Bunko?
Well, no, but...
When a man's short in Dodge, I'll run him out.
No offense, Marshal.
You keep your own cinch tight and don't worry about anybody else, huh? I'll see you, Bunko.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, I ain't never seen nobody with such bad luck in my whole life. He ought to swear off Pharaoh and stick to stud.
Who, Chester?
Hey, Jethro Keener. He just lost 3 whole weeks' pay. And Bunko Benson, sitting right there beside him, mind you, picked up $230.
So that's why he's feeling big. Let's take a walk, Chester.
I swear, 3 weeks' pay. I never seen such luck.
What about Doc?
Oh, he turned in a couple hours ago. That's when I come on over here.
How's he acting?
Oh, about as usual. One thing he is doing, though, that he ain't never done before. He's toting a gun.
Evening, Marshal. Oh. Hello, Mr. Hunter. Since you didn't come to see me, Mr. Dillon, I've come to you. Wondering what progress you've made. Well, I'm still checking. Any results at all, Marshal? Haven't got much to go on, you know. Calvin Moore was a doctor by profession. He might still be practicing. I suggest we investigate local doctors. Well, that wouldn't take long. We've only got one, Doc Adams. How old a man is he? Early 50s, I imagine. But he doesn't show much resemblance to that photograph he gave me. Maybe you're too used to him to notice the resemblance. Yeah, maybe. I'd like to look him over myself, Marshal. He's pretty busy. Out on calls most of the time. But not all of the time. No, not all the time, of course. All right, Mr. Hunter. I'll bring him around.
Yeah, declare that's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you should have answered by now. Well, we're wasting our time, Chester.
Well, no, he might have got called out on a case.
Yeah, I know.
Well, what was...
That was across the plaza down toward the Dodge House. Come on, Chester.
Man, somebody sure is stirring up smoke.
That's across the street, edge of the railroad yard.
Is that you, Marshal?
Yeah. What happened, Mr. Hunter?
Somebody tried to kill me. I started into the hotel and they fired from the dock right here. I fired back, but he got away.
You got a look at him?
No, I just saw the flashes.
It's an easy town to get killed in, Mr. Hunter.
So it seems. About that doctor, Marshal, you didn't bring him around.
He's out on a call.
Well, I think I want to meet him more than ever now.
You will. What time is it, Chester?
No, man, it's 2:15. I sure do hope we won't have to spend the whole night waiting in here. I don't see how Doc puts up with the smell of all this medicine and stuff.
He's used to it, I guess.
I suppose a man can get used to anything except dying. Mr. Dillon, you reckon it could have been Doc that fired them shots?
Chester. Somebody coming. Come in.
Doc, Marshal.
Come on in, Bunko.
Well,
What's the matter with your arm?
Oh, I got thrown into a barbed wire fence.
Here, let's have a look at it, huh?
No, it's all right.
It's a gunshot wound.
Hold it, both of you.
Oh. Is
That the same gun you tried to kill Hunter with, Bunko?
Stay where you are, Marshal.
Yeah, about 30 years old, dark hair, mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler. Wanted for murder, John Allison, alias Bunko Benson. Right, Bunko?
He's not taking me back here. You stay where you are, Dillon.
Don't be a fool, Bunko, and I'll put away that gun.
Stay back, I'm warning you.
Bunko, look!
What?
Yeah, that worked pretty slick, didn't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks, Chester. All right, let's get him down to the jail, and you can go find Doc. We're going to need him.
Hola, amigo. You want to know about stereo phonographs? Listen to my last bullfight on ordinary stereo.
Ole.
But now, Columbia Stereo 1. There is a corrida de toros, real life-like, magnifica. There is such a big difference in stereo phonographs. With most, all you get is a couple of speakers shooting in different directions. But with Columbia, hombre, you get fantastic stereo projection. What it does is to send circles of sound sweeping through every inch of a room. You are surrounded with live sound, live feeling, live passion. Hooray! Hooray! How they cheered me. Ask your Columbia phonograph dealer to demonstrate Stereo 1 by Columbia. Prices start as low as $39.95 for portables, $129.95 for consoles. El Picador! Who let that bull out?
Hold still now, Bunko. Just one more second, and I'll have a hold of that bullet, and then wheel. Yeah. Add that one to your collection, Matt.
I'll make Hunter a present of it. Wasn't bad shooting to be firing in the dark at a gun flash.
You never get me back to Virginia. Now, hold still, Bunko. How do you expect a man to tie a bandage? How'd you know that he'd come to my office, Matt?
Didn't, Doc. We were waiting for you.
Oh, I see. There. Yeah, that'll stop the bleeding. Don't loosen it up now, and you'll live to hang yet.
Don't worry about my hanging, Doc. I'll outlive you.
Well, in view of the circumstances, I'd say odds are about even. Well, Matt, shall we adjourn to the front office?
Yeah, come on. Okay, lock the cell, Chester.
Yes, I will. I turned in at 10 o'clock tonight, Matt. I got 1 hour's sleep. They called me over to Mrs. Behan. They thought her baby was on the way. False alarm, of course. Usually is the first time. And I got back and came straight over here.
Doc, you were wearing a gun earlier today. What did you do with it?
I put it back in the drawer where it belonged. I realized I was acting like a fool. Was that why you were waiting in my office? Somebody tried to kill Hunter, and you thought it was me?
I've tried to think of some way out of this. A way out for both of us, Doc. But I got one man under arrest back there now. I can't rightly set myself up as a judge and free the other man. I'd even hoped you'd cut and run for it. You'd get away if you did, because Hunter doesn't know the country.
No, I'm too old to run, Matt. What are you going to do?
I'm a lawman, Doc. Right or wrong.
Well, then, I guess I'm under arrest.
No, I didn't say that.
Doc Adams here. There you are.
Yeah, what's the trouble?
There's a fellow in the railroad yards who was asleep on the track. Drunk, I guess, and they went to switching cars. Well, you better come, Doc. He's awful bad. He's sitting near the loading pens down this way, I guess.
Guess there's some lights over there and people standing around.
Marshal, is that you? Yeah. Oh, Hunter. I thought you went to bed hours ago.
I'm a light sleeper, Mr. Dillon. I heard there's an accident over in the yard. I'll just walk along with you. Give me a chance to meet your local doctor.
Well, I guess you can meet him right now if you want to.
Oh?
Doc, this is Ed Hunter. Doc Adams.
Yeah. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Hunter?
I got one of your prisoners locked up, Mr. Hunter, John Allison, known here as Bunko Benson.
Good.
He's the man who tried to kill you tonight.
One down, then. Just one to go. Calvin Moore. Dr. Calvin Moore.
All right, move back, will you, please? Will you let us through here, please? Here, Doctor.
I'm right with you, Matt.
All right, stand back, will you? Give Doc a chance to... Will you stand back, please? Please.
Bad is right. I will do what we can.
That man who's hurt, Marshal, who is he?
He's a drifter. He's been around Dodge a couple of years. Calls himself Texas Joe.
Easy now, Ted.
No friends or family.
Have you fixed up here in a couple of
Nobody knows where he came from. It's the usual story.
You, Doc.
That's right.
I told him get you. Be all right. You guys here.
Sure, it'll be all right.
He certainly has to work under primitive conditions.
Doc? Yeah. Chester, will you get those lanterns going and give Doc some more light?
Yes, Mr. Gump.
Just take it easy there.
Yeah, he's the only real doctor this side of Abilene.
Is there anything I could do to help, Mr. Dillon?
I guess not, Miss Kelly. Thanks anyway.
Poor old Tex. He stopped in at the restaurant not more than 4 hours ago, and I fixed him a meal.
You never know.
Well, Doc can pull him through if anybody can.
Sure he can.
Put one of those lanterns on the other side, Chester.
Okay,
They
Doc.
seem to put a lot of faith in your Dr. Adams.
They got reason to, Mr. Hunter.
Yeah, Matt, could you give me a hand here?
Yeah, sure.
Lift his head up a little bit there, will you, Matt?
Yeah.
Not much chance, Matt. All I can do is make him comfortable.
Don't try to talk now, Tex. You're going to be all right.
You've been decent to me, Marshal. You treated me square. You and Doc, only friends I got.
Sure, Tex.
I got one more favor to ask. Could someone read me some scripture?
Well, Tex, I just don't recall any.
Well, I do.
Mrs. Kelly, I doubt if he can hear.
I can hear. Please.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the
Mrs.
still
Kelly.
waters. He restoreth my soul.
I think that's enough, Mrs. Kelly.
Too bad.
Oh, no.
Well, you can't win them all, I guess.
No, I can't win them all.
Well, I guess...
Dr. Adams, as only physician here, I suppose you also function as coroner.
That's right.
And this man here, he'll be buried under the name of Texas Joe?
Don't worry about it. Boot Hill is full of men buried under nicknames.
so crazy.
In this country...
Doc.
Oh, excuse me.
Doc, I just came from... Oh,
Yeah.
Doc, I've been sitting up with Mrs. B, and you left too soon. She needs you over there right away.
Well, then there wasn't a false alarm. All right, Kitty, I'll be there as quick as I can. Well, as soon as... Well,
Kitty, you go on back over and do what you can for her. Doc will be along.
All right, Matt, but you better hurry.
Well, Mr. Hunter...
Well, gentlemen, this seems to have been my lucky night. Both my fugitives located within an hour of each other.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do to...
One safe in jail and one of them dead. Or didn't you notice the resemblance, Marshal? Texas Joe here? Obviously, the man in the photograph. I saw it immediately. Well, I hope you'll take all necessary steps to see that he's buried under his real name, Calvin Moore, and his death, of course. Close the case. I'll be leaving for Virginia with my other prisoner tomorrow.
leave? Mr. Hunter.
Doctor, I'd say this is no time to stand around there talking. You have a patient waiting. This town seems to depend on you.
Matt?
Well, Doc, you've got work to do. You just make sure it's a boy, huh?
Well, I'll do my darndest, Matt. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Doc.
Gunsmoke.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Ralph Moody, and Virginia Christine. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.